Okay, welcome back. We were just talking about ice ages a little bit, and I was just commenting on how a planet has to start being considered as a living creature also. But it also has to go through evolutions just like every other life form inside of creation. This will be kind of an eye-opener for a lot of people, but that's what ice ages are all about. This gives the ability of the planet to go through its sleep state. All forms of spirit forms of all types in creation go through a wake and a sleep period. We go through a death cycle. That's our sleep period. The planet can't disappear and go into a fine matter world, so it has an ice age. And an ice age is a deep sleep that the planet goes into. At first, the few times it happens on a planet, the whole planet is covered with ice. And then it becomes less and less as it goes on. Eventually it evolves up to the point where it doesn't need to do hardly that at all, because the planet starts being covered by higher evolved life forms. The planet itself then only has ice ages in areas generally where it's not harmful to the life forms. But each time it goes through an ice age, all of the plants, animals, and even humans are affected by this, and it's a way of pushing up their evolvement. So everything evolves to a little higher state. A plant will come back as a more beautiful plant. A tree will evolve into something nicer. Even the animal kingdom, like a mammoth evolved into being an elephant. Now, ice ages on Earth are every 700,000 years for the major ice age. This is because there's a rhythm to how the ice ages work. People into biorhythms will probably pick up on this right away. I unfortunately don't understand that real well. But I do know that, as she's explaining it, the natural numeric system of the creation is based on sevens. And consequently, the natural rhythm of our planet is 700,000 years for these major ice periods to happen. At that time right now, they're covering 1/6 to 1/4 of our planet. We've had 4 major ice ages the last 2,800,000 years. That's the amount of surface area that was covered during each one of those. There are also interglacial periods between those 700,000 years. These come about every 350,000 years, and they are much smaller. They cover only about 1/10 to 1/12 of the planet. So there's been a total of 12 seeming ice periods in the last 2,800,000 years. The next interglacial period will be in about 150,000 years. We also have things called glacial wandering or glacial shifting, which the rhythm for that is much faster. They come about every 70,000 years, and this can confuse scientists a little bit when they're trying to pinpoint when the next ice age may actually come. So all of these periods have their own rhythms, and they're all corresponding to the 7x7 numeric nature of the creation itself. Okay? Billy raised another question about Pope Paul VI, and who he had been told earlier would be poisoned and is dead, but at the time he was still in office. And so he was, of course, kind of concerned about that, and he said, I thought she's supposed to be dead. And Semjase remarked that he is. That actually the chairs, the cardinals of Rome, who control the popes, had, through association with the Jewish Zionist extremists, poisoned Pope Paul VI. The man who was then looking like Pope Paul VI was an imposter, and that actually they had found someone that looked like him, done some alterations to make him look like it. They'd even gone to the problem of erasing the birth certificates, school papers, and all the records they could find of the original Pope Paul VI to hide what they had actually done, so people really wouldn't recognize or ask any questions that might cause problems. Billy wanted to know if there was any life on any of the planets, again, in our system. She said no. And he said, well, how about extraterrestrial bases on Jupiter? She said no, but on the moon called Ganymede, there was an extraterrestrial base there. That extraterrestrial base was founded and operated by the Ptah intelligence. And again, the Ptah intelligence is also sometimes called the Giza intelligence, because these were the beings, the extraterrestrial beings, who were hiding out below the Great Pyramid of Giza and have tried to cause Billy so many problems. Another interesting note, we talked earlier about Saint Germain, this guy Rokosky that lived as the man Saint Germain, who was kind of a trickster, magician, and fraud. We're going to talk more about reincarnation and life cycles later on, but she pointed out to Billy that he has reincarnated. He's not aware of it, but the man who was once thought of as being Saint Germain is now reincarnated in a new life. He was born in Bohemia, and he's now known as Prince Roger de Pulaski. and he lives in Germany. And Billy was just kind of knocked out by this because they were able to track this guy, watch his new life cycle, see him be born as a different individual, and he wanted to go meet him and just, I guess, to check him out. And Semjase remarked, no, stay away from him because he's just as deceitful, just as much of a fraud. It's just as much of a wasted life as it was in his previous life when he was Saint Germain. So Billy never made really any attempt to find the guy. There was a question about the White Brotherhood. They say that there are spiritual centers that they are in control of or are using the forces of. Places in, like in Peru in the Andes, a place called Meru, M-E-R-U. There's another place in Uxmal in the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, outside of the city of Merida, if you've ever been out there. And there's a place, the Royal Teton in Wyoming, and a place called Banff in Canada. And Billy wanted to know if these centers were actually places where their spiritual powers were talking to people. Okay, that's what the White Brotherhood apparently says. And she says, no, this is total nonsense. That the White Brotherhood, being a very powerful organization, has a lot of old knowledge. And she says they are aware, I guess you could call it a mind trick, where you can have a large group of people concentrate their thoughts on one particular spot. Like say you get 1,000 people together and you want them all to concentrate on one particular exact location. What happens is, she says, when all of their thoughts actually do converge on that one location, there's kind of a block of energy that forms right there, and it causes a reflection or an echo that bounces back to the person who's sending the thought. And they perceive that, they're confused, they somehow think that they're being spoken to by a spiritual entity. They're not. It's just their own thoughts bouncing off this block where the convergence is. Unfortunately, apparently the White Brotherhood used this as some sort of trick to get people to follow them or whatever. There's another question about the drive system of the beam ships. That was asked earlier, and she reiterated, that the old beam ships, as they were called, worked on kind of a light bundling system. Bundle was the word that they used, but they haven't built those for about 400 years. When Billy took the first pictures of Semjase's ship, that was a beam ship. It worked on that light principle, and those ships give off some amount of radiation. And she isn't using that ship any longer. She had a new ship. Her new ship used an anti-gravity drive, and it was based on a different principle of dischargement, whatever dischargement means. She says this ship had this anti-drive was used for planetary drive, and they used a tachyon drive in space. And she says it's based on faster than light particles that, as our scientists learn to understand them, will begin to name them tachyons. The present ship that she was in at that time for the contact, she says, has a different kind of drive system. It's called an antimatter drive. By the way, that ship weighs 1.5 tons, she said. Billy was kind of surprised, and he says, you mean antimatter actually exists? She says, oh, sure. There is an entire antimatter world. As she'd explained to him once before, there are even parallel universes. So in the antimatter, I don't know that there are worlds in the antimatter world, that there is. They just said there's an antimatter world and did not really define more about it, except that there's an immense amount of energy that somehow can be pulled out of this antimatter dimension or world, whatever it is. Billy was intrigued with Quetzal's name and said it sounds a lot like Quetzalcoatl of the old South American folk stories, and was there any relation? And she said, no, not at all. That Quetzalcoatl was the old times, was a very high officer actually in Egypt, and he took upon a special mission to go to South America. And he took upon a special mission to go to South America, to the land of the Aztecs. And when he went from Egypt to South America, he had a small spacer ship. And when he landed with his spacer ship, of course it was very impressive with the local Aztecs, and they regarded him as a god and a great leader. But he ran into another man there similar to himself of great power, which I can't begin to pronounce. It's spelled Huitzilopochtli. So I guess that would be like Huitzilopochtli or something. Anyway, a battle ensued between these two powerful people, and Quetzalcoatl lost out. Somehow intrigues got too strong and forced him out of South America, and he returned to Egypt. But that's where the legends stem from. Billy wanted to know about Great Atlantis, that he was not satisfied with the first explanation that, yes, it did exist. He wanted to know a little bit more about it. She says, okay, she'd like to talk about that. That actually there were two Atlantises. There was the great continent of Atlantis, which spread the land barrier between the Americas and all the way over to Europe and Africa. That was originally founded by a Vega man named Atlantis. His wife's name was Caratide. Her father's name was Muras, M-U-R-A-S. He founded the continent of Mu, which was in the Gobi Desert in China. But there were two Atlantises. There was the great continent there. His wife, Caratide, started like a smaller colonization of Atlantean people in the area we now think of as the Mediterranean Sea, around the Santori Islands, or Santori area right in there. And she says what happened was that when Atlantis finally fell during the Great Wars, that small Atlantis lived on for almost 6,000 years, some of the people who survived that. But there came a time when, which was 3,500 years back, when the Great Destroyer comet came close to Earth, had Venus in tow. It, once again, had pulled Venus out of its orbit, and it came close enough to the planet that it caused great destruction here on Earth. Mostly, the side of the planet, the Mediterranean side, was facing the great comet when it went by, and it pulled all the water out and caused waves up to 200 meters high, flooded all over Egypt, Crete, and Syria. Volcanoes erupted, the ocean floor was broken loose, and most of those small islands, the Santori Islands, sunk below the sea, and most of the inhabitants that had survived there in Little Atlantis died out. Crete at that time was called Minoa, M-I-N-O-A. Descendants of Atlantis, they survived there, but most of the islands were gone. So there was mainly two Atlantis colonizations, the very large one and the small one started by his wife Caratide. Mu, on the other hand, was a colony of Lyrians, and there was a city under Mu in the Gobi Desert, and that's where Agharta was and still is. Actually, there are two Agharta cities. There's a large one, Agharta A, and there's a smaller one that's connected by a tunnel called Agharta B. Apparently it was like just a rural outgrowing or something. Each city, they're independent. Each one has a man and a woman who are the leaders of those cities. Billy had a question about extraterrestrials and Earth people about dying and being able to go to another planet. He wanted to know if an extraterrestrial died, say, for on his own planet somewhere out in space, could he somehow then be born here on Earth? Or vice versa, could someone die here on Earth and then cause themselves to be reborn on another world, like a Pleiadian world or something? She says, no, this is not possible. That part of the fixed laws or truths, the way creation operates, is that the physical body and the spirit body are bound to the planet when they die. When you pass on, your spirit is somehow connected to this planet body that it's on through some force of nature, and it's not possible. If you want to die and be born on another planet, I suggest what you do is you get a ride on a beam ship, you go to another planet, as soon as they open the door, and you walk out on the other planet, kill yourself somehow so you can die on another planet, and then you'll come back on that other planet. That's about the only way it's going to happen. So there's really no truth to these stories we're hearing about people claiming that they're going to die and they're going to ascend to another dimension and that they're going to go on and live on another planet. It's just not possible. There was a question about colors and levels of consciousness, and this is an area I don't understand too much, but for those of you who do, I'm familiar with colors in meditation when you sink into meditation, but there are colors related to the level of consciousness, and they are called the radiation values, is what the Pleiadians call them. They don't mean too much to me, but I will put in the exhibits, I'll put a page in there listing all of the numbers, the colors, and what they mean, and they are somehow related to our levels of consciousness. So those of you who are into that, you may find that interesting. Just roughly, the first value is pink, number 2 value is violet, 3 value is green, 4 is golden red, 5 is golden, 6 is white, and 7 is blue. Questions about disease were asked, and Semjase remarked, yeah, on the Pleiadian worlds they have some disease. They still have diseases that they get from other worlds. Some still affect their society here and there, but for the most part they're pretty much disease-free. They have learned, for the one thing, that most diseases, almost all of them, are created and caused by the way we think. And on their world now there's a far more balanced way of thinking, so they're not prone to disease to begin with. They do occasionally still catch colds and flus, things like that, which can happen to you. As far as cancer and some of our more dreaded disease, they didn't have those diseases. They were aware of how one way it might be possible to cure them through force of spirit, but she would not comment on that because she said to reveal that would reveal certain powers of the mind that we really weren't ready to understand yet, and it's better that we discover and evolve towards these on our own. One of their very serious levels of morality is that they are not allowed to interfere with our personal right to evolve on our own path of evolution. And in areas where the answers to questions actually would do that, they don't. They refuse to offer us information that would interfere with our own discovery. Again, it goes back to each person has his own truth, and everybody's on his own path of evolution. So we all have to go out and discover things for ourselves, and most importantly, we have to make it part of our life, or it just doesn't count. Billy had an interesting question, and I'll get more into this later on the Emmanuel tapes. But as you'll find out later on those tapes, Billy actually travels back in time and meets Emmanuel, and Emmanuel leaves something for him in the future, which Billy does find later on. That turns out to be a piece of foil, and what looks like metal foil. And Billy has taken that to the Max Planck Institute in Munich for testing to see if there was something unusual about it. Well, apparently that the foil was some sort of combination of sulfur, carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen peroxide. It appears to be calcium sulfate or gypsum. They tried burning a little bit of it. There was no smell, and it just turned to a white powder. And he wanted to know what was the origin of this almost unusual little substance, not so different than what things we have here, but where did it come from? Semjase told him that that was a present given to Emmanuel when he was 7 years old by his real father, who is Gabriel, a flesh and blood human being from the Pleiades. That Emmanuel, there was no, I guess you call it immaculate conception. Mary was impregnated by Gabriel, and there was a normal childbirth, and Emmanuel was born just like any other living flesh and blood human being. There was no magic involved there. His father was Gabriel, a physical man, and this was a present given to Emmanuel when he was 7 years old. It was kind of like a keepsake, and it came from a planet called Alcyon. And Billy was a little surprised because Semjase mentioned at this time, she says, this is a keepsake, and Emmanuel was just trying to find a way to leave it for himself. Billy kind of paused because every now and then they kept insinuating that he was somehow had been Emmanuel or was somehow connected with it. And he was having a lot of trouble with this because he had no recognition, really, at that time of ever having lived a life as Emmanuel. But there was constant reference to it throughout the notes, and when we get into the Emmanuel tape, I'll tell you the rest of the story. I wanted to tell you that whole story all in one run so we could get the whole thing in. One of the other really topical things that came up was the subject of abortion. Well, this was, she said, quite different on their world because their technology is so far more advanced. For instance, they can detect pregnancy within 3 days. Okay, so that being possible, then they can create or cause menstruation right away, and it washes it out so there's no life lost. They've also learned that the spirit actually inhabits the body within 3 weeks from the time of procreation, so that they've got a little extra time span there. So when our technology advances and we have the ability to actually detect pregnancy earlier, then that will be a great help. They also apparently put something in their food which stops pregnancy. So whatever that might be, I don't know. That could be helpful for us. Okay, we're up to the 58th contact, which is on Monday, June 28th, 1976. So it's been going on now about a year and a half. Semjase and Quetzal both come in a ship this time, and Billy wants to know if they would go ahead and land their ships on the ground. Typically, when the ship would come in for a contact, they would not sit down on the ground because they didn't want to leave any tracks. So Billy asked them if they would on this particular occasion. Quetzal agreed, and they set the ships down on the ground. And this, of course, when they do that, now the landing gear comes down, and the ship's on the ground, and the gravitational force of the ship makes an impression on the ground. And then once the ship is gone, it leaves three little nice rings down there going in a counterclockwise fashion, and you can see where the ship actually set down. Actually, what happened was the grass looks similar to like what a crop circle looks like, except they're smaller, of course. They're three round circles where the tripods of the ship set down. The grass is not broken, it's bent over, and it's growing the opposite direction of all the rest of the grass because it's no longer being controlled by the gravity of the planet. The gravitational force of the ship overcomes the gravity of the Earth for a period of time, causing the grass to grow the other direction. It doesn't break it, doesn't discolor it, and eventually it just grows back in when the gravity of the planet naturally overtakes it again. Well, on this particular trip, Billy had a surprise. Semjase brought her sister along. Her name was Ptah, and he had an opportunity to not only meet her, but show her how to ride his moped. So he spent about 10-15 minutes with her, and she asked him, they didn't have much time today, but could she come back at some time and borrow his moped and go for a ride of her own? And she thought this was kind of wonderful fun, and Billy was making fun of us as being barbarians by riding around on these little bikes, and she thought that was kind of humorous. Billy had a question about life in the Centauri system. He had heard from different sources that there had been contacts by ETs from those areas and wanted to know if there was any truth to that. And Semjase remarked, yes, it was, that there has been contact from beings from the Centauri system, that actually there was three groups of areas in Centauri that supported human life. Alpha Centauri, Beta Centauri, which is called the Barnard Star, and Proxima Centauri. 6 light years away from Earth is the Barnard Star, and there is human life there that frequently makes contacts with us here on Earth. As a matter of fact, I think that Semjase had some friends there and knew these people that were making contacts there. On the 60th contact, which was Thursday, July 29, 1976, Billy had some questions of Semjase if she would go over the dates and times of the great catastrophes that had befallen Earth. He was a little confused about the time period of the Great Flood, the falling of Atlantis, and a couple other events that the destroyer comet apparently was creating, and he wanted to get these straight. So she commented, of course, she'd go over these. She says, to begin with, the farthest back date that we'll start with was when Atlantis and Mu destroyed one another. Atlantis destroyed Mu, and Mu was able then to retaliate and actually destroy Atlantis. We went over this story just a little bit before. That was 11,498 years ago. Now, these years, these time periods, are all based on a number of years back from the time they were talking, which in this case was 1976. She says a very large planetoid came close to the Earth 10,215 years ago, and that divided the waters of the Atlantic Ocean, causing great flooding. Water ran over the Mediterranean area and up through northern Africa and into Europe. There was great problems then. The destroyer comet, of which they've mentioned several times and which has wreaked so much havoc on Earth, came by 10,080 years ago, causing severe flooding once again. Now, this comet comes around normally over 575.5 years, but that cycle can vary. Sometimes it varies up to 200 years, but it always gets itself back on cycle, and if you average them out over a number of times, it still comes out to 575.5 years. This destroyer comet came by again 7,957 years ago, and again came very close to the Earth, and there was volcanic action and flooding. It returned again 6,906 years ago, and there's even more flooding again. Apparently, every time it comes by, it's so huge, and the mass of this destroyer comet is so big, as I told you earlier, it's a very heavy, dense mass, and its gravitational force is so strong, it literally causes massive tidal waves in the ocean. Then there's a kind of a silence for a while until 3,453 years ago. The destroyer comes by, and it is pulling Venus in tow. Now, Venus, as you may remember, was originally a moon of Uranus. some years back, and 3,453 years ago was the final time that the destroyer comet affected the orbit of Venus and pulled it into the present orbit that it's in. Billy had a question, too, about the accuracy of the Bible, or if there might be documents that were more accurate than the Bible that we could rely upon historically. And she said, yes, the Sanskrit scribes are far more accurate historically because they haven't been changed at all. The Bible had been altered on several occasions because different power groups, societies, and kings and so forth have made slight alterations, good or bad, to serve their own interest, where the Sanskrit scripts had never been changed at all. They had never fallen prey to any power or leader that had altered them. Likewise, the original writings of Enoch and the Mayan calendar, she felt, were among the very most accurate pieces of information we could look to for historical data, and to the Mayan calendar for prophetic things that would happen in our future. As I mentioned before, Venus was originally a moon of Uranus. It was torn loose from Uranus 8,590 years ago. It pulled itself out of its orbit and went into a random orbit in our solar system. There, once again, 7,957 years ago, the comet once again was caught up by the destroyer comet as it passed through, and its orbit was changed again. Again, it was in sort of a random pattern in our solar system. Once more, 6,906 years ago, when the comet came through, it once again gave Venus a little tug, and Venus was running dangerously close to the Earth. 4,058 years ago, the orbit is changed once again as it closely comes by the planet Earth. And finally, 3,453 years back, Venus is finally towed into its current orbit. It swings around the sun very close and is greatly heated up. That's why it's hot today, and went into its current orbit. Velikovsky believes that possibly Venus came out of the planet Jupiter, but the Pleiadians are telling us different. Velikovsky's assumption is because he was trying to explain somehow how it got so hot. And because originally, as the Pleiadians say, it was a moon, an ice-covered moon, and when it swung around the sun, became very close, it was greatly heated up, and that's why it's hot today and in the orbit that it's in. Billy wanted also, by the way, the destroyer came by again in 1680, which wasn't that far back, and there are records, some astronomy records in Zurich, Switzerland, that certain astronomers did actually make note of a very large comet that came through the solar system. It caused practically no damage at all. So there is some notation to support the idea that this destroyer comet is on the cycle that the Pleiadians are talking about. It will appear again, by the way, in the year 2255. Is its projected time to come around again. Wanting to clear up some terms, Semjase said that they call a Sol system as a central sun. And when they speak of a sun system, that can be any planet that has three or more orbiting bodies around it. That would make Jupiter qualify, and any planet that has more than 3 moons circling it. Billy took some pictures of the landing tracks, and again, Semjase explained to them, why the grass would look the way that it does. And Billy also took some friends with him out to see the landing tracks. At one point, during another occasion, the landing tracks were actually examined by UFO investigators who were on the scene, and it was found that there was some traces of gamma radiation in the landing tracks, as well as they found gamma radiation in Billy's rifle and his boots, and some of it actually got into his lungs somehow. Well, Billy is introduced to someone new. It appears that Semjase and Quetzal are planning on taking a holiday and returning back to the Pleiades for a period of time. And a lady named Manira is introduced to Billy because she will be Semjase's replacement while Semjase is gone. Well, Billy's in the beam ship with Semjase, and she's explaining this, and they're watching on the sight screen inside of the ship, and Semjase is telling Billy to watch that pretty soon we'll see Manira's ship coming in on the screen, that it's most unusual looking. It doesn't look anything like a beam ship. Apparently it's not the saucer formation, it's some other unusual shape. Well, also it doesn't have tripod landing legs either, so it's going to burn some holes in the ground later on that Billy can also take some rather good pictures of. Well, Manira lands and comes over into the ship, and they're speaking. Billy meets her. She looks much different than Semjase. She's a little shorter, about 10 centimeters shorter. She's very dark brown skin, kind of Jamaican sort of looking, with very dark hair. It's explained that she actually comes from a Vega planet, and the planet name is Duran, and she's going to fill in for Semjase till the end of the year, which would be a period of about 3 months. Billy, as soon as he sees her, wants to know if there was any possible connection, because of her look, to the Hottentots of Africa. And she said, well, there is some, that her forefathers had come to Earth a long time ago and had mated with the Huns. And at that time, an offspring of that later developed, because the Huns then came together with the African natives that were there and created the Hottentots. So this, she said, was one of the original origins of her particular race through that intermixture. Billy noticed right away some unusual language going on that came to mind. He was curious about the different languages that they spoke. And he asked Semjase, on the Pleiadian world, is there a name for the language that you speak? And she said, yeah, they call it Sarat, S-A-R-A-T. And they also know another language they call Kosan, K-O-S-A-N. And this was the Kosan language was a universal language that all ETs and highly developed intelligences were aware of. And it was a universal language they could all communicate with each other. Manera's home language, from where she came from, was called Jenan, J-E-N-A-N. This was Manera's first time on Earth. So Semjase is kind of commenting to Billy, take it easy on her, don't ask too many difficult questions, that she's here to help out a little bit, and don't make things too difficult for her. Just a quick aside here, on Good Friday on 1976 was a chance for Billy to actually record the sound of the ships. Normally they fly rather quiet. You can't hear anything except maybe a real faint kind of whining sound occasionally, because the protection screens around the ship hold the sound from going out, so you can't hear the thing. You can't see it, you can't hear it, you don't know if it's there. Well, Billy was driven out to the site by Hans Schutzbach, where he's going to record the sound. He gets his recorder out, he goes out into this open area, and he's just standing there with his hand up in the area, and Hans is way back over by the car. But even Hans can hear the sound clear over where he's standing. Hans doesn't get to see anything, which is a little frustrating for him, but he can see Billy out there, and Billy's waving, his hand is motioning, and the sound gets a little bit louder, and he records for about 10 minutes, and then he makes kind of a wild gesture for them to stop, and the sound goes away. He's told in later that the sound was caused by the rotation of the outer parts of the ship as it hits the air. So apparently something is spinning. For myself, I didn't know that the Pleiadian ships would spin, and I'm not so sure that they do. It might be energy kind of whirring around the outside of the ship, or coming off of the ship. I'm not really sure about that. But it could be maybe the outer edge. There could be maybe on the ring on the outer edge of the ship, maybe something actually does spin. I'm really not sure about that. Anyway, one of the interesting things was that, again, apparently Billy had been followed, because just as he's finishing up taking his sound recording, a car pulls up and there's a couple of police officers in it. Another car pulls up and it's somebody else, and suddenly there's like a half dozen people looking in the bushes and looking around to see what's going on with Billy. So he's having a very difficult time at this point going anywhere without being followed. Let's move forward now to the 63rd contact, which was Wednesday, September 22nd, 1976, a day after my birthday. My birthday is September 21st. Semjase tells Billy that it's been a month or so that since she's seen him, she purposely stayed away because of his poor health. Apparently Billy's been sick, he's been in bed, he's gotten himself terribly run down, and he's not able to handle the work of his mission. And she kind of gets on him a little bit about that, because repeatedly they're telling him to be more careful with his health, not to overwork himself, that he's going to jeopardize the entire mission if he doesn't take a little better care of himself. So he kind of shakes his head, yeah, okay, yeah. Billy was never much one for taking care of himself, so it didn't mean much to him. On this particular landing, Manera's ship also comes in and sets down the way Billy asked and leaves a burn spot on the ground. So Billy wants to take a picture of that, and he finds out also the Manera's got a beam pistol, some sort of beam pistol, and he asks if he can also take a picture holding that. He thought that'd be great fun to take a picture holding the gun and then take a picture of a tree that he'd cut a tree down or shoot a hole in a tree or something. So they said, yeah, that would be possible, that they would arrange for that. It was on this contact that Semjase tells Billy that Sfath, whom he had his first contacts with, was her grandfather. And Billy's very surprised by this. He didn't know that. He really never knew too much about Sfath. But he was kind of surprised, and he says, yeah, Sfath disappeared on my 16th birthday, and I always just assumed that he probably died. And she said, that's correct, he did, and that was her grandfather. He inquired about the unusual ship that Sfath came in because it looked like a pear to him. It was an unusual form. And she said, yes, this ship was a present to her grandfather, and it was from a race of people in Sirius. Apparently in the Sirius area they have 2 planets there that inhabit human life. On her 64th contact, which is Saturday, October 2nd, 1976, Billy's decided pretty much he's not going to go public, and he's explaining this to his group. He just can't get himself to do it. He's very frustrated about all the negative thinking that's pushed out against him whenever he tries to go public. He made a couple of attempts to show slides and show people. He's offered his reports to numerous authors, writers, and UFO people. Instead, for the most part, they seem very opinionated and aren't really open to his thinking. And they don't believe him. They make fun of him. So he's finding that this really isn't getting anywhere. A lot of people are hearing about it. He's getting a lot of publicity in the newspapers and magazines and on radio. Some of it okay. Hardly any of it is positive. Most everybody's calling him crazy and a lunatic and so forth. So he's really kind of giving up on the idea. And Semjase has a talk with him and says, well, she's trying to build him up again, how important the mission is and how important he is to the future of the Earth itself, and that he is a great prophet, and it's important that he get all this information out. And Billy's just exhausted with it. He's having a lot of trouble with his family. There's a lot of pressure on him from his wife and his family and his friends. He still lives in Henneville, Switzerland, and he's having a lot of trouble with the townsfolk. So things are very difficult for him. Well, Semjase tells him at that point that they're very interested in they're very interested in him going and taking this to the public, and they're pleased that at least so much information has gotten out so far because they want to examine our reality. They're openly admitting now and starting to admit to Billy they really don't understand too much about our cause and effect, that they're not real sure how we're going to react to things all the time. They don't seem to be very tuned in to our logic. Us little earthworms down here, we have our own way of doing things and solving problems, and the Pleiadians don't seem to be tuned in very well to that. And now they're telling Billy that a lot of what they've been doing is pushing Billy to go public almost as an experiment. They wanted to see, for one, if Billy would actually go through with it and what the public would really think of it. They're very interested in trying to see if the information would go worldwide because they want to look at the responses of the people to see if mass consciousness can actually be stimulated. They say apparently they're forbidden to actually one-on-one get into our innermost thoughts. They can't sample our independent thoughts. It's like an ethics thing with them. But they can, and apparently they were, through Billy, trying to impose their will a little bit on the mass consciousness of the public to see if that might be possible. And they're mentioning to Billy that it's kind of important to them that they find this out by 1977, and they're not telling him why 1977 is very important. But she tells Billy that they're regarding him actually as a success because the information is getting out. There's a lot of coverage on it. The pictures are causing quite a stir. Most people have, in Europe, the few people that have seen his report notes don't agree with it and are voicing a lot of objections to some of his numbers and his philosophies and so forth that are stated in these contact notes. But the pictures seem to be making inroads into governments and different organizations who are taking it seriously. So the Pleiadians were very pleased about that, in that Billy's UFO contacts have made more impact than all the UFO groups have had over the years. And that's kind of true. Billy's probably more well-known than all the UFO groups anywhere. More people know about the Billy Meier UFO case all around the world than any other UFO case. Billy's also apparently looks kind of like been a test case. They've been watching the probability that Billy himself would be able to keep going on his mission without acting against them. Apparently they've had problems with that in the past, but those that they've selected have not turned out to be very loyal and sincere. And they said there's a 34% chance that he would have acted against their wishes and caused the mission to fail, but Billy's not done that so far. He's hung in there real well. So they were very proud about that, and they were very happy about it. So they are doing kind of their own little lab testing, and it's becoming more and more apparent that Billy and his group, apparently, and all of us, are something of an experiment, really, for the Pleiadians. That's probably the main reason why they don't land on the White House lawn and show themselves in force. They don't have any intention of doing that. And thank you, I'm glad that they don't. This is our planet, after all, and we have to solve our own problems. I mean, it's fascinating to see a ship and think about maybe going for a ride in one, but I really don't want to race from a long ways away with a different morality and a different sense of ethics telling us what to do or imposing their will on our society. And you know, if they let the ships be seen all over the world, that it's going to cause a lot of panic. Many people are going to worship them. A lot of other people are going to take everything they say totally serious. And that's going to really impede, terribly impede, the ability for us to build our own future. We have to learn to be responsible for ourselves. We really don't need no babysitters. So this is my planet. Stay off of it. Okay. On our 65th contact, which is October 23rd, 76, they reiterate a little bit that they're happy with the way things are going and that they don't want Bill any longer to worry about going public. As a matter of fact, now they've got a new attitude, and they want him to start protecting himself because now they're saying that so many people are finding out about it that there are many groups out there wishing to cause Billy harm, and there will be more attempts on his life. So they're telling him to be very careful, and he has a nice long talk with Ptah that day about now staying at home, don't venture too far from home, cancel speaking engagements, stay close, and we'll start watching his security and be very careful. That there are also others out there still trying to bring harm to him, so he's going to have to start watching it. From now on, his message should only be for small groups, and he should look to very serious-minded small groups to get his information out, and let the information from the contact notes start being disseminated in this fashion. One of their main worries, he says, remember earlier we talked about a group of people under Unterberg, and these were people that had flying discs. Ptah again tells him that there are private groups who have flying discs, not governments, but flying private groups that have built their own flying ships, and from the plans from World War II, and they're afraid that Billy will expose them. They've been very secretive for years, hiding out, and they're having their own effect on the world, and they're hoping to grow in power themselves and start to overtake the world or whatever. A man named Dunberg, who is a German, heads the Brazilian group, and they're after Billy. They're trying to kidnap Billy, and there's been 3 attempts by them on Billy's life. So they're telling Billy to start staying close to home and don't get out. On the 66th contact, Wednesday, November 10th, 76, a nice thing happens. Herbert Runkle gives Semjase a teddy bear. And Billy brings it to the contact, and it's in a little box, and she opens it up, and it's a cuddly little teddy bear, and she just loves it. She thinks it's really cute, and normally she will not accept any gifts, but she likes this, and she takes the teddy bear. So somewhere out in the cosmos, there's a speeding beam ship flying along with a little teddy bear sitting on the dashboard. There was a comment about our astrology not being accurate enough, that we round things off too much to the minute, sometimes to the hour, when we should learn to be more accurate by the seconds, and we probably will once our technology advances. Once we're able to sense radiations from planets more accurately and do it, scientifically, then astrology will probably pick up. She did mention how important it is at the birth, that the moment of birth isn't when the body comes out. The moment of birth is at the point which with the head, the soft spot on the head, actually first breaches the air and the radiations immediately hit the head. So it can sometimes be minutes or afterwards before the body actually comes out, and they felt that was very, very important. The symbol of Era, which I'll draw for you on the exhibit drawings, you can see, looks kind of like a right parentheses and a 0 with a dot in the middle, and then kind of like a plus sign over an E. This is the symbol of the planet Era. And Semjase mentioned that the symbols of her planet and most all the other planets go back to their forefathers who created all these images based on the radiations of the stars. That there's a whole set of symbols, and our current day astrology is still centered around most of those, that most of those images have worked their way for 12,000 years and are still found here on Earth. Semjase is praising the members of Billy's group for helping him with security. There's 3 more attempts on his life, one by a group of Israelis, the same group apparently who killed the man who brought the Talmud Emmanuel to Billy. Now there'll be a little bit more on that later on. But there's an attempt on his life by the Israelis, and there are 2 more attempts on his life by a Nazi group which is hiding out in Brazil that has their own flying disc. They're after Billy also. Apparently this group in Brazil had a flying disc based on the knowledge from the Germans after World War II. They also had a captured extraterrestrial disc, which the Pleiadians found out about and destroyed, so they would no longer have the use of. One other little interesting thing here, when Billy was taking a ride with Semjase once and being able to take pictures of Venus and Mercury and so forth, she had mentioned something strange about the size of Mercury. And Billy asked her to reiterate that, and she said yes, that the core of Mercury is a metal core, and it has so much mass to it that it's actually pulling the surface in. Mercury is actually shrinking somewhat in size. Okay. Next thing we're going to get into is the pictures taken by Billy of the universe barrier and Jupiter. He was having a lot of problems actually with those. People were claiming that they were fakes, that he had taken pictures of drawings in magazines, which is not true. So I'll meet you on the other side, and we'll talk all about that. Okay, jump over there. Okay, welcome back. When we were ending up on the other side, I was telling you that Billy had taken some pictures of the barrier between universes when he was able to take a ride with Semjase on the Great Spacer ship. What had happened is he'd released those pictures. They'd been out in a couple of magazines, and it kind of backfired on him, where all of a sudden, in the middle of the summer in '76, articles are appearing that Billy Meier's a fake, because this picture he took is the same as a picture that appeared in a drawing by NASA, or scientists from NASA, and they're claiming that Billy had taken a picture of this drawing. Well, unfortunately, what had happened was no one really paid much attention to the fact that the drawing that he's supposed to have taken a picture of came out in the summer of '76. When in effect Billy took the pictures almost a year before that, back in 1975, in the spring of '75, when he went on the ride on the Great Spacer. But he doesn't have any proof of what day the picture was taken other than his contact notes. Unfortunately, a slide of film, the ones that he took, there was no date on there, and he really couldn't prove it. And he says even if he could, there was a date on part of the roll of the film, but no one was really believing him, and he was very frustrated that the media would actually do that. And he was pointing out some differences, too, where in his picture that it differs from the drawing, where some of the images are different, that the Great Barrier actually was an oval, and in the drawing it's a circle. And that in the drawing there's a what looks to be like a village or a town below the big hole, and in Billy's picture it's slightly different. So if you look closely you can see that they're really not exactly the same. One is kind of a caricature of the other, it looks like. So Billy's very frustrated by this. Also, someone is questioning Billy's contact notes. They're saying that the writings of Semjase, the things that she says, sound exactly like the way Billy talks. And they're questioning, whether or not Billy's just making all this up. Well, Billy's discussing this with Semjase because people don't understand exactly how the contact notes were created. When Billy goes home and the contact notes are transmitted to him via a device on the ship, it doesn't come through in language. What actually happens is the device on the ship goes into the subconscious of Semjase, reads the thoughts, transmits the thoughts to Billy, but they come through to Billy, as symbols. Billy, long ago when he was young, was taught this symbol language that's used by the spirit. And it's used in telepathy. And their machines on board the ship transmit like it's telepathy. So Billy receives all of this, he writes down all these images and shapes, and then he converts them to language. So because he is converting them, he's writing down, he's expressing in his own views what Semjase said and what he said. So the actual writings, the actual sentences and choice of adjectives and words and everything in the contact notes is all Billy's on both sides. Okay? That's why. We're not reading and listening to the actual words and feelings of Semjase. It's actually Billy's interpretation of that. So there's a little difference there. So he thought, well, people aren't going to understand that anyway. They won't believe that that's even possible. So he's getting even a little more frustrated with the entire problem here of being a great prophet. Okay, we're moving up to the 69th contact now, which is Friday, December 10th, 1976. So we're getting close now to 2 years of contacts here. Billy had a question about Easter Island. It's one of the great mysteries here on Earth that's have gone unexplained over the years. If you're not familiar with Easter Island, you may have seen it on some television shows. It's that unusual island out in the ocean that has all these statues of very tall, large people on it that were carved out of some sort of hard stone. It's very difficult to wonder how that may be possible, and there's no explanation. Well, Billy wanted to know what was the secret there of Easter Island. And she says, well, it is a bit unusual. She wanted to remind him that it's been about 13,000 years since the last big colonization of extraterrestrials were actually here. It was during that time period we were coming to the end of the Atlantis move period, just before their Great War. She says there was a semi-Ishwish leader named Vera Kokoha, if I pronounced that right. And he was kind of a greedy, bloodthirsty type, and he liked to set himself up as a true Ishwish, a true god or king of wisdom to the local people. He had the advantage of being very, very tall. He was a Lyrian, and he and his followers were around 11 meters tall, which puts them at 30 to 35 feet tall. So they're very big, and to the then developing Earth human beings, I suppose they could pretty much have their own way and do whatever they want. He was actually quite cruel, kind of a dictator type, and he and his followers took over the city of Tiahuanaca, which is about 4,000 meters high. It's a city high up in the mountains. They took that over as well as they took over the island, which we now call Easter Island. He then settled with his guards, called the cherubs or cherubims, on an isle called Mot. It became called Mot because Mot was the word in the old language that meant birds. And his guards, so to speak, around him were like these bird-like creatures that protected him. So a rather strange-looking lot here of 11-meter-tall Lyrians protected by bird-like creatures called cherubs. They settled his spot of rule, as I say, on the island of Mot. And that's where he kind of controlled his little kingdom. Well, the local people that were living there on Easter Island were trained in the use of the high technologies that these Lyrians had. And this is how they came about to build these great stone statues that are there. The Lyrians provided them with their high-tech tools, and a society started flourishing there for a period of time. The locals then, in tribute to these great gods who brought them all this wonderment and so forth, begin to create these statues like primitive people will do to worship their gods. The statues were made out of the stones from the lava walls that were nearby. Well, what happened was, she says, a plague of some kind hit the giants, and they fled the earth, leaving and taking all of their technology behind with them. They're not sure exactly what happened to them. It's believed that because of the illness, they may quite possibly have died in their ships just out in the free space, causing their ships to just wander aimlessly or crash into a sun or a star system or something. They think that's probably the best possibility of what happened. Because after they left, there was no indication of whatever happened to them after that. The locals that were left behind suddenly found themselves without leadership and without technology. They were just left. So in order to try to get their gods to come back to take care of them and again take care of their lives, they thought it'd be a good idea to finish the statues and pay tribute again to these gods and hope that they would come back. Well, they didn't have the technology that they had before to build them, so they had to just finish the ones that they had already made. And they didn't actually finish them, that's the wrong word. What they did was they went to the lava pits and got some red earth and fashioned hats out of this red earth, and put them on the statues that they'd already built, hoping that would appease the gods so they might come back. It's really quite unexplainable why they decided on putting hats on the statues, but they did. Apparently, Viracocha, during his reign somehow news or word of his reign and his civilization here on Earth became known to a race of people in the Andromeda constellation, not the Andromeda galaxy. So in the Andromeda constellation, a small group of people knowing about this, they came to Earth 2,568 years ago. And they apparently landed in a similar area, knowing of Viracocha's reign. They were there for about 20 years. And they were the people who, actually they built up a pretty big society down there in South America. And they were the people who founded actually electrical current and electrical energy. And to build these cities up, they used these energy centers with cables under the ground. And when you see the lines of Nazca and so forth down there, these lines that are under the ground, they built those. Those half-tube channels, Semjase calls them, which she says, remarkably, no one understands them today. And what they are, there are tubes below the ground that carried electrical current somehow to provide to the the people of the times, and that was built by these beings from the Andromeda constellation. After about 20 years, though, apparently they somehow were stricken with the same sort of illness they believed that the earlier Viracocha followers were, and they also fled. They're not sure about the illness, but it's kind of unusual in that area that both these ET groups would come down with some sort of illness which would force them to leave. Okay, there was a splinter group of the Hyperboreans. We talked about the Hyperboreans once before, who lived in the Greenland area, and these were giants. They colonized all of the different continents of the planet. Because Billy had a question about Greek mythology, the large people, the Cyclops, the Titans, and some of the dwarfs like Hercules. Dwarfs like Hercules, but dwarfs and Titans like Hercules. And she said, yes, these were primarily people descendants of the Hyperboreans. And then quite a few of them were very large. Hercules was 3 meters tall. A meter now is roughly just a little bit more than 3 feet. It's like 3 feet and an inch. So when you can round all these meters off, just multiply them by 3, and that would give you a rough idea of the footage. Hercules then was about 9 feet tall. Noah was about 3 meters 10 high, so he would be probably around 11 feet tall, something like that. Adam, when he was created by Semjase, the science leader, he was about almost 5 meters tall, so he was somewhere around 14, 15 feet tall. Gilgamesh, the Sumerian god, was very tall, 7.5 meters, so we're looking at over 20 feet tall here. The giants of the yesteryear, though, after staying on Earth for a while and breeding, they slowly degenerated themselves down in size. So even though many of these great tall titans had bred themselves in with the Earth people, that the Earth genetic slowly degenerated the size of the people as well the planet itself. Because the atmospheric pressure on a planet and the sun have a lot to do with the size that you're going to grow here. Because that affects, of course, the pull on the bones and so forth, how strong your bones can build and how big you can be. So after a period of time, even these giants of yesteryear, their offspring degenerated down just to being the size that was in accordance with the size of the planet. There was a question about a person's name. Like Billy wanted to know, if a person's name, how it is chosen, and is it important? And she said, yes, it is, that a person's name should reflect several things. One, his knowledge and his abilities, as well his level of evolution. If not, if a person is bearing a name that is not right for them, it can cause confusion in their life. Interesting idea, huh? As an observant, she pointed out that one of the people in Billy's group, Jacobus, whose name is Jacob, she says, here's a man with a particular problem because that's the wrong name for him. Because of that, it creates confusion. He overburdens himself with thoughts on dangerous ideas which are not normally characteristic for him, and they give trace to that to the name. She says, for instance, Edward means preserver of the treasure in the old language. By the way, this old language they refer to is the language they figured out that within all spirit forms of the universe, this symbol language that Billy uses all the time, it's a very accurate language where the symbols actually portray the true meaning of what things mean to the spirit. We have words like tree, car, milk, run, and, this language that we've made up called English. But the sound of these words, these phrases and the sounds are different to the spirit. The spirit doesn't hear them very accurately, and quite often there can be some confusion between the sounds that you make and the way that the spirit actually interprets them. So the ancient Lyrians had figured out the actual sounds of words and what they really mean to your spiritual self. And I have a book, by the way, of names that Billy gave me. There's thousands of names in there with the sounds, how you say the words, and what the meaning actually means to your spirit. So when she's saying Edward means preserver of the treasure, that's what she's referring to. When you say the sounds, Edward, the sound of that phrase to your spirit means preserver of the treasure, and that was the basis for this old Lyrian language that she's talking about. Semjase, her name means semi-Ishwish. And Ishwish, to reiterate, means king of wisdom or god of all knowledge. And she's halfway through the studies or halfway through the evolution of becoming an Ishwish, so she's a semi-Ishwish. And semi in their language is E-L-O, so Elo. And a female Ishwish is called an Ishrish, I-S-H-R-I-S-H. So in effect, Semjase is an Elo Ishrish, is how they would pronounce it in her language. So her name really isn't Semjase. This is a name that she's using for these contacts. But on her world, she would be referred to as Elo Ishrish. When you hear people channeling all the time and claiming to be channeling Pleiadians and so forth, and you wish to challenge them a little bit to find out if they're really in touch with Pleiadians, you could find out if they know this. If they know anything at all about Pleiadian worlds, then they would understand this concept of language, and they would understand then exactly what these people, what their real names are, and how, because they don't call each other like Semjase and Ptah on their planet. They refer to them by their level of knowledge, education, and spiritual evolution. Another question was about the size of our galaxy that we're in. Billy was curious because astronomers say that our galaxy, the Milky Way, the spiral galaxy that we live in, they estimate that it's about 30,000 light years to the center of our galaxy. Yep. Semjase commented that not exactly right, that our instruments are not that accurate yet. That actually to the center of the galaxy of the Milky Way, as measured from our Sol system, from our sun, would be 53,000 light years. Now we're out kind of on the edge, the suburbs here of our galaxy, but if it's 53,000 light years to the center of our galaxy, that's at least 116,000 light years across, plus we're not clear at the edge. So the Milky Way galaxy could easily be in excess of 125,000 light years across it. If you're not into mathematics, and if that doesn't mean anything to you, imagine it like this. A light year is expressed, it's the basic theoretical idea of the distance that light will travel in 1 year. Say, for instance, you went out on a starry night with your flashlight, and you hit the button and flicked your flashlight on. A light immediately leaves your flashlight, doesn't it? It would circle around the planet, if it could, go in that direction, for instance, 7 times in 1 second. Because light travels at 186,000 miles in 1 second. Now, we're used to thinking of things in terms of miles per hour. Okay, if you get in your car and go down the freeway, it's 55 miles in 1 hour you may be driving. Well, here light's going 186,000 miles, 7 times around the Earth, in 1 second. Now, here's what a light year is. If light travels at 186,000 miles in 1 second, it takes 60 seconds to make a minute, doesn't it? So multiply 60 times 186,000, and that's how far light will go in 1 minute. Well, now it takes, 60 minutes to make an hour, so it takes 60 times that number, and that's how far light will travel in 1 hour. Okay? That's only 1 hour. Now there's 24 hours in a day. So multiply that number times 24, and you've got how far light will travel in a day. Well, that's just one day. Now multiply that number times 365, because we have 365 days in a year. Now you got a huge number, and that's how far light will travel in 1 year. Consequently, that is a light year. Now they're telling us that it's 53,000 times that, 53,000 of these light years to get to the center of our galaxy. So we have just a fantastically huge number here. So living on our little planet with our primitive devices, our cars and our airplanes, distance relative to the size of the galaxy is way off. We have no concept. And that's just inside of our galaxy. Our galaxy then may perhaps be around 125, 130,000 light years across it in diameter. But then once we leave our galaxy out into free space, there are billions and billions of galaxies. We have no concept of the idea or the size of the actual universe itself. So I don't think that you could even express it in light years. Probably if you shot a beam of light from our galaxy in a particular direction, if it would continue on forever, it could be countless billions and billions of light years before it would ever even reach, any sort of edge to our universe. And again, an edge doesn't exist because it seems to be in a spiral type shape. Okay, Billy is led out to a spot telepathically by Semjase where he sees a hole burned in the ground where it looks like a saucer has landed. It's about 4 meters in diameter. And they're also around the center hole. It looks like there's about 4 other landing tracks where it looks like the landing gear of a ship may have set down. But it doesn't look like a landing tracks from the Pleiadian beam ships. Also, he starts looking around. It's in the snow around the ship. And he finds footprints leading away from the ship, one of them leading down to a stream and coming back. He finds some footprints that disappear off into the forest and come back. One set of footprints have no trail at all. Just a few meters, about 100 meters away from the ship, there's just one set of footprints in the snow with no trail leading. So how does someone make footprints in the snow with no trail? Looks like they just popped right out of the air and stood down in the snow and then disappeared. Semjase explains that there was a very small dwarf race who became lost in time and came into the Earth atmosphere. They had set down there. Finding themselves in a rather strange place, they decided to collect some samples and try to figure out where they were. And the footprints that Billy has seen is these little dwarf beings going out to collect samples in the trees and in the water and so forth to ascertain more about the planet. The unusual set of footprints where there was just one footprint in the snow far away from the ship, she said that while 2 or 3 of the dwarves were out collecting samples, that one of them was kind of posted as a sentry, and he was floating or flying around in the air, and at one particular spot he came too close to the ground and actually sat down in the ground in the snow for a minute and then flew back up into the air. Apparently what had happened is that these were a race of people who were just developing time travel and had made a mistake, an error in their calculations, and had greatly slipped out of time when they were in hyperspace and found themselves on Earth way out of their own time frame. Semjase remarked that Ptah would help them, that he would make some efforts to find out where their galaxy was, and then he could return them in his own ship. He could return them back to their own time. That would be possible. Normally, if you're in a ship on your own and you go into hyperspace and you vary the speed of your particles, like we talked about earlier, if you lower that speed too much and there's too much variance, remember you'll slip in time billions of years and you're going to have almost an impossible time ever finding your way back. So here's a situation where that actually happened. On the 70th contact, which was on Thursday, January 6, 77, here we're almost up to an anniversary contact, because Billy's contact started on January 28, 75, so we're almost 2 years now into the contacts, and we've had 70 of them. Billy had some questions about atoms and molecules. He'd remembered that Semjase at one point had told him there was some molecule that had 49 atoms in it, and he wanted a lengthier explanation about what that was. She said, well, that's the most unusual molecule because when spiritual energy is formed, that the first molecule, the first primary steps and beginning of formation of spiritual energy is a molecule formed of 49 atoms in it. Now, the atom itself, she said, is not pure material. Our scientists are still thinking of it as all coarse matter, that an atom is completely solid matter, but it is not. She said that an atom is actually a crossover, and the crossover was the phrase they used, that an atom is a crossover between material matter and spiritual energy. That both things go into comprising an atom, but our scientists have not discovered that yet. Atoms can be explained, she said, in sevens. The Pleiadians call it the sevens of the synthesis of matter. That atoms actually have 7 planes to them. Currently, our science seems to be aware of 2 levels, in other words, 2 breakdowns of what is inside of an atom. There are 7 levels. The 7th and the 6th level, she says, are now aware to our science, that we figured out the 7th level of what's inside of an atom. And we've even become some aware of the 6th plane, which is composed of elementary particles. But she says, at least as of 1977 here, that our scientists currently are confused by the 5th plane. It's a mystery. Now, we're up in 92 now, so I don't know how we may have advanced in those areas. But she says they also have to discover that there are 4 more planes down, 4 more different levels breaking an atom down as you go smaller and smaller into matter. There's also, aside from that, a microatomic plane besides the normal atom planes. So apparently there seem to be subdivisions of the atom which follow the same premise that the universe does, breaking sevens down into sevens. She says, but mainly what has to be discerned as we move along is that atoms and matter are not the only thing. This is where we actually discover technically what spiritual energy is, when we start breaking down the atoms. Well, Billy wants to play a joke on his friends, and after this contact comes to an end, he says he sees on the screens that his friends are waiting for him down in the coal down below. They've had to drive about 20 miles from home, actually 20 kilometers it says. These Europeans and their metrics. He's about 20 kilometers away from his home, and he wants to play a little joke on his friends. So he asked Semjase if she could set him down in a field close to home, back close to home, so he wouldn't have to go so far, and he would call on the radio and let his friends know where he's at so they could come and pick him up. Well, he does that, and Semjase takes him back close to his home, sets him down in a snowy field, in the middle of a field with snow, and he calls his friends on the radio. Well, they come to get him, and not only are they kind of surprised somehow that he could get back the 20 kilometers back to home, but how did he wind up out in the middle of this field with no tracks out to where he's standing? So he quite often did this and had a little fun with them. On Billy's birthday, which was February 3rd, 1977, was his 72nd contact. By the way, that's his birthday where he turns 40 years old on that birthday. It was at this particular occasion that Semjase again reiterated to Billy that it's time to move out of Hinwil. Hinwil is Hinwel, and this is where Billy's lived for a long period of time, and he's been living there so far all through the contacts. But she's telling him that it's time for him to move, time for him to find a new place, and she says she shows him a map to help him decide where it is that he should move. On this, it's not actually a map. Billy has a map with him of Switzerland, and inside of the ship on one of the side screens, she is showing him the different locations in Europe and the problems that are going to arise in the next few years, which should dictate where he moves. And she's showing him on the screen, says, here's an area where there's going to be a lot of very strong earthquake activity. You don't want to move there. Here's an area where there's actually going to be a volcano uprise in Switzerland. That's currently, apparently, we're not aware of at the moment, but there's going to be some sort of volcano in Switzerland which is going to erupt, causing a major loss of life. She says along this flat zone in the northern part of Switzerland, you want to avoid this because it's going to be destroyed by fire during the coming war. Apparently, our next war, there's some new devices going to be used that set the atmosphere on fire. A lot of firestorms in the air burning the ground. It's interesting that an unrelated set of information which comes from the Nostradamus papers, which many people have made their own versions of, that many of them agree that Nostradamus talks about the Chinese inventing new weapons that ignite the atmosphere and cause these firestorms also. So there might be some correlation here between Nostradamus' prediction of the Third World breaking out caused by the Chinese marching on Europe with firestorm devices, and the Pleiadian prophecy saying that yes, that there will be firestorms over Europe. And again, remember that she talks about, even in the 70s, that our American government is fooling around with devices which cause chain reaction in the air and ignite the atmosphere and burn the planet. That was one of the main things that they were very concerned about always. She shows him 4 areas that are very suitable. And one of the best, she says, is this area between where the volcano is going to happen and these particular earthquake zones. So she's pointing out to him, where to look to move. Well, Billy says that's great. He's very interested in building a center where he and the others could live and have their own way of life. But where's the money going to come from for this? Semjase tells Billy not to worry, that she will send out telepathic thoughts to those people in Billy's group about the truth of the mission. And she says she doesn't call this coercion. She believes that just sending out thoughts, is not coercion. But on the one side, she may be correct, because she says they won't know where the thoughts will come from. The thoughts will seem like their own ideas, and they can draw their own conclusions from the ideas she's going to send them, and that they will help Billy get this center. Then she goes on to explain that many of the group members that have already come to follow around Billy will be incarnated in their next life to help Billy out again. That Billy, who already knows that he was going to have 6 more lifetimes in the next 800 years, which are going to be very rapid lifetimes in different places on the planet to fulfill his mission, she says that this center that they're about to get, this place, this home, will become one of the main centers for spiritual growth on the planet, and that many of the people involved with Billy right now are very special people that will be incarnated actually right back at the center. And then she goes on to say that some of them will be reborn again between the years 2015 and 2025. A couple others will be born between 2033 and 2036. And the last ones will be born again between 2045 and 2072. It's very important, she says, that they incarnate again quickly. That normally the turnaround time during normal times is about 152 years for a spirit to come back into body when it leads a long and fulfilled life. She says, however, the incarnation period for these people is going to be kind of, I guess you could say they're going to mingle with it. And they're going to procreate them or cause them to be born faster, because these are difficult times where it is important that these people are born again quickly to help with the education of the earth. Then she begins to put names to Billy of the people who are going to be reborn at the center. She also tells him which sex they're going to be. And the ones that are not going to be born at the center, of which several would also be born at different places in the European theater, a couple of them several thousand kilometers away. So Billy's kind of a little surprised at this, because he was not aware of all this. But he says that it's very important that also that these people understand this and know that normally individuals have no say-so in where they are incarnated at physically, because they don't know how to do it. It is possible for an individual to have some control over that. But in this case, these people are being told that they are very special people to the mission of Earth, and that they can be incarnated again at a specific time and place to continue on with their mission, and that they will continue to be involved with the Pleiadians throughout these missions. Billy will be incarnated somewhere else, not in Switzerland, his next life. He will die a unexpected death, which will become a surprise to everyone. And this might be done on purpose, or perhaps even with the help of the Pleiadians, to facilitate him being born quicker. Because if you die by accident and do not fulfill your normal lifespan, you come back faster. So they may be doing this on purpose, because Billy is to have 6 lifetimes in 800 years, which is very quick turnaround time, much faster than normal. They don't want to tell Billy the exact dates of his death, because they don't want anybody to know that, although he has kind of an idea. But they don't want the people around him to know that because they're afraid that he might be taken as an idol or martyred or something. It'll be 800 years before he personally will be rejoined with the innermost group that he's putting together here. But these people themselves, the group will go on, and at the center where they're getting ready to build. So she felt it's very important that they know this and how important it is that they all contribute to the center. Billy said he was aware of the ability that human beings have to actually have some control over where they're going to be incarnated next. That in his travels when he was younger in the Himalayas, he had spoken with some real masters who really understood these things, and they had told him at the time how that was possible. Well, the 73rd contact was on Monday, February 7th, just a few days after that. And Billy's very excited. They've had a meeting of the group, and he suddenly flashed, like he said. He had this memory of someone that had a house. About a year before that, he had remembered this. It just popped into his head that there was this home in a place called Shmidruti that he had known about a year ago, and suddenly called the man, and the timing was great that this man said, sure, the house is going to be available next week, and it's going on the market to be sold. And it was one of these locations that Billy had always thought would be really great to have a center at. And he was very excited that it just seemed to fall right in place. Well, Semjase says, well, it didn't exactly fall in place, that she'd had a little bit to do with that she knew it was the right place, and she already knew in the future that that would actually be the location, but she wanted to leave it up to Billy to make the final decisions. She didn't want to interfere in his free will. But what she had done was, Billy didn't exactly get the idea to call this man back on his own, that she had brought that old memory to the forefront of his conscious mind so he would remember to do it. So it was his own initiative that actually called the man and so forth, and to find out about the house. But apparently the house was going to become available, and the group was very excited about it. And again, she reiterated the importance that the certain group members become aware of how important they were to the mission. Later on, it's not in the contact notes, but later on, Billy's even going to inform certain of the key members in the group of their past lives, how they've been involved with this mission to educate Earth in previous lives already and don't know it, and how their importance affects the spiritual growth of the planet Earth in the next few hundred years. So many of those people that are living over there right now are under the impression that they've had previous lives and will have more lives to come in connection with Billy and the Pleiadians, and that by living there at the center, they're becoming a member of, and the word elite was used. It says that if they continue on and help with the center, and that their incarnations will be controlled by the Pleiadians, where they will be reborn and pulled back together, and they will become members of what the Pleiadians called elite spiritual leaders to help in educating the Earth. Well, I emphasize that the word elite is in the contact notes because many people who've gone over to visit at the center have come away with the description of the people there that they seem to think that they're kind of an elitist group. And that's probably where this thinking comes from. The Pleiadians have told them that they are going to become that they are special incarnated spirits working on a mission. And they do have that attitude over there. They're not unkind. They're not cold to people. They are just into themselves. They're very busy with their mission. They take this very, very seriously. And to outsiders, when they come over there, especially even myself, my first time over, you do get that impression that we mistakenly think that they think they're better than other people, and that's not the case. They just like to keep to themselves and protect their own environment and protect their own thoughts, and they are very, very serious about the mission that they are on. You see, for all of these people, they have a different truth than the rest of the world does. All of these people have had contacts mentally, telepathically. They've been out to see the ships physically. To them, they know it's real. To UFO experts and investigators and people who look into this case around the world, they may look at fringe evidence and say, well, investigators and people who look into this case around the world, they may look at fringe evidence and say, well, it's probably not true, or this is too exaggerated, or for whatever reason, they come to their own conclusions that Billy Meier perhaps may be a fraud or a great hoax, and they make up some sort of evidence of their own to try to support their ideas. But to Billy and the people that are living over there, it's all very real. because for them, they've all experienced it, it's their own truth, and they have knowledges, experiences, and so forth that the rest of us really aren't aware of. Semjase goes on to explain to Billy that she already knows in the future that this is the home that they will get, and it's called Hinterschmidrudi, because Schmidrudi is a post office on the road right there. That's where you write to when you write to Billy, and he lives behind the post office. So in the German language, Hinter means behind, so he lives in Hinterschmidrudi, in other words, behind Schmidrudi, behind the post office, which he does. It's a little road that just leads down into the forest right behind the post office there on the road that goes to that area, and that's where his home is. She tells him that it will be purchased in the early part of '78 in the spring, that the group members will buy it, and that Billy will be greatly surprised, which won't be any surprise anymore, of the difficulties, intrigues in the group when they actually try to come together to buy this place. And actually that did happen. I don't have time here, and it's probably not even a good thing to talk about, but there were a lot of problems among all of the group members when they actually sit down to the kitchen table and started getting the money together to buy this place. And there are many great stories of intrigues among people and families getting irritated with one another, and many people left the group, and Billy alienated some people, and there were a lot of social problems among many members of the group when this came about, when they were all going together to form this little center that they live at. There's 15 people live there now. There's 25 people in what's called the Kern group, the center group of people that pay for and own this home. Well, Billy's in the ship on his radio, and they're over the city of Kloten, which is a suburb of Zurich. There's an airport there. And he sees, he's got his radio with him. He's got his little two-way radio with him, and he's trying to get in touch with Jacobus, who is down in the car, and he can see Jacobus on the ground. And he asks Semjase if Jacobus can see the ship. And she says, no, probably not very well, that it's being screened, but she can let it be seen a little bit. And so he calls out to Jacobus on the radio. Jacobus doesn't answer. And she says, well, I've told you before that when the ship's screens are on, it also blocks energies from going out, and your radio signals can't get through the screen. So and then she fixes it somehow, and she connects his radio to something in the ship so his radio can actually, his signals can get through the screens. Jacobus hears Billy, and he responds, no, I can barely see the ship. It looks like a shimmering light kind of in the sky, but I can't make it out very well. So Billy turns to Semjase and says, let Jacobus see the ship. So she does. She drops the screens just for a few seconds, and quite quickly Jacobus responds, yes, I can see the ship. And it was just hanging in the air in front of him, up in the air. So he was very excited. So for him, Jacobus, here was his truth. He finally got to see exactly the ship in broad daylight and know for himself that it was real also. So he has his own truth. Billy says, well, let's play a little joke on Jacobus here, and when you let me down right in front of the car to kind of startle him. I'll just appear suddenly in front of the car. And she says, well, I can do even better than that. I can fix it so when you materialize, you will materialize from the ground up, and it will look like you just came popping right up out of the ground. And he says, that's great. That's exactly the effect I'm after. He wants to shock Jacobus. So he does, and he appears, he just springs right up in front of the car suddenly, and it really gives Jacobus a shake. And Jacobus later goes on to write like a 2-page little article about his experiences that day, seeing the ship, and he describes how he has to put up with the tomfoolery and the jokes of Billy when he springs up in front of the car. Billy did this for Elsa and Bernadette and several others. He's always trying to trick them, but over the period of time, over the course of these contacts, all of his special members and close members of the group all got to see the ship at one time or the other. All received telepathic messages from Semjase. Many of them have their own shoeboxes full of pictures that they took on their own in broad daylight also. So anyone who thinks the ships are not real or there is not supporting evidence, all you really need to do is talk to these people. There are a number of them over there who have all shared in this experience, and this is another reason why they keep to themselves. Okay, we're up to the 75th contact, which was on Monday, February 21st, 1977. Billy says to Semjase, something kind of unusual happened. They were out at the new house that they haven't moved into yet. They're out at the new house, getting excited, looking it over, before it goes through escrow. Or we have escrows in California. I don't know what they have in Switzerland, but they're getting the money together to buy the house, and they've made a down payment apparently, and they're waiting for the paperwork to close and the house become their own. And they're out looking at it, and Billy notices in the basement, which was full of water, that the water now is disappearing. And he notices one small footprint where the water was, and it looks like the footprint of a child. And he calls out to Bernadette, who's with him, to get her camera and come take a picture, which she does. And Billy says, stand right here and take a picture to the area where that footprint is. Bernadette doesn't see anything. So she snaps the picture, and they're using a flashlight because they don't have any light down there. She doesn't have a flash. They take the picture. The picture is then developed, and Billy tells her to watch on the film, because on the film she'll see something unusual, and she does. On the film she sees a little dwarf being with a helmet on, and she's really surprised because she says, I couldn't see anything with my eyes. And he says, well, that the Semjase had told him that there was a dwarf race that lives on one of the planets in the Pleiades, and these people have these unique special ability to mentally clean the air and to clean negative energies from objects and from fluids and so forth. And that Semjase had asked them to come and clean the house of negative thoughts and negative influences in the wood and the water and the stone and the ground all around the area before they moved in, so it would be healthier and cleaner for them spiritually. And this little being was there doing that, and that he wore tape, what looked like tape, around his body to keep himself invisible. And it was invisible to our eyes, but the camera would pick it up. So we had this faint image on a picture by Bernadette of this little dwarf being helping spiritually clean up the house for them. So Bernadette, by the way, on that day when she took the picture, she was out there with Billy on this contact. She dropped him off. As well, Mr. Bertsinger, Sr. and Jr., and Engelbrecht Wachter were there also. Engelbert Wachter. And all four of them on that day got to see a display also, a demonstration they always called them. All four of them wrote up a little note then that's several pages in the contact notes about this particular contact where Semjase allowed them also to see the ship in broad daylight hovering just in the air. So again, all four of these people are again having another contact in broad daylight, and they're receiving telepathic feelings and thoughts from Semjase. So for them also, the experience is growing. For them also, they are contactees. For them also, they have their own truth. On the 76th contact, on Monday, May 23rd, 77, Billy has a meeting with Manera. And a couple of months have gone by. He hasn't seen Semjase in 3 months. She's off doing something else. And he has a quick meeting with Manera, who is, one of Semjase's replacements. There was a lady named Manera, and she had a helper named Rala, R-A-L-A. And he explains, things have been pretty rough. We're having a lot of difficulties with the house and the people. And he explains all about that. Manera says she knows, but it's going to work out. Just patience. Put up with everything. And she searches Billy's thoughts and says she's very pleased to find that Billy is not prejudiced. That most Earth people, she says, are prejudiced. They just can't help it. They're raised that way. That they're raised, it's a control factor that they raise us so that we learn and can be controlled by hating color and so forth. In that way that power organizations can control us. And that's true. If they can rile you up so you are against someone who has brown skin or blue skin or green skin or whatever it is, then you are easily controlled and you are falling to the whims of whoever is controlling you. Well, I see once again we're running out of tape. These little cassettes are just too short, aren't they? Okay, so I'll see you over on the next tape. Okay, we're back. Tape number 8 here. Okay, last we were taken off with here, we had Manera in tow on our 76th contact on Monday, May 23rd, 1977. And he'd been asking Manera where Semjase was, and she said that, she'd been gone. She was staying away so as not to interfere with the development of the new community and the new house, because Semjase had a way of always wanting to be involved in everything, which is getting too close to Billy and the other people. So she felt it best that she stay away for a while, and it had been about 3 months. Manera warns Billy that the Ptah are causing more problems, and they are getting ready to do something. They're very concerned about Billy building the center and founding a center for spiritual growth and truth, and they're very concerned about the security. She says also to find out that many members of Billy's group are being influenced by the Ptah already, that they are projecting thoughts into their subconscious, unable to defend themselves and discern where these thoughts are coming from. Already many members of the group are finding themselves influenced by this and developing wrong thinking. And that certainly would explain, Billy says, why we're having so many problems in the group, so many arguments and egos are flying all over the place. Some of the members want to be commanders and leaders and think they're better than the other people. The irony is that none of these people in previous lives have been any person of particular note or value. They were just housewives, potters, etc. But they're all acting like now that suddenly they're very, very important to the mission and that the earth just can't get along without them. Well, Billy is returned home, and he had been gone actually for about an hour or so, but she put him back so it only looked like he'd been gone about 15 minutes. Because when he left, everybody was working on the house, and they saw him walk away to the east and leave. And now, 15 minutes later, he pops back coming up from the west, and it would have been impossible for him to actually get around to this location that fast. Because of the terrain there, he would have had to have gone clear around a hill, and there's no roadways or anything for transportation. So it would have been impossible for him to actually come back from that direction, except for the fact that Manera moved in time. The 77th contact was on Tuesday, May 31st, 1977. Ptah at this time tells Billy that after listening to the thoughts of many of the members in the group after they've been working together for several months, that there are certain members of the group who are just not going to make it in this community. There are problems with some of them, massive egos where they think they're too much better than the other people. There are some people also have very low self-esteem, insecurity complexes, which won't be able to get along in a community atmosphere. Sounds kind of normal already, doesn't it? So they've been monitoring their thoughts for about 3 months, and Ptah admits they're not too sure exactly how to advise Billy about this. So they turned the information over to the High Council, hoping they would come up with something. Ptah again warns Billy about the evil of the Ptah and for security. He tells him that there are very difficult times ahead, and during the next 12 months there's going to be lots of difficulties in the group. Some of the group members may actually desert and leave. The next contact is on the 78th contact, which is Wednesday, July 6th in 77. At this contact, Manera shows up with Alina. Alina is a Lyrian. She's from a planet called Sater, S-A-T-E-R, in the constellation Lyra. It's 157.3 million light years away from us. Their son's name is Mel. Some of these names just crack me up. Here's a son named Mel. We'll have a planet named Bob and a a moon named Nancy or something. I love these names. The interesting part was that Billy once before, when he had a contact and first met Manera, he was able to play with her beam pistol, and has some pictures with that. Alina brings him a gun also, and he's able to take pictures of Alina's arm and body and so forth, but he has to black out the face on the negatives, which he does. And he gets to shoot a few holes in trees and twigs and things. And this is an old gun that she has. It's about 600 years old. And there are a few pictures of it around. I show it at talks every now and then. It has 2 little boxes on it. And when you pull the trigger, the 2 boxes, I call them boxes, are just little containers on the gun that control certain radiations. And when you pull the trigger, it just dissolves things. There's no sound or light, but anything within a range of 37.2 kilometers just dissolves without a trace. Only that place where it first hits something is there like a carbonizing or little burn mark there when it first hits something. She says also on this weapon, if you pull the trigger back farther, that it releases only the front box where the 2 elements don't mix together, and it has like a self-defense mechanism. It doesn't kill someone. It has the effect of like drugging them or knocking them out somehow. Their newer weapons are much more advanced, she says. They're far smaller, and they're also connected to the brain waves of the person who owns the weapon. Only that person could actually fire the weapon, and it's more sophisticated where you can actually almost think what you want the weapon to do, what you want it to hit, and it will just aim at it and fire for you. So it's far more sophisticated, but they didn't have one of those for Billy to play with. Billy asked about her ship. Wanted to know a little bit about Manera's ship, because he noticed the animals didn't run away when the beam ship came. And she commented, well, my ship is not a beam ship like Semjase's is. It's a different kind of ship. And it works off a different principle. It's not a beam ship, so it doesn't produce these electromagnetic vibrations and oscillations that the animals can pick up. Her ship flies by what she called a densification of atmospheric gases. These gases are then compressed and exhausted somehow. So it sounds almost like a rocket sort of thing, where some sort of sophisticated system of gas pressure that they used. She says it cannot fly in outer space. It was just designed to be used in atmosphere around planets. So a little different ship here. Manera and Alina spend a little time praising Billy about how well he knows so many different forms of manual work, carpentry, electrician, and so forth. And they keep a lot of praise again on him about being such a logical thinker and so advanced and so different than all the rest of us earthworms. So, again, all through the contact notes, Billy is constantly being praised and kind of patted on the head and told how good he is. And it's obvious by this time that, they're doing this all the time to keep his spirits up, keep him going, keep him on his mission. It's just a constant thing all the time. The 79th contact was on Saturday, July 26th, 77. Billy's not feeling very well, and he thinks that he's been poisoned from some sausage. Semjase has returned, and he's having a contact with her, and she says it's not food poisoning. And she brings him into the ship for an examination, and right away uses some little device which reveals in his blood that there are some sort of parasites inside of him. She gets excited right away, and she pulls some little device out that she puts next to the skin and turns it on, and takes about 6 seconds, and she says, there, now all parasites have been eliminated from your body. At the moment, your body is totally free of any disease and any parasites. So I'd sure love to have one of those little devices. She warns Billy that something's gone wrong here, and she can't understand, where these parasites have come from, so she's going to look into it. She also, on that contact, warns Billy that there are very dangerous egos forming in the group, which are going to cause a lot of problems for him, and it's going to make it very difficult for the group to come together. Billy asks if Quetzal is going to go through with his promise of a demonstration of the ships for the rest of the group, and she says that this time, well, he had planned to, but he is so concerned by all of the ego, jealousy, and anger that's raging in the group trying to form this community that he's going to hold off on that, and he'll let Billy know later on. On the 80th contact, which was Wednesday, August 24th, 1977, Semjase is moving her ship next to a tree to meet Billy when she picks up really strong feelings of pain from Billy. Well, this is kind of a surprise to her. She's never felt this before. Something's wrong. So she reacts kind of quickly, and pulls the ship away real quickly and causes the top of the tree to be damaged, which later on she moves the tree so it what did not exist in a time when it could get hurt. But she's hurt this tree, and she's feeling bad about that. So she goes back and reports to Quetzal that something's wrong with Billy. They look into it and find that Billy had been attacked by some little critters. Apparently, these Bafaf guys had put some mechanical-looking little bugs in a tree on Billy's property. The little mechanical bugs, whatever they were, would fly around, letting out some sort of bacteria in the air. And this was what was poisoning Billy and causing his thinking to change. Apparently everybody at the community, at the group there, this bacteria had gotten into them also. So this might explain a little bit why they're having trouble getting along. The outshot of it was that Semjase says we're going to destroy all these little bugs in the tree where that's coming from. And Billy says, how are you going to do this? And she says, well, I use this device here in the ship. It's kind of like a beam device, like those pistols you played with. but we can control the intensity of it and how far, the range is. And Billy says, "Can I give it a try?" She says, "Surely, okay, let me show you how to work it." And she's explaining a little bit about it, how you move this device and for aiming, and you move this little handle here and so forth to make it work. And she says, "I'm 38 meters from the tree. Let me move in a little bit closer." And as she's moving the ship, Billy goes ahead and fires. And she gets a little excited, like, "What have you done? Wait a minute. I haven't got to stop the ship yet." He says, "That's okay. It's all done." And she looks, and she's very surprised that he had figured out how to use the equipment so easily, and he'd accomplished the task so simply. And he says, "It's really no big deal. It's a very simple device, and anybody living on Earth who's used to messing with mechanical mechanisms could figure this thing out very simply. Probably all these kids we had that play video games would have figured it out in a flash." But she was a little surprised because they're not used to doing mechanical things, and when that device is installed in the ship, she says it normally takes them an hour or two to be checked out on it and trained how to use it. So apparently they're not too mechanical minded. They probably have droids and things that do so much for them that they're just not used to figuring things out on their own. On the 81st contact, which was Sunday, September 4th, 1977, a rather unusual thing has happened. Apparently the Ptah have shot at Billy's house. Apparently what has happened, they've aligned themselves with some ETs from the Pegasus system, who are really rather kind of wicked in thinking, apparently. These beings have a weapon somehow that takes thought energy, concentrates it, they can aim it at something, and it causes vibrational oscillations that cause matter to break down. And they've actually fired at the back of Billy's house and destroyed part of the wall on the back of Billy's house. Well, Billy listens to the explanation of how it worked and who did it, and he's kind of upset, but he doesn't seem to be as upset as Semjase is. The outshot of it was that Quetzal stations a telemeter device over Billy's house for security, so they'll know if any of the Ptah ships come around again. They repair the wall, by the way, and make it even stronger, and Billy's making jokes about, will this wall now stand up to those Ptah knaves? But the humor again escaped Semjase. She did announce to him that early when she was explaining about the effects of the Bermuda Triangle and the two giant suns whose radiations were causing the effects, that the Earth had moved out of a position where it was now affected by those. It was no longer affected by those radiations. So the effects of the Bermuda Triangle as far as radiations from these suns causing time movement is over as of July 10th, 77. It's still possible that there could be other events there, but it wouldn't be caused by these radiation effects. Some of the effects in the Bermuda Triangle and the Japanese Devil's Sea, as they call it, and around Madagascar, are also caused by magnetic storms on Earth, climate changes, crime, etc. Not all events were actually caused by the time warp. Well, an interesting thing is happening at the community. The rules for living at the community are being drawn up. I've read them. I was a member for a brief time. I was called a special member because I didn't live there, and I was member number 50 for a while, year or so. And so I had a copy of the rules, and they are very strict. For the current group who lives there, in effect, you live only for the community. You cannot think outside of the community or against any interest. In other words, open-mindedness is kind of suppressed in a way. It's a very strict community. It's far too strict for me. It was very good that I didn't live there. I wasn't able to conform to the rules anyway, even living over here in America, which led me to, resign myself and quit doing that. So anyway, the rules are drawn up, and the community is actually forming. Billy is given plans to build their meditation room, which they're going to do. Billy's has a place over there called the meditation room where they've built a pyramid exactly to the specifications given to them by Ptah, and as a regular practice, all of the members use the meditation facility. For those of you who are into astral projection, you'll enjoy this next little part here. On the 83rd contact on Saturday, September 10th in 77, it was explained to Billy that the Pleiadians were having contacts with a man who they just called Mr. G, and he was performing some important work for them, and they hadn't heard from him in several weeks, and there seemed to be a problem, and Semjase just asked casually if Billy could look into it, that she felt somehow he was being influenced by some other outside energy force, and didn't know what really had happened to Mr. G. So Billy waits till night, about 2 in the morning, and he astrally projects his thoughts to Mr. G. And his thoughts approach Mr. G. He sees him lying in his bed sleeping at night, and he notices that there's a field of energy, not a blue one but a violet one, around Mr. G. And he says, well, I have to get through this band of energy around him so I can get into his aura to actually find the thoughts that his subconscious are creating and to find out what's been going on with Mr. G. So he tries to move through this violet energy force that is surrounding Mr. G, and he is repelled immediately with this tremendously strong force. He finds himself knocked unconscious. Immediately he's back into his bed, and as soon as his consciousness returns, he notices that some invading energy has pushed right inside of his material body in his chest and threatens to kill him. That's what he said. He says he's losing his breath, and this force was so powerful he suddenly was kind of fearful for his life. With his strongest blockade abilities, he fought and resisted this force, and for 15 minutes he had to fight it tremendously to push it out of his body. Then the force left. Well, he later, when he had a contact with Semjase, explained this to her, and she was very surprised that Billy had actually been attacked by this force. They had no idea. And she says, well, don't concern yourself with it any longer. I certainly wouldn't want you to get hurt. And she would look into it and get back to him, which she does. Well, it turns out that she herself tries to get in through this violet energy block that's surrounding Mr. G, and can't get through herself, and she's hit full force with it and is knocked back, knocked unconscious. Her sister Pleiadian, who is standing by with some sort of device on board the ship, to protect her, intercedes with this device and separates the energy and pushes it out of the ship and saves her. But she says, Billy, this force was so strong that I couldn't believe that you actually survived it. And Billy said, well, what he had done was a trick that was taught to him years ago when he was learning these techniques in India, whereby that you leave traces of yourself. When you astral project, you don't allow the energy to follow you back to where you originated from. Instead, he left traces of his feelings in New Delhi and in Rangoon. So it broke up the ability of this energy to follow him back, and he did not receive a full impact then of this energy, lest he probably would be dead. Instead, he just got a minor part of the energy that hit Semjase. Ptah is called in, looks into the situation, and finds out that indeed Mr. G is being surrounded by a heavy form of energy, and he explains what it is. He says on the planet Earth there are literally billions of people who follow and align themselves with certain religious thinking. In other words, their thoughts all form a pretty much the same idea. He says that ETs who want to take advantage of this, what they can do is they can focus in on these common thoughts of billions of people. They can then concentrate that energy, because all that energy is concentrated on one idea. It's all energy. In this case, it was religious energy, where billions of people are concentrating on the idea of Jesus and Christianity. That energy then was taken and redirected by these other ETs and was used to create this energy block around Mr. G. So what Billy was running up against was actually the concentrated force of thought of billions of people being used for rather wicked devices. Mr. G then was feeling somehow that he was in touch with a beautiful higher spiritual life force, which he wasn't. He was merely being manipulated by some other wicked intelligence. So Ptah was explaining this to Billy, and explaining under no circumstances should Billy make any attempt to contact Mr. G or let him know at all that he had tried to interfere. They didn't want to take the chance of whatever was causing this energy force getting back to Billy and getting a hold of him or any of the members of the group. Okay, we're up to the 88th contact. It's Monday, October 17th, 1977. This contact, like many that will come after it, start becoming more and more involved just with the lives of the group members. Billy's making a really difficult effort here to form this group, get the bylaws together, and get everybody living under one set of guidelines, and you have all these personalities coming together, and things are proving very difficult. Also, we see the Pleiadians getting more and more involved in the personalities and the thought processes of all of the members, starting to offer opinions and so forth about what Billy should do. Ptah has asked Asket about protecting Billy from the these energy forces that are surrounding Mr. G, this violet-colored energy thing that's very powerful. As it turned out, was she didn't have too many suggestions, but had some plans for a device that could be built which would kind of diffuse those energies. And Quetzal built a device like that and installed it in the telemeter device that's floating over Billy's house, and informed him that no longer should he really have to worry about the problems from those energies. If they should attack Billy, the telemeter device then would somehow protect him. As just an aside here, if you happen to read Perry Rodin books, the science fiction paperbacks from Europe, Billy had asked if there was any connection between the author and if he'd had any contacts. And he was kind of surprised to find out, yes, that the man who writes the Perry Rodin science fiction books in Europe was quite often inspired by extraterrestrials, although he himself was not aware of it. Well, not too long after that, a rather unusual thing happened at the house. Billy was walking Claire out one night to leave, and they heard a strange sound by the house, and kind of spooked Claire, and she hopped in her car and took off. Billy, after Claire left, Billy went in the house and got his flashlight, his tape recorder, and actually got his gun. He was getting pretty spooked by all this talk about security and people trying to take his life and so forth, so he was kind of on his toes. Well, he walks out in front of the house, and he's listening very carefully for the noise, and he puts the tape recorder on a fence post, and he's listening. He just stands there and listens, and he hears this sound, Merg, and he doesn't know quite what to make of it, Merg, and suddenly he sees somebody walking slowly towards him, and he can barely see in the dark, and it's the shape of a woman, and he looks closely and sees it has very long fingers. Right away he can tell this is not a normal human being. This deals somehow with some sort of extraterrestrial. Well, as the being gets a little bit closer, Billy not only notices it has long fingers, but has an unusual looking head and face, which kind of look like an aquarium sort of person, like a water woman or some kind, almost like a fish sort of head. Well, Billy's a little cautious and doesn't know what's going on, and so he just reaches down and cocks his gun. And just as he does that, this being just disappears immediately. So he's telling Semjase and Quetzal about this, wanting to know if they have any idea what's going on. So he explains all about what happened and how he pulled his gun, and he may have acted too quickly. And that after he thought about it, and he listened to the tape recording, because on the tape recording was the sound this creature was making, which was Merg, Merg. Billy ascertained, because of his large knowledge of symbol language and sounds, that what this being was saying probably was the word peace, and that he probably overreacted because he was so sensitive about someone threatening his life, that he probably ran off a very peaceful being here, and he was feeling kind of bad about it. Well, it didn't take too long for Ptah to find out, yes, indeed, that was true, that whatever this being was trying to come peacefully, and they suggested in case they returned that Billy be very peaceful, which he said, of course, that he would. It turned out these beings were called Cygnians, Cygnians. They were from a very far away race, and apparently what had happened is their ship, when coming to Earth, their drive system had gone out, and that for 2 years they had floated rather aimlessly in space and made it to Earth. And when they came into Earth, apparently the telemeter devices didn't pick up the ships coming in by some freak accident of radiation of some type. And their ship had landed. They still had some power sources, apparently, because they were able to screen the ship, and the Pleiadians were not able to find them. So apparently one of the Cygnians, they were trying to find someone to contact on the planet to help them out because their drive system was damaged. Ptah explained that on the Cygnian world, that that these beings were more animalistic than they were human, and they still live by the herd principle. Like you would have reindeer or buffalo, where they have the leader of the herd is the strongest and so forth. Well, this was still happening on their planet. And because of this, this herd mentality, which had slowly evolved on their world to more of a wisdom system, they were used to looking to the person with the strongest vibrations and strongest mental abilities to be the leader. And this had attracted them to Billy. And this is why they had come to Billy. So Billy started to feel kind of foolish that he had run someone off and scared someone off, someone who had actually come and help. Well, it took them just a little while to find the Signians, and Ptah contacted their home planet back home and to see what they could do about repairing their busted engine. Turns out that the ships they were flying were quite old. It had been a present to them almost 4,000 years back, that the Signians themselves were very non-mechanical and didn't have a clue on how to fix it. Not to mention the drive systems were unusual also to the Pleiadians, and they weren't sure how to repair it and didn't have any parts for it, so it was going to take some time to do that. Apparently the Signian that had come to Billy, her name was Asina. The Pleiadians eventually found the Signians in their ship and took them to their station in Switzerland and put them up there for a few months while they got their ship fixed. Well, Billy, feeling pretty poorly about the way he had treated this Signian that had come to help, said he'd sure like to meet her and express his, his sorrow at being so abrupt with her. And it was arranged that he could do that. He finally meets Asina and gets to take his picture of Asina, this rather unusual being from another world. Okay, we're up to the 92nd contact now, and this is on Wednesday, November 23rd, 1977. Billy gets on his moped and he's riding out to the spot where he's supposed to meet them, and he's really not feeling very well at all. Out of all this worry and concern about possible attacks by the Fath and other energies that may be bothering the members of the group, he's been trying very hard to protect them. There are 11 other people sleeping in the house, and what Billy's been doing is he's been staying up every night while they sleep, and he's been staying awake spiritually to protect them. He guards their subconscious on the astral plane so outside influences can't get in to bother them. And then, of course, he has to sleep for a few hours and everybody's up again for the day. Well, you combine this with the work of running the center, doing the physical work, having contacts, and doing the writing. He's wearing running the center, doing the physical work, having contacts, and doing the writing. He's wearing himself out. So his nerves are becoming very frayed, and when he gets into the ship, Quetzal comments on this, and he and Semjase are telling him you've got to calm yourself down, and you're going to have to be more careful with yourself, or you're going to damage yourself very seriously and injure the mission. One of the things that they wanted to talk to him about was that there had been certain problems in the group, and it's discovered that Hans has been spreading lies about Billy and is actually being very deceitful and causing lots of problems, and this is a big shock to Billy. 55th contact, Saturday, December 17th, 1977. Semjase is visiting Billy in the meditation room that they've built at the center, and they're both sitting there in chairs talking, and suddenly Semjase gets a little concerned. She thinks she hears somebody outside, and she says, "Billy, somebody's coming, I've got to go." And she says, "No, calm yourself, there's nobody out there." She hears it again, and she jumps up out of the chair, and she's backing up, and she trips over a little space heater there in the room and falls backward, hits herself on the wall, and disappears just as soon as she hits the wall. Well, Billy's not too surprised by this because he's used to her hitting the button on her little belt there, and she immediately pops back out and goes up into her ship. He goes outside and finds that Jacobus is out there, and apparently knowing that Semjase was in the meditation room, he had decided to sneak up there and have a peek at her and wanted to get to see her himself. Well, Quetzal shows up 2 days later on Saturday because Semjase had blinked out on Thursday night. It's now Saturday, and Quetzal comes to find out exactly what had happened. And the tone of his voice is very serious, and Billy's immediately kind of alarmed and says, "Well, what's going on? What's happening?" And he starts to explain to Quetzal all about what happened. And Quetzal says that, well, after she beamed out of the room, she didn't show up back at the base, and they were very concerned. Well, they went looking for her and found that Semjase was floating in her ship above the center. She had a broken arm, she was in a coma, and her skull in the back of her head was greatly damaged. And matter of fact, she was so close to death that Quetzal was very, very alarmed. He immediately informed Ptah and rushed Semjase as quickly as possible back to the planet Era to see what he could do for her. Ptah is trying to do something because it seems to be beyond their science, so he puts a call out to Asket, since their race is far more advanced, to see if something that actually they could do. Well, the chain of events goes on that Billy doesn't hear anything for several days, and he's quite concerned. And then on Wednesday, December 21st, after several days, which is his 96th contact, suddenly he's contacted by someone he doesn't know. It's a Pleiadian man called Isetos. And he goes to see Isetos, and Isetos apparently has come to bring him a message about Semjase. And Billy's very upset. And he said, well, who are you? I don't know you. And why have they sent somebody I don't even know? Days have gone by here. I haven't heard from Quetzal. And why haven't they informed me what's going on? He's very nervous about what's happened to Semjase. And Isetos begins to tell him, well, calm yourself, and I'll explain about what's going on, and blah, 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 that Semjase's okay. And Billy just flies off the handle. He says, I know she's not okay. Who do you think you are coming here and giving me this information? I know a lot better than that. I've projected myself back to the planet Era to see for myself. And Isetos is very taken aback by this. He's, you have projected your consciousness back to Era. I was not informed that you had these abilities. I thought you to be a very primitive and ignorant person. And Billy gives him a short lecture about, he's just crawled out of the jungle and he's not quite as silly as a monkey. And then he has those abilities, and he proceeds to tell Isetos all that he has seen. He tells him that he projected his consciousness, astral projection, back to the planet Era to see what has happened to Semjase. He sees her in a glass box in what looks room sort of like a hospital room of some kind, and she's laying there frozen, completely dead in this glass box. That her head is in some sort of horseshoe device that's transparent. And he explains all this to Isetos and says, so how can you become telling me here that everything is okay when I've seen for myself that she's dead? What are you talking about? And Isetos apologizes to Billy for assuming he was so ignorant, and he's very surprised that Billy was able to do that. And he calms him down, and he assures Billy that he has come to give good news, that Semjase is alive and she's well. Billy says, well, how could this be possible? And he says, well, Semjase was frozen in that state that you saw, Billy. You were absolutely correct, but you did see that she apparently was dead. Pleiadian technology allowed them to freeze Semjase in a particular state that prevented the spirit from actually separating from the body. Even though there was medical death and severe brain damage and no brain waves, that they were able to stop it right at that point in hopes that Asket's technology might be able to do something. Well, what actually happened was, he said, was that Ptah got in touch with Asket. Asket said that no, it was too far gone for their technology, but she got in touch with another race of people who had the technology to do something about it. They immediately just transmitted themselves into the operating room on Era. These men came in, I guess you'd call them doctors, or we'll call them that. They came and they did something very, very unusual. They brought with them kind of an artificial plasma. They then took the dead part of the brain out, took the skull cap off, took the dead part of the brain out that had died out, and they put this artificial plasma back into Semjase's brain and put the skull cap back on. Within a few moments, Semjase was sitting up on the table out of her coma and was seemingly herself again. But 42 hours had gone by that she'd officially been dead, and she, of course, had no reminiscence of any of this and didn't know what really had happened. Well, it was explained to her that these people that had done this were called, they were Sonas, and so they would be called Sonians. And what they had actually done is this artificial plasma somehow that they had brought back served to work as a synthetic kind of brain. This plasma then attaches itself to the brain. It emulates the natural electrical force or life force of the being itself. and will for 3 or 4 years then work as kind of an artificial brain until the natural brain will start to recognize it as a natural part of itself again. So through whatever complicated means this was, somehow Semjase's life was actually saved by use of this plasma, and she's back on her feet. And Quetzal reports that she will have to stay at Ira for about 3 months for a period of convalescence, that part of the doctor's orders are that she not work and she not use her brain for any new information. She's supposed to take it easy. So Quetzal returns then on the 97th contact, which was the following Wednesday, December 28th. A week later, Quetzal comes back and is very apologetic to Billy, and he's, of course, reaffirming all the things that he's learned from Aisedo, and apologizes to him for not being a little bit more careful with Billy's emotions. And he also was surprised that Billy had the ability to astral project to Ira and see for himself. Well, it's explained to him that Manera and Pleiadian will help Quetzal continue with the mission, and because Semjase won't be able to come back for about 3 or 4 months. And Billy has a couple more questions about how this is possible that this plasma could work. And Quetzal just kind of runs over it again, that yes, that the brain itself has within it the electrical, or what's called the cosmical life force. When a being comes into life, that there is a force of energy in each being that keeps us alive. There is a life force within us. And this cosmical life force can do many things. It provides the impulses for life and nourishment, but there's something that it can't do. Apparently, the brain itself can send information to an immune system to correct most everything, but these impulses are not capable of curing the brain itself somehow. So what this plasma does, it's actually a foreign body inside of the brain, and eventually the body will catch on to the fact that it is a transplant. It'll catch on to it, and it will be destructive to the brain. So this artificial plasma, these Sonian guys have figured out some way to emulate the natural cosmic energy that's inside of Semjase. And they specially prepare or program this plasma so it will be compatible with the life force inside of Semjase and not be rejected for about 3 or 4 years, while the natural body's functions, the brain itself will slowly take to this plasma and make it a natural part of itself. In other words, it'll regrow that part of its own brain. Pretty amazing, huh? Well, Billy asked if they had this ability, then they could probably just keep creating new brains all the time and live forever. Is that true? And he says, before Quetzal can even answer that, Billy answers it himself. He says, no, I can see why that would be wrong. That wouldn't be possible, because that, of course, would interfere with the natural ability of creation to evolve through sleep periods. That at some point, the spirit is going to have to rest. And Quetzal agrees and says that's true. If you technically keep pushing the body, which you can through longer and longer life duration, at some point the material part of the body will give up, and the guy will become an imbecile, and the spiritual self would just go stagnant, and it would force itself into sleep. You can only push it so far. Billy had a question about the Sonians. Quetzal said he really didn't know too much about them. They were from the Tao universe. Their average lifespan was about 2,360 years. They were 175 centimeters tall. They, unlike us, they had a much larger head, about 50% larger than us, with long skulls. And they were about 4,000 years in advance of the Pleiadians, technically. They had evolved to the point where their mental abilities were so powerful that they no longer used flight machines to move around the universe, that they were actually able to transmit themselves just by the force of their own mind from the Tao universe to Ira. So these are some pretty developed guys. At the end of this contact, Billy wants to know if the 30-kilometer limit on his travels is still in force that Ptah had set on him, and Quetzal says, no, it's lifted, but you want to be very careful. There was a question about the home planets of the Pleiades. Billy wanted to know, he says, do you actually live in the Pleiades that we look at? Semjase had mentioned something about having to make a dimensional shift. And Quetzal said, I'm surprised that you picked up on that. We didn't want to tell you about that until 1979. But he says, yes, the Pleiades that we live in are actually in a parallel dimension to the Pleiades that you look at in the sky. The Pleiades that you see in the sky are not suitable for life for us, so we can't live there. The parallel world that we live in is a solid world just like yours, because Billy was concerned that they may exist in some sort of other etheric state on their own planet. But he says, no, we are we are material beings just like you, living in flesh and blood, and the parallel dimension that we live in is also solid just like yours. Quetzal also commented to Billy that there are other forms of life in other dimensions. For instance, on planets where there is flora and fauna, that there are also elemental beings. These are beings who exist in a higher vibrational level than we do. They make no effort to contact us. Their role within nature is that they are connected somehow to the flora and the fauna of a planet. There is no way to acoustically talk to them or telepathically reach them, but it is possible some people do perceive them, but we can't really communicate with them. The 99th contact comes up on Wednesday, January 4th in 78, so we're almost in 3 years here now. And this is a rather sad one because Quetzal has some bad news that he and the others have decided that they've been very disturbed by all the problems in Billy's group, and they're deliberating very seriously about stopping the contacts. It just doesn't seem to serve their interest any longer, and they're very disappointed that the group members are unable to really act responsibly with all the information and help Billy. So they say they've come to the conclusion that the people of Earth are just having too much trouble understanding the truth. And so maybe it's a good time to actually stop the contacts. Quetzal says maybe it's possible they should only continue having contacts for those who believe in or who are very sincere. But then he comments to Billy, if they stop the contacts, it would be a very bad thing for the planet Earth, because if the contacts stopped and the mission stops of developing spiritual guidance leaders with the members of the group, then he fears the prophecies of the future would probably come true, which could mean a very dark time for the planet Earth. And this would really be a shame, because if the members of the group would just understand how important this was, and if they could just open their minds up to the truth, then all this could really be avoided. Well, Billy pleads for those who have been sincere. He understands that many people have difficulty, and for some people, it's very difficult for them to understand all this information and learn it as quickly, perhaps, as the Pleiadians are expecting. And he starts to get a little frustrated and upset, and he's coming on to Quetzal about, you guys are very pushy. You have a lot of nerve coming down here demanding this and demanding that and pushing us so hard. We're doing the best that we can. And the people are working very hard. They're making a very good effort. And it was your forefathers to begin with that caused all of these problems, and you should make a little bit more effort to try to, help us with our difficulties. You need to develop patience, and possibly you just don't understand humanity as well as you really think you do. And he gets rather upset, and he says he's had enough, and he just wants to go home. He doesn't want to talk to Quetzal anymore. He just wants to go. And he makes a very valid effort. Actually, in the contact notes, there's quite a speech he gives on the defense on behalf of humanity and how we really do have to learn our own and don't be so impatient with us. Well, Quetzal understands a little bit, but Billy doesn't want to talk anymore. He says, let me out of here. I will feel better when I don't have to see you anymore. And immediately goes to the hatch and just leaves the ship. Well, their next contact, which is the 100th contact, Friday, January 6th, Quetzal apologizes. He was very moved by the things that Billy said about Earth humanity, and he apologizes. He doesn't actually apologize. He just says, we realize that we don't understand as much about you as we thought we did. For us, it is a continual learning process also. Please remember, we're not superhuman. We also make mistakes, and they kind of, make up a little bit, and he decides that the contacts will go on, but that Quetzal is still very upset by the action of the group, as well as Ptah and the others are, because there are so many difficulties, egos, and jealousies springing up in the group that really there is no progress as far as the mission is going on, and it's turning out to be just more and more difficult for Billy to hold things together all the time, as well as it's taking a very terrible toll on his health. Well, Billy returns home and tells all the members of the group, that they're going to have to straighten up, and he's explained to him all about the difficulties, but it doesn't seem to be working. The intrigues and the backstabbing are getting pretty bad around the house. Just a week or so earlier, it's worth noting, on New Year's Eve, there was a little celebration at the center there, and many of the people were there, about 20 of them, and they were all kind of, having a drink of wine and having a good time and having an interesting evening. Billy doesn't drink wine. But Billy was being pressed to show some of his spiritual abilities to the group. And it was kind of done in good faith. I mean, good fun. They'd heard stories about Billy being able to do things with his mind, and they wanted to see something. Because reportedly, when they were moving into the home, on one particular occasion, Billy was able, with his own spiritual abilities, to actually lift a very heavy oven that was too heavy for 4 men to pick up. He moved it onto the truck with the force of his own mind. Well, they'd heard about this, but none of them had really seen anything. So they were kind of pushing Billy to do something. So what ensued was, and Billy seemed to be a little embarrassed by it, and perhaps maybe his feelings were a little bit hurt. Somehow he has some strange attitudes sometimes. But at any rate, he was pushed into it, and he started accepting coins from people and performing, I guess you call, like parlor tricks. And he caused a couple of coins to get red hot. He burnt one in his hand. He was able to take a spoon and not only bend it, but have a spoon almost melt and fly across the table. So he kind of got everybody's attention, and everyone got to see Billy's powerful spiritual abilities that night. And so for them it was also true, and this served as kind of a strong thing for most of them of what Billy was talking about, how you can really develop personal abilities through the use of the Spirit. So they had a pretty good show on New Year's Eve. Well, I see we're about out of tape, and we're towards the end of Book 18 now. So I'll see you on the other side, and we'll take a trip to San Francisco in the future. Okay, we're back, and we're on the last side of the contact notes. I've probably told you that the contact notes are actually 18 books. Each book is 100 pages long. And I've gone through chronologically just about everything in them. I've left out a few things, mainly most of the information about creation and science of the universe. And I've left out most all the information about religion, philosophy, God, Jesus Christ, because I want to do those on separate tapes where I can talk about them all at one time. You see, there was information on these subjects every now and then, but it was all broken up where it's difficult to put all the pieces together. So you have separate tapes in your collection called Emmanuel and Creation, which puts all of the information about these ideas into one section so you can hear it all the way through. Okay, we're up to the 102nd contact, which is on Tuesday, February 21st, 1978. We're into our third year of contacts now. It was in the middle of the night that they came this time. Quetzal and Manera came, and they landed their ship right in front of the house. Actually, it was about 3 o'clock in the morning. The whole household was asleep, and Billy was surprised that they landed right out in front of the house. And they were in Manera's old ship, which when it sets down on the ground burns a hole in the ground. And they were, of course, able to come out and take pictures of that in the morning. So Billy comes out in front of the house, and they explained they weren't too concerned about anybody seeing him at this hour, and everybody in the house was asleep. I don't know if anybody woke up and took a look, but they should have. They're always wanting to see things, and here they would have got to see them right in the front yard. Quetzal was kind of urgent to come and see Billy, and because he wanted to talk a little bit about the Bephath, that he was quite sure that the Bephath were going to attempt something else towards his life, and they wanted to do something, and they were waiting for the Bephath to do something. And Billy says, yeah, I had a strange event happen just the other day, and there was some noise, and I heard gunfire off in the distance, and suddenly the whole house was kind of shaking and rumbling, and there was all this noise, and I didn't know what was going on. And Quetzal cuts in and says, we know exactly what was going on. Let me tell you what happened. They'd been watching out for the Bephath to do something. The Bephath did. They They heard the gunshots, the cannons that were being fired off in the distance for some sort of celebration, and a triangle, a delta-shaped ship, which is the sign of the Bephath. They come in these delta-shaped ships. They moved one in over Billy's house and were going to try to fire at the house and actually destruct the entire house and kill everyone. And Manera and Quetzal quickly acted and moved their ship right above the house and screened it so the Bephath couldn't see them. When the Bephath fired, it actually hit Quetzal's ship. And the sound that Billy heard was the sound, I guess kind of the reflection of the explosion, whatever, when this energy beam hit Quetzal's ship, and to save Billy's house. So he was explaining all this all about him, and commented also that in the future they had now decided that they were going to take action against the Bephath, and there was going to be, as soon as Ptah had okayed it, there was going to be action taken actually to take the Bephath off the planet. The little ship that had fired at him that night, they had gone after, seized it, and Manera had destroyed the ship so the Bephath would no longer have the use of that. You get the idea as you're reading the notes. There's a difference in personality for sure between Semjase and Quetzal. Semjase seems to be a little more emotional. She gets a little more excited here and there. She's a little sharper with her tongue and her tone about things. Where Quetzal seems to be much more mild-mannered. He seems to be a little bit more understandable, I would say a little more considerate of the situation. He's more tolerable to things, and I like reading the passageways in the books when Quetzal's involved. He just seems to have a really nice personality where he's really trying very hard. And he's obviously a very peaceful and loving man. Okay, we're up to the 104th contact, Saturday, March 18th. And Billy's talking to Quetzal, and he says, the ship that we're in, does it have time travel capabilities? And Quetzal says, yes, it does. What exactly are you up to? And Billy says, well, I want to go into the future. And not just the future. I want to go to a specific place in the future. I want to go to San Francisco and see the next great earthquake. Is there any reason why I couldn't? And Quetzal says, no, not that I can think of. I see no problem with that. But he says the ship that he was using, he'd have to return to the base and make some sort of adjustments or something, because it apparently only had the ability to go into the future for about 30 minutes at a time. And there was no explanation why this was, or why the particular ship that they were using only had that capabilities. But he did. He returned to the base and made some sort of adjustments with the ship. Then he and Billy struck out for the future. Okay, we move into the future, and it doesn't say exactly where they are and what date they are at. But the contact notes begin with they are about 300 kilometers from San Francisco, in the future someplace. And Billy is looking out the hatch of the ship, and he sees the San Andreas Fault. Quetzal's pointed it out to him. And he says, you can see the ridge, the natural ridge all along here where the fault goes. And Billy says, it's very interesting. Can I take a picture of it? And he says, surely you can. And Billy remarks, well, I always have difficulty taking pictures inside the ship. They always seem to be a little bit blurry. And he says, can I take a picture through the hatch, the bottom hatch of the ship where I'm looking at? He says, you can, but it's not going to come out very good because the ship, the propulsion system is letting off some sort of radiation or whatever below the ship, and the pictures are going to be a little bit blurry. So he suggests to Billy that he take the pictures inside the ship on one of the sight screens, which he does. And he gets a picture of the San Andreas Fault. So then he says, well, okay, on to San Francisco, and let's see that. It just takes a minute or two, and they're over in San Francisco, and they're just south of San Francisco, kind of looking northwest. And Billy remarks that he is surprised at the extent of the destruction. It's far greater than he really thought it was going to be. And actually, he's kind of taken back, and they both get a little emotional at the mass destruction that there is. Apparently, it's one of the, a very bad earthquake. Billy says, well, is there some landmark or American building, he calls it here, that I could take a picture of that everybody would recognize right away, so surely they would know that I took a picture of the future. And he comments in there as he's taking it, he says he wants to take a picture of this turn-of-the-century earthquake. There's no exact date given, but there is the phrase that it's happening right at the turn of the century. Now, we're in 92 now. Then also it's mentioned that even though they moved forward in the future from 1978, that each time they would have gone back, the time would slightly be different. So, and as I've learned from Billy since, that things are speeding up a little bit. So we don't know exactly when that earthquake may hit. It is certainly before the turn of the century, because if anything, it's faster than the time period that Billy saw. And he remarked at the time he was told it was at the turn of the century, right at the turn of the century. So possibly it's going to be a few years before that. So, heck, I don't know. Okay, we're up to the 106th contact, which is on Monday, April 10th, 1978. And Quetzal has some really very hard news for Billy, that he and the others have been monitoring the thoughts and feelings of all the members very carefully to see what they're doing, and things are really not going very well at all. As a matter of fact, he remarks in here, and he gives the names of several group members who are on their own, secretly talking and discussing, and are thinking very negative thoughts about the whole center idea. They're even going so far as to try to undermine Billy, and they're talking to other people, telling them, don't invest in this, don't put any money into the house, and it's getting very bad. There's even a couple of people who are developing great hate for Billy's wife. There's lots of jealousies going on. And so Quetzal says, this really is not working out the way we expected, so we're going to have to kind of put the group on some sort of probation here, where we can monitor their thoughts for a while and see if this really changes. And this time, Billy is pretty much in agreement. Things have not gotten better. The group steadily is getting worse, even no matter what. Things have not gotten better. The group steadily is getting worse, even no matter what he can do about it. That the teachings aren't going well. Certain members are just, violently opposed to them, and they're going to have to leave the group, which they wind up doing. So it's kind of a sad time. It's kind of the beginning of the end, when both Quetzal and Billy actually are beginning to realize that this just is not working out. That Billy's mission as a prophet may have to be served in other ways. Well, on the 107th contact, that's Saturday, May 20th, 78, we're up to 107 of them now, Billy's surprised was Semjase and Ptah come to see Billy. And Semjase is back, and he's, of course, very excited about this. He hasn't seen her. She's been gone for 3 months since the accident. So he's really happy to see them. And, there's the usual exchange of, how are you, great to see you, etc., etc. And one of the first things Semjase says, which is very nice, is she says, tell Jacobus that I don't hold anything against him. It's not his fault. And Billy's very happy about this, because Jacobus, there's been a lot of anger vented toward Jacobus for the accident, because they all feel like he caused the accident, and it wouldn't have happened with, if he hadn't been sneaking around and being irresponsible. And Jacobus himself, I know him, he's really kind of a sweet guy, but he's a little slow, and I don't mean that unkindly, and he has a difficult time with things. And he felt very bad. He felt very bad when this happened. So it was very nice for her to say that and kind of perk up his feelings a little bit. Billy's feeling a little better now, and he's kind of excited that Semjase's back. And he says, can we just fly over by the house? And she says, sure. And they fly over by the house, and his wife and several members of the group, he sees them down in front of the house, and he hops on the radio so they can hear him. And he's saying hello to everybody down below. And he says, Semjase, could you please just let the ship be seen for a minute so everybody could see you? And she says, oh no, it's not possible to do. I don't have Quetzal's permission. So unfortunately that wasn't possible at the time. Along with this contact came the news that the Ptah, the last remains of them, had been rounded up and taken off of the planet. They were going to take them to another galaxy in another location where their technologies would be taken away from them, where they really couldn't cause any more trouble. It was also mentioned that they were going to fill in some of the area below the pyramids, way down below in the big halls where the Ptah had been living, and they just took everything out and filled it all in down there with some sort of dematerialization, rematerialization process. So Billy said, well, did you fill in all of the walkways and caverns below the pyramid? And she said, no, most of them are still there. We just filled in the very large ones where the Ptah were living. Sadly enough, though, she had to reiterate the words of Quetzal, that yes, they and the others had really noticed the degeneration of the group, and the great problems and strain that it was putting on Billy. And she said that the High Council had informed Quetzal that they better start putting a probation period on this, and if things didn't get any better, then they were just going to have to stop the contacts as they were happening. And Billy kind of agreed, and they suggested also that he no longer even pass out his contact notes to the members, because most of them were not behaving sincerely anyway, and it probably wasn't a good idea. And he agreed to that also. At this point, he's understanding more their viewpoint, where their desires and their interests are not being met or serviced by the group, and so there's no point in really continuing it. Well, the 108th contact is on Thursday, June 1st, 1978. And Ptah and Quetzal come because they want to talk to Billy to just make sure he understands clearly about what's going on with the group. And they're explaining to Billy, they realize all the pressures that are being put on Billy, but Billy, as it's turning out, has been doing so much manual work and spending so much time with the group that he's not having any time to spend on his mission. It's actually been a while since a contact. He hasn't written anything. He hasn't been doing any teaching, and he's getting tireder all the time. And it's turning out that his methods of leadership are not working out, so they just wanted to let him know that they were aware of things were not going well. But it was a very friendly meeting, and they were not really having problems with him personally. They were just noticing how difficult things were going. Billy at this time is given the actual names of the members of the group who are causing all of the problems that should leave the group and not be allowed to return. And there are several names in there, which there's no point in mentioning them now. And one comment was that these people also, something that isn't mentioned in the contact notes up till here, but in the meditation chamber, all the members of the Figu group have been allowed to use the meditation chamber, where Quetzal had affixed some device on the top of the pyramid in the meditation chamber that is increasing the lifespan of the people using it by about 10 to 12%. And it's commented here that once these people leave the group, within a very short period of time, the influences caused by that pyramid will go away, and their normal lifespan will then be set back in, so that their original time of death would once again come into play. It's mentioned here also that Claire, unfortunately, which is up to now has been one of Billy's closest friends in the group, unfortunately is having so much difficulty, there's so much strain on her too, that she's taking to undermining the mission and wants out and is causing a lot of damage. She's speaking behind Billy's back, and this is of great pain also to Billy. He's also given a list of each person at the center of what they should start doing. The Pleiadians are trying to help Billy establish a little order, and they give him this list of work things that they think each person at the center should do, so Billy wouldn't have to do so much himself, okay? And Billy's given a set of regulations again for the group. Even though they'd drawn up a set of Figu regulations themselves when they founded the group, doesn't seem to be working out very well. No one's sticking to them. At least, some of them aren't. Many of the people, Guido and Bernadette and Jacobus and Engelbert and his wife Maria have always been very faithful from the beginning, and I don't mean to mix them up with these particular problems, including Billy's wife Poppy, who's just my favorite. I just love her. She's so sweet, and she's endured so much difficulties throughout all of these contacts, being a mother and having the difficulty of families, that I can't give enough praise really to her for her personal strength in enduring all this. These people are still with Billy. They endured the entire thing, and they're still hanging in there, so good for them. On the 111th contact, Monday, July 17, 78, Billy is on his way out to the contact. Once before he had difficulties where his nerves were going bad. He was just getting exhausted. Well, this particular time, on the way out to the contact, he just simply fell over in a ditch. He's riding his moped, he has a nervous breakdown, and he just collapses from exhaustion, literally. Quetzal pulls him up into the ship immediately. Billy's in a coma, he's so far gone, and they're very fearful for his life. It takes a few minutes, even with Quetzal's sophisticated technology, to bring Billy around, and it takes some minutes then for him actually to repair some of the nerve damage in Billy's body. Apparently Billy has damaged some of the internal organs. His heart's even beating irregularly, and there was a very close call here. He may have actually even passed away. Billy notices after he comes to that Quetzal and Semjase are over the top of him, and he's a little surprised to actually even find himself in the ship. And they're explaining to him what the damage that he's done to his nervous system, and Billy's kind of giving in. He sees it happening too. He's just exhausted, and he has no mental awareness hardly at all. Quetzal tells him that it's going to take about 12 to 14 days for his nerves to regenerate after the treatment that he had just given him. And Billy can't hardly talk straight, and he's kind of dopey. Apparently Quetzal's done something to him to cause him to just like calm down, some sort of induced tranquilizer. He does mention that the device that he used on him to repair the nervous system and bring him back to health was electromagnetic in nature. He doesn't explain exactly how it works, but just the type of process that was used. Billy's then set down close to home where Jacobus picks him up, and Billy has to go home and do a little recuperating for a couple of weeks because he's just in very bad shape. On a later contact, actually on Wednesday, July 19th, it's just a couple of days later, it's the 112th contact. It's a very short one to check in and see how Billy was feeling. About the only thing they talked about, oddly enough, was dancing. Billy wanted to know if they had dancing in the Pleiades. And Quetzal says, they had dancing in the Pleiades. And Quetzal says, yes, they do, but as far as he knows, that dancing is like a normal thing that seems to be in just about every race they come across. It has to do with the rhythm and being interested in rhythm and moving to it and so forth, which that seems pretty normal. But he did comment something kind of unusual. He says that on a Pleiadian world, that the men don't dance. The women will dance, but the men don't dance. And here's why. This is kind of unusual. Might give you some insights into something here. He says that in certain cases, that many males are very incomplete in their feeling of being male, and they harbor some feminine tendencies within them, and that dancing brings those out. And if a person, by virtue of having a short rebirth, they call it, if a person comes back into life too fast, faster than they're supposed to, for whatever reason, that there's a tendency for this, where the spirit may be slightly confused about its sex. Apparently what it comes out to is that we have the ability to determine our sex from lifetime to lifetime, and that's something that we need to have programmed in ourselves when we pass away, when we die. That's something that's in our own head. But if it's not, if we die early out of accident, and we're not clear on whether or not we want to be male or female, when you have an accident, you return to birth much faster than you normally do. And in that instance, he says that the inside the spirit may not be exactly sure if it wants to be male or female. There may be some slight confusion in there, and if there is, dancing will bring that out and make the person even more confused. Now, it sounds like what they're talking about here is there could be some sort of explanation in all of this, how homosexuality actually manifests itself. It can be some sort of accident of when a person does not lead a fulfilled life, a long life, perhaps dies short, comes back too fast, and is confused themselves. Maybe that's where it comes from. Okay, we're up to the 113th contact now, and that happened on Sunday, August 6th, 1978. This contact was, again, for Billy's information. There was very little talk at all about the group. It was with Quetzal and Semjase together. Semjase is still attending most of the contacts here. One of the things they talked about, Billy had a question about the Catholic Church. He had been doing some work with his numbers and working on the prophecies of the future and so forth, and wanted to discuss with him if he was correct about the coming times of the future in relationship to the popes. And Quetzal says, yes, I'll run over that for you. He says, shortly there will be a new pope, that the pope that's in office right now will pass away, and it will be time to elect a new one. Now, we're in 1978 here. I'll try to keep the dates straight here so you can follow this. He says this new pope will be elected by 111 cardinals on Saturday, August 26th. His name is Luciani. He will be called Pope Johannes Paul the First, Pope John Paul the First. Okay. Now his name will be introduced to these cardinals when they go to vote. If, in case you're not familiar, there is what's called the chairs of Rome. The Vatican is actually run by the chairs of Rome, or the cardinals, and I don't know exactly how many there are. There's well over 100, and they make the decision. They vote in on who's going to be pope. Okay, so what has happened here is they're voting in this new guy, Pope John Paul I. His name is Luciani, his real name, and they take, from the moment of time that it's introduced that this man may become pope, it only takes 33 minutes for them to deliberate and to decide that he should be the next pope, which apparently is rather quick for them. Well, oddly enough, even though it only took 33 minutes for him to be decided upon, he's going to be dead in 33 days, on September 28th. Here's why. Apparently, after they decide to put him in power and make him the pope, that they're very surprised by the way this man acts, and it causes a lot of horror, was the word that's used in there, with his behavior. First thing he did is he broke tradition by not wanting a fancy coronation when he became pope. All he wanted was a simple ceremony, and this really angered the cardinals. And for the weeks that followed, just a couple of weeks after that, he seemed to be offending a lot of the cardinals and causing lots of problems. And apparently the cardinals feel that they are the real power of the Catholic Church, and the Pope is just a figurehead. So already a plot was put into motion to actually kill this poor Pope, or it's going to be put in motion because we're talking in the future here, to kill this poor guy. So Pope John Paul I is already in trouble. They poison him on September 28th at 2307 hours. That's 11 o'clock in the evening, 11:07 in the evening. He's going to be poisoned with a very fast-acting poison that disappears quickly in the body, and it will appear as though he had a heart attack. Now, I remember back in '78 when that happened. The guy was only in office for about a month, and I thought, gee, that's too bad. The poor fellow died of a heart attack just after getting, this job. That, as a religious man, I'm sure it must be the height of your career to become the Pope. So I remember feeling kind of sad for the fellow that he'd probably worked all of his life as a priest and whatever, working his way up, becoming a cardinal, whatever, and then suddenly he becomes Pope, and a month after he becomes Pope, he's dead. But according to the Pleiadians, it was no accident. The cardinals actually poisoned him because they didn't want him any longer as the Pope. Well, one of the other problems was, too, this new Pope will also be too kind to the people. And they apparently don't like that. They like for the popes really to just kind of deal out the rules and laws of Catholicism and work very closely and kind with the cardinals themselves. Kind of sounds like Congress and the president, doesn't it? Well, apparently this pope, that was another reason why they poisoned him, that they were afraid that he was going to become too friendly with the public, too lenient, and they would lose some of their control and some of their power. Billy questioned, well, whether or not they would actually get caught at this, because apparently they've done it several times in the past where the cardinals have actually poisoned or in other means gotten rid of popes. And Quetzal remarked, no, it's very hard to catch them. You must remember that the Vatican is a separate state in Italy, has its own police force, its own little government, its own post office, and the Italian government or no other government really has authority to investigate or do anything. So they're really it's very difficult at all to pursue any kind of investigation and catch them, so they can really kind of get away with it. And Billy thought this was kind of sad that this sort of thing was really happening. Billy's not much for religion, but at the same time he doesn't go along with murder at all. Now this pope that's getting Pope John I, who's going to be poisoned, his successor begins the prophecies that Billy's talking about, because there's only going to be 3 more popes now, and he's the 3rd one. There'll be 2 more after him. His name is Pope John Paul II. And he'll be appointed Pope within a month after the death of Pope John Paul I, who dies of poison on September 28th. In October, Pope John Paul II comes into power. His real name is Karol, and I can't pronounce it. It's Wojtyla, Polish name, Wojtyla. Not very good with names. I don't know how to pronounce that. But he will be the 3rd there are only 3 popes but left before the big world change is going to come. He's the 264th pope, and he will die in the near future. They know the date, but they don't want to give that date just at that point. The world will then be astonished when that pope that comes along next will also be killed very shortly. Then that would be the second to the last pope. He won't have a very long reign whatsoever. Then the last pope will come into power, and he will be a pope with the number value of 5. And he will bring Catholicism into the world arena of war and so forth, and reveal the Catholicism for what it really is. He will be the 266th and last pope. That the prophecy says, and they say that Billy is correct, that will be the end of the Christian church, or at least the Catholic Church, that the war will have broken out, and Italy will be overrun, and Catholicism is going to be stamped out, was kind of the phrase they used. That'll be the end of it. Out was kind of the phrase they used. That'll be the end of it. Billy must be very careful not to reveal any of these events, because of course they haven't happened yet, and he should never do anything that influences the future. He must be very careful about that. So he assures them that he will not. So we'll have to see how its hand plays out. Actually, at the time of this tape in '92, I don't know which pope we're on. If we're on the 265th or 266th, so you might want to check it out. If we're on the 266th pope, that's the last one. Well, the last contact, the contact notes, which is the 115th contact, took place on Thursday, October 19th, 1978. So it's been almost 3 years. And there hasn't been too many contacts of any consequence really in the last year, because most all of them have been centered around helping Billy get the group, the FIGU, organized. FIGU is F-I-G-U, and I should have mentioned it earlier here, sorry. It's an acronym for Free Community of Interest in the Border, Spiritual Sciences, and UFOlogy. Now in German, if you've ever read any German or looked into it all, they make these gigantic words. And when they would say free community of interest in the border and spiritual sciences and UFOlogy, we say that with, a number of small words. They put it all together into one word. And there is one word for that, but it's like 26 characters long, and I can't begin to pronounce it. No one else can either, unless you're German. So we just call it the FIGU, F-I-G-U, and that's just a short acronym for meaning that. So I should have probably explained that earlier, but the difficulties now of getting the FIGU organized and together have become very difficult. The Pleiadians have tried for some weeks to get Billy to come to a contact. He has not answered. He hasn't shown up. And they're, of course, very concerned, because they have a huge amount of time and things invested in him, and they know he's okay. They can tell he's at home and that he's working and doing things, but he's not responding to his telepathic calls, and he hasn't been making any effort to contact them. And now here they are at the 115th contact. Billy showed up. It's October 19th, 1978, the last contact. Well, Billy comes, and Semjase right away says, she's quizzing him, well, why haven't you responded, and so forth, and is something wrong, and we're very worried about you and very concerned. And Ptah and Quetzal are also there, and Ptah breaks in. He says, I understand, I know what's wrong, and it's come to a point where Billy has decided not to continue with the contacts. And Billy and everybody kind of looks at him, and Ptah always seems to know everything that's going on. And Ptah goes on to say, and he understands why, that for years Billy's been trying to teach the members of his group all of the lessons of spirit and the lessons of all of the knowledge and things that he's learned. And the more he tries, he continues to be more and more frustrated, because very few of them are catching on, understanding, or making any attempt to learn. And the original idea of the FIGU was to bring a group of people together around Billy who would study and learn the lessons and help Billy disseminate them to the world. That it was assumed this would be the best way to get the information out to the world. But it has not worked out. Not only is it not getting out to the world, it's not even working out within the group itself, where there's been so much dissension, fighting, and jealousy that they haven't even learned the lessons themselves. So at this point, Billy's gotten to the point where he just can't stand it any longer. Always the ego and the materialism and jealousy are getting in the way whenever he tries to teach people about love and understanding and how to get along. The biggest problem has really been that the people in the group let their own egos get in the way, and they're all worried about whether or not they're more important than somebody else, if they're closer to Billy, or if they're in favor of Billy or whatever. There's a lot of that going on. That was even going on when I was going over there all the time. So Billy actually is just giving up, and he says he's just had enough, that it's just impossible for him to act as the leader of the Figu, control entirely the group, work around the house, and then try to continue his mission. And he remarks to them, and Ptah understands that it's come to a point where it's just no longer working out well. And Billy wishes to discontinue the contacts in their way also. The probation has not worked out. So this becomes the last contact in the contact notes, which is book 18. I myself was going over seeing Billy and was a member of the Figu. I believe it was 87, 88, and 89. And during the time period I was there, I discovered that there are quite a few more contacts. We're on the 115th contact, and at the time I was over there, there was already 190. There had been another 75, 80 contacts or so, but they were not for the public, and they were not for the group, and they were primarily all telepathic contacts just for Billy. The contacts did continue on. As a matter of fact, Billy actually did write 2 more books of contact notes, book 19 and book 20. And they've never been circulated. I think the only copies of them are in Billy's office. I've read both of them, 19 and 20, and they're really kind of sad commentaries because here's a man who's had the opportunity to have meetings, contacts, and education with human beings from another world, and it's become so, it failed because of just the human element. It didn't do well, and in it is full of sadness. There were a few contacts right after book 18, but they were only to talk about the failing of the problems and how Billy just did not turn out to be the right kind of person to lead all of these people. He just couldn't do all of these things. And in book 19 it discusses that a little bit, as well as some of the arguments and so forth that went on in the group. And because of that, the book just never came out, nor did book 20. And book 19 also has a few prophecies in it that were only, I think they were for the year 79 or 80, I forget the exact dates. And they talked about all the problems at the Munich Olympics, the terrorism and so forth. That was told to Billy how that was going to come about and what was going to happen. Billy did send circulars, flyers, and letters to the people at the Olympics warning them, but no one seemed to pay any attention. Okay, we've just finished going over 18 books of contact notes, or Semjase reports, whichever way you want to refer to them. And those are the private notes of Billy Meier that were written, of course, through all of his many contacts. Aside from that, he wrote several other books and is continuing to write. I thought it might be interesting here, since we have a little room on this tape, you might like to know about many of the other books and what they're actually about and how you could go about getting them. All the books are written in German. Billy does live in Switzerland, and he lives in the part of Switzerland where they speak German. So they're all written in German. If you read and write German, you could, of course, write and receive any of these books and read them yourself. Unfortunately, most of us here in America don't read German. So I have all of the books in German. Most of them have been translated into English by various people. But unfortunately, the way has never come clear for them to get published. There's always been difficulties with contracts or legal problems, and the books have really never come out. So I thought it'd be good right here. I've got a little list of all the books that are available. I'll tell you what Billy has written, what they're about, and at the end I'll give you his address, and you can write and get them if you want. The first book is just called An Opening Word, and it's available in German only. It's $20 when you send for it. And it's just an opening thing about Billy himself. It's the truth about the information, the purpose, the meaning of religions, the revelation of their influence on human life. So it's just a few opening words about Billy, and it's called An Opening Word. The next book is called Arahat Athrasata, and this is a very unusual book. During his contacts, as they were going on for the 3-year period, Billy was also receiving telepathic transmissions from a higher spiritual form that the Pleiadians put him in touch with. This is not channeling. He actually receives telepathic symbols, and then the symbols have to be converted by virtue of the sign or key language, whatever you want to call it, and then he writes them out. So Arahat Athrasata is a higher spiritual form, as you will hear about on the 2 tapes entitled Emmanuel, that Arahat Athrasata was the same spiritual form that was the teacher to Emmanuel, the man known as Jesus Christ. So this is a higher spiritual form that no longer exists in the physical form, which Billy had a great deal of difficulty receiving information from. The transmissions were stopped on several occasions. Once because they were coming too fast, he was overworked. Once because the transmissions were too difficult for him to perceive. The frequency was too high, so they adjusted that. But it finally did get done. And the book has been translated actually into English, but there's no legal precedent here or contract, I might say, for the thing to actually be published. So that may happen in the future sometime. But anyway, I thought I would read you the short foreword from Arahat Athrasata, and then you would get an idea roughly what's in the book. It says in the foreword, Arahat Athrasata, mankind of this earth is in a stage of witnessing a step towards a radical change, a new age, that is clearly seen by spiritual people as more significant. Nevertheless, the great mass of humanity is in the abyss of spiritual ignorance and bondage. So it has become necessary to go to the root and give them this message. It is also necessary to lead them towards or forward to a new way on the path of spiritual understanding and harmony in the future. The earthman should open his spiritual senses and recognize the truth. So begins the message from the spirit level of Arahat Athrasata. There are valuable references to be found in this book on the development of the awareness of life, so that as man begins the Aquarian age, he finds the path of creative justice. That's the foreword in the book. It's roughly a 100-page book. I've read the thing several times. It's a great little book, and it actually contains some really valuable information in the later chapters on practical information on how to experience spiritual growth, how the thoughts of your mind actually work in the universe, how they are, you might say, reflected by the universe so you can learn to understand what is happening with your thoughts. It's called a boomerang effect, where your thoughts have electrical charges. You create a thought, send it out, and it comes back to you in kind of a reverse polarity form. It's called a boomerang. That's explained in the book. It's a very valuable book with insights into humanity and how we could prepare ourselves for the coming age. In German, you can buy it. It's $25 if you send for that over there. And hopefully maybe someday we'll be able to get the opportunity to actually publish it and sell it here in English so you could read it. Much of the information that's in it, I kind of squeeze into the tapes here and there a little bit. Okay, the next book is called Biotope. I had no idea what a biotope was when I was villing over at Billy's, and I saw this and I says, "What's a biotope?" And they said, "You don't know what a biotope is?" And I said, "No." And she says, "Well, it's a garden patio." I said, "I never heard of that." And she says, "Well, you must. Surely it's the most common word in English." Well, maybe it is to a lot of you, but I was not familiar with the word biotope. I am familiar with patio, but not biotope. So Biotope is a short book. It's on the design, layout, and plans on how to build garden patios within nature. That's just $5. There's also a book called The Book of Names. This is a very interesting book. It includes over 6,000 names in their original form and meaning. Throughout the notes, when we were going through the tapes, you notice I mentioned a couple of times that the ancient Lyrians had pretty much figured out entirely the language of spirit. In other words, the sounds that are made and how the spirit actually interprets those sounds in actual meaning. Well, there's a book of names. And this book of names, you can go through it and you find all of the sounds and so forth, and you can look up the name like Sharon, and you can look it up and see what that name actually means in the old Lyrian language, which is founded, as I said, as best they could on the true meaning of how spirit interprets these sounds. That's $60 for the book of names. There's a book called Directives, and it's in German only. By the way, it says $60 on the list, but I tend to think that's a misprint, because it's not that big of a book, and I do not believe that the Book of Names is actually $60. So I think it's a misprint on the list. It's probably only about $15 or $20. There's a book called Directives. It's in German only, and it says $18. These are guidelines, rules of behavior, achieving and keeping one's psychology, physical and conscious, purity, health. This is an attempt by them to write down all the directives for life, and how to make kind of maintenance for the psyche, the mind, and consciousness, and so forth. There's another little book called the Decalogue. The Decalogue was translated years ago by a lady here in the United States named Roberta Brooks, who was a very close associate of Billy Meier's, and she was able to translate a book called the Decalogue, the Psyche, and the Meditation. And unfortunately, she had some difficulties with the group over there, not with Billy himself, and there was a falling out, and these books came off of the market, unfortunately. But they're very good books, and she did an excellent job of getting them translated. It's just unfortunate they're no longer on the market. Well, the Decalogue is a book that's devoted to the understanding and explanation of the 10 Commandments, or what's called the 10 Bids. This book was actually transmitted to Billy by another spiritual level called the Ptah level. The Ptah level is the very highest of spiritual levels. Both it and the Arhat Ather level were very difficult for Billy to perceive. The Ptah level was way too high. So it was arranged through the High Council of the Pleiadian worlds that the Ptah transmissions would be received by them in meditation. The frequencies then were toned down to where a human could receive them, and Billy was transmitted this information from the Ptah level, which explained the original 10 bids or commandments as they originally were in the universe. And there's some explanations in there on how they mildly vary, depending on how the way we've defined them over the past few years. And actually, there's 2 more commandments in there. There's really 12. And so if we find our way to be able to get this book out to you in English sometime, you'll be able to read all of those. You can send for it in German, by the way, and it's just $15 over there. There's also an index of the photos. As many of you know, Billy took hundreds of photos. There's an index to all of the photos for $15. It does not have pictures in it. It has descriptions of each picture, who took it, when and where, and you can buy that, and from that then you can order the photos. There's a book called Life and Death, and it's written by Billy again. It's $25, and it's about the continuation of the spirit inhabiting the human being after the death of the physical body. It's a very interesting book. You might want to get that one. There's one called The Law of Love. It deals with the love and the basis of our existence, the logic of love, its definition and meaning in human life. It's also $15. There is a book called The Meditation, and the meditation is actually like an introduction to the principles of what meditation is. It's an explanation mentally of how to go about performing meditation. You might say exercising it and learning about oneself and developing spiritual powers. It also was translated into English, but it's not available. But in your tape set, there are one tape called The Meditation, which explains as best as possible all the processes that are involved in that. You can order it for $15 in German. There's another book called the Om, O-M. Om means creation. And they refer to it over there as the Book of Books. I'm not sure of the price at this point. It's probably around $125. It's in German. It's 600 pages long, and it is it's a number of things. It's a huge book. It's kind of a rewrite of the Old Testament, for one thing. It contains all the most important laws and commandments according to the laws of creation, rules of order, guiding lines, aims, task of the human being, both in the material and spiritual life. It was compiled together kind of like a mutual thing between Ptah and Billy. And then there's the prophecies. It's $25. It's, of course, prophetical statements and prophecies of coming events on Earth beginning in 1976, some of which I've already gone over with you. In a few I will just kind of write down there in your exhibit on the prophecies. Then there's a book called The Psyche. The Psyche is a very interesting book. It's kind of a handbook for learning to understand your mind, your psyche, and the internal workings of it. It's $15. And then, of course, there are the Semjase reports or contact notes, which we've just gone over on these past 8 tapes. You can buy those in their German form also, all 1,800 pages of it. and I don't know what the price of those currently is at the moment, or if they even have them all available. So all the books are available in German. Billy's address is listed in your exhibit, so feel free to write and get any of those that you like. And happy reading. Okay, welcome to a rather unusual tape. We've pretty much finished up with the contact notes now, if you're doing these in order at any rate. This is a rather unusual tape in that it deals specifically with the information surrounding the life of Emmanuel, the man known as Jesus Christ. Repeatedly in many different areas of the contact notes, this subject came up, as well as even years before the contact notes when Billy was having his early contacts with Asket from the Tao universe when he was a teenager. He also had some experiences surrounding the life of Jesus Christ. So I thought I would put all the information into one tape so you could hear about it all the way through at one time. This way it'll make a little bit more sense instead of just getting pieces of things here and there. I'd like just for a moment to kind of challenge your imagination here. And I'd like for you to pretend just for a moment that you're living on a different planet. Let's say on your planet, it's very normal, the society that you were born into, that you're very highly evolved. And in your schools, you have exact knowledge of how the universe was created, how life is procreated, the purpose and meaning of life. You have space travel, you visit other worlds, you're telepathic. Your memory is superb. You can recall from your subconscious almost any thought you've had your entire life. You were evolved to the point where your lifespan is 5,000 years. You have perfect health. You live in perfect harmony with all the people on your planet. Sounds like a pretty good place, huh? Well, the reason I ask you to imagine this is I want you to kind of get yourself in the state of mind that, where you live on a planet where there is exact knowledge and that there is real truth, and that you live with a race of people that have now explored the universe that we live in and have exact knowledges about what's really going on with the universe, with creation, and what life is all about. And this, of course, leads to harmony among people because there's no arguing and so forth among one another because the truths are all really known. You've evolved to that point. Now let's say you go to a school on that planet and you decide to take up planetary engineering. And you go through all these classes and you learn all about other life forms, and you're very excited about the prospect about working with groups of your own people and going out and seeing other societies on other planets and learning how they're going to grow, and watching the races that are not very developed discover fire and learn how to talk and how to build a hut to protect themselves with, and how to find food and how to plant crops, and how to establish governments and communities. You want to go watch other races develop. Well, let's say that you fly off to one of them. It's your first assignment, and you get to a planet that's somewhat developed. You look down, and these people, they're quite developed. They have industry. They're able to understand the periodic chart of elements. They have communications. They have, education on their world. They know quite a few things. They're building communities, cities, and transportation and so forth. And you look down, they're pretty developed. Let me see what I can do, to possibly study and learn more about this race. Well, you get closer, and you find out that it's a planet divided by some 200 different, what they call countries. And each one of these countries has their own ideas about what life is like and how to govern their people and how to run their economic system and their barter system. And you find out that practically none of them agree. Not only do they not agree, but you find out suddenly that they're all fighting and arguing. They will even go to the point of killing one another and lying to one another. And then you get very interested. You think, fascinating. These are brand new concepts. And you find yourself not even understanding the emotions of these people. As you listen into their thoughts and feelings, and as you start to watch their reactions to stimuli in their environment, you're perplexed. You weren't quite ready for this in the classroom. Because these kind of feelings, emotions, hate, anger, jealousy, and prejudice, and all this excitement and so forth, doesn't exist on your world. Your world is very calm. Your world is very in balance. Your world exists in sort of a meditative bliss because you've evolved beyond these things. You now approach life with certainty, with truth, and an entirely different attitude than the people on this world are doing. So you have much to learn. And you suddenly notice within the hearts and minds of these people as you start listening that they're not filled with the same comfort, bliss that's on your world. Instead, it's a very difficult, hard life for the people on this planet. They're having a very difficult time getting along. And then it dawns on you, well, everybody on this planet seems to have a different idea about life, and they're all arguing and fighting and killing one another, and most of it's because they really don't have any real knowledge about the universe and what life is really all about. The meaning of life escapes these people, and they don't live in harmony with one another, with their planet. And oh my gosh, they're very close technically to coming out here into the free space. What's going to happen to them when they come out into the free space and suddenly find themselves face to face with all these other races, these higher evolved races, who have all these great technologies and all of this knowledge? Well, it could be a short ending for the people on this planet. We better do something to help them out. Most importantly, let's help them out so they can find peace within themselves, so they can start living as a brotherhood of love and sharing and really discover the wonderful things and the wonderful type of life you can have when you live peacefully in harmony with one another, within creation, and with nature that you live with. Well, you've got your task set out for you, don't you? So you begin to examine this planet to try to find out, well, where can you start? What can you do to kind of help? Well, let's see. We have a couple of 100 different countries. Each one's got a leader. Each one's got a different idea on how to do things. Maybe you could just call all the leaders. Nah, that's probably not going to work out. They don't listen to one another now. Besides, I'm not allowed to interfere directly with the religious or power structures of a planet. We can't let ourselves be known. Because this starts impinging on these people's right to follow their own path of evolution. It's very important, as we know in our world, to allow everyone their own freedom of will, to allow them to learn on their own. They learn nothing if we do it for them. Difficult. Well, maybe we could just let some of them know. Well, how would we pick the ones that we would choose? How would we choose some of them? Maybe some of them are more intelligent than others. Let's examine more closely. So we spend some time examining different groups of people around the planet and find them, for the most part, just like we knew from class back at home, they're born pretty much with a pretty good sense of spirituality. It's when they come into the world, they're bombarded by all these unusual ideas, prejudices, and belief structures and so forth that really throw them off track and prevent them from really living in harmony with one another. Okay, we can't take too large of a group. Well, let's see. Maybe we could just leave some information for them. How would we do that? We could leave it in a book, or maybe we could just take over their communication system and broadcast all this information to them in their sleep or something. That might not work too good. Could establish fear or whatever if they thought suddenly that they were hearing voices from beyond. They probably wouldn't understand what it was. Well, I've got an idea. Let's try on this planet. Let's select one of these people at a very early age. Let's get them before they've been tainted by all of the deceit and lies that goes on their planet. And let's educate them when they're very young. So it might be similar to how they would grow up on our own world, where we really have factual knowledge about life and creation. Let's pick someone who's pretty evolved. Let's find one of them that's older than the rest, that has the potential for learning and understanding. And let's educate him from the very beginning for several years. And we'll give him lots of knowledges and experiences, and maybe we'll take him with us off the planet and let him see for himself other things around the universe. We'll take him to other worlds and let him discover for himself the truth about things. I've got a good idea. We have great techniques. Let's actually move him back in his own history so he can really see for himself the real facts about how his civilization has come about and got to the point that they're at. Then he really will have understanding. He'll know more than anyone else on his planet because he'll have real truths, and he'll know more than anyone else about what's on his planet because he'll have real truths, and he'll know more than anyone else about what's really happened in their world, because I can see their history books are a mess. They've been rewritten on different parts of the world just to serve the interests of certain groups, and all for just to control one another. That's what we'll do. We'll pick one. Let's find one. Well, we scan our instruments and find that all around the planet there are a number of people who have strong potential, but we want to get someone right when they're very young. Very young, let's find one when they're first being born. As a matter of fact, let's find a spirit in the fine matter world. We know how to do that. Let's find a spirit in the fine matter world, and let's intercede with them just as they're being born. So we're involved with their growth from the very beginning. That's it. So we do that. We scan the fine matter world, which is what many people have thinking is heaven or the other side. It's that place where spirits rest when they're not in physical body. We know all about that on our world. As a matter of fact, it's quite easy for us to dial in the equipment on our ship right here, and let's find one. Here's one. Let's bring him right in. Let's cause him to be born. He's about ready anyway. And we'll follow him right through his young years, and we'll educate him as to everything that he needs to know so that he can help the others. That's a good idea. That way he can inspire them. And perhaps some of them will listen. Maybe it'll wake up a few of them, because truth has a way of being very forceful. It's very strong. One man with the truth can stand up in a crowd of angry people and speak the truth, and slowly that truth will find its way to the others. People will turn to the truth. It will make sense to them, and they will come for the truth. This is going to work. I'm excited about this program. How about you? Okay. Well, I painted this scenario because I think this is pretty much probably what the ETs have done with Billy Meier. And this is pretty much what Asket was doing when Billy was only 16. Billy had been caused to be born by a Pleiadian man named Spath. He procreated his birth so he would be born at a certain time. He taught him telepathically all during his young years. He had several contacts with him when he was young, so Billy knew what was going on and what his life would be like. In other words, Billy's life went just like this. His education from extraterrestrials started right at birth. Okay, and at the age of 16, his education process was taken over by Asket, an extraterrestrial from a very advanced planet, probably very similar to the one that we just imagined. She then took on the education of Billy, because Billy was now 16 years old and capable of understanding more and more, and she took him on several travels off the world, on the world, into different time frames, most importantly, so Billy would have his own truths. It's one thing to tell somebody something, and maybe it makes sense to them. But in order for it to become part of themselves, it has to become their own truth, which means they need to experience it and make it part of themselves. So that's what they did with Billy. Asket took Billy to many different time frames so he would have his own education, so his truths would become so strong within himself that he would have immense strength to carry on his mission as a prophet and to stand up against all of his enemies who would speak out against him. Okay, as we learned earlier in some of the tapes, Asket did just that, and that she, on several occasions, took Billy on trips in the past. They went once to to meet the Rabbi Gicelli. They went into old Egypt to learn about that history and about the Ptah, which caused so many problems here. And on one particular occasion, she's taking Billy to Jordan, and from here I need to quit calling him Billy, because throughout this time period he was still known as Edward. It wouldn't be for several years after that that he would pick up the nickname of Billy. So I'll try to remember to call him Edward as much as possible. If I forget, just substitute Edward every place I say Billy. We are now in the year 1956. Asket has taken Billy on a ride with her in her ship, and they are in Jordan. Billy's been there once before with her, where they spent several days educating him all about his mission and the most unusual life that lay before him. And he learned a lot of things about himself, as well as he was greatly educated in a lot of other matters about the universe, life, and the future that would serve him well. Interestingly enough, when they were in Jordan and they were walking, they came across a rather unusual individual named Jitchi. Now, Jitchi was a traveler, kind of a guy on the road, And Jitchi was about 59 years old. He was a Russian, and he had left Russia and taken off on his own and was just traveling with his pots and pans and experiencing the world and carrying his Bible with him. He was a Bible-carrying, God-fearing man. Well, they had a couple of conversations with Jitchi and told him that they'd probably see Jitchi again, which, to their surprise, they actually did. They returned 2 days later to Jordan and to continue their contacts, because what they're going to do, Asket has brought Billy, at the age of 19 now, to Jordan in the current time period of 1956, because they're going to return back to the year 32 in that same location. And for some reason, she brought him to Jordan, and they're talking there and discussing about his future life and his past life and so forth. And Jitchi comes and surprises them at the ship. They weren't expecting to see Jitchi at that point, but there he was. So Jitchi comes along with them, and I should give you a little background. We went over this on another tape, so I'll run through it kind of quickly. Jitchi was a very religious type of person and had a lot of trouble understanding that this lady Asket could be from another world and was not an angel sent by God. So after they got over that hump, it was decided that it might be a good idea for Jitchi to come along, and he was extended the opportunity to come with them if he chose to do so. And there were some discussions, of course. Jitchi told them that he was God-fearing and believed in the Bible and all of this, and they had to have a few conversations with Jitchi before they left to explain that, one, Asket was not an angel. She did not come behalf on any God, and she was not here to change the world or anything, and that Edward was undergoing, you might say, history lessons, and that the purpose of this mission was to educate him, and that Edward had already put out much effort over his short lifetime so far to educate himself very well in matters of spirit and so forth, so he would be ready for this particular journey that he was getting ready to take. Well, as I mentioned on the other tape, Jitchi goes with him. They do make a few other time jumps through history and kind of get up to speed, so to speak, so they'd be ready for this one. It's no secret that probably nothing has had more impact on our society on this planet the last 2,000 years than Christianity, i.e. the story of Jesus Christ. And no matter where you go on the planet, you can get yourself into a darn good discussion with anyone when you bring up the subject of religion. Because depending on where you were born and how you were raised, people from all different parts of the world all have a little different viewpoint. The majority of the world does not believe in Christianity. Just simple numbers. Most of the people are either Islamic or Buddhist. Not that many of them are Christian. Now, we live here in America where predominantly this is a Christian society. When you're born into this world, that's what you are told is true. There's no reason for us not to believe it. This is what our parents and everyone tells us, but there really is no proofs provided, and we are not an open-minded society, at least we haven't been too much in the past, that allows you the freedom to actually learn about all the other religions. One of the problems is our education system. This country was founded on the principle of religious freedom. We do have freedom of speech, and fortunately in this country you can go seek out this knowledge. But you don't have too many options when you're a little kid. You're just taken by the hand and taken to whatever church or synagogue or center that your parents belong to. And for most of us grow up, at least for most of our younger years, we grow up just believing what our parents have told us because we don't get a chance to get educated in anything else. Well, here we have a chance. Billy's been, his educational life has been more controlled by higher beings, so he's on a little different path of learning. But Jitchi, his life has gone pretty much the way the rest of us have. Myself, I grew up in a religious family. My mother was a director of an Episcopal church and is very active in it. I have a brother who's a minister and another brother who graduated from Oral Roberts. So there are a few Bibles laying around my house. And myself, well, I was an acolyte and I grew up through the church, and there was a time I probably had the entire communion book memorized. So I have a little background in that myself. Jitchi was probably similar to that and was having a very difficult time now understanding what's going on and that how history could have got changed and altered so much. You can imagine what might happen to someone's mind when suddenly they find out most of the things that they know and they've been told are a little different. They're different and they've been changed on purpose. So that one might irritate you to find out that you've been misled, that things have been misrepresented all of your life and you were educated wrong. Well, They take off for the year 32. They get into Asket's ship. Asket, they're in Jordan now in 1956. The ship just pulls away from Earth. And as Edward described it, they pulled off the planet. You could see the planet very small down below. Asket does something with the instrumentation, and they immediately kind of race right back into the planet and land pretty much in the same place that they were, except it's no longer the year 1956, it's the year 32. Now, I know the calendars are off, and when we talk of the year 32 here, we're talking about the age of Emmanuel, or Jesus Christ. From now on, we're going to call him Emmanuel because that was his real name. In the old language, it was spelled J-M-M-A-N-U-E-L. Not so with an I or an E, but with a J. So we'll refer to him from now on as Emmanuel. Okay? They are now in what we're going to call the year 32, and it's just a few days before the crucifixion. They arrive there, and they get outside of the ship, and the first thing that Edward notices, he's looking around to see how much different everything looked, because they landed right back in the same spot. They're just a couple thousand years earlier. Well, he notices that the vegetation's quite a bit different. Trees are different. Some of the hills, the slopes and angles on them are a little bit different. But for the most part, he's able to recognize the landscape, and he can tell right away that he's at the same spot that they just left. Jitchi right away jumps out of the ship and grabs his pots and pans and his bag and everything with him and his Bible, because he's having a very difficult time understanding all this. It's quite a shock to your system to be 59 years old and to have all of your well-placed logic suddenly being shattered. Well, Asket explains that they're going to have to change their clothes because they're going to be here for 4 days, and they're going to do some traveling on foot, and they're going to go to different places, and they're going to mingle among the locals, and it's going to be necessary for them to wear these language translators around their belt. And she has some robes for them, which look like the typical robes of the time. Clothes were quite simple then. People didn't have haircuts too much, and they just, in most cases, just wore some sort of robe. And they had that as well. She had, and it isn't explained why, but she also asked them to take off their earthly clothes and put on the clothes that she brought for them from her planet. And these were silvery kind of looking suits of some sort of soft material. They had to put these on, and then they put the robes over top of that. And Edward was quite concerned. He was almost chuckling. Gee, I hope nobody pulls his robe off of me and sees me glowing like this silver thing here. So it isn't explained why they need to wear that, but it might have something to do as far as protection, but they don't really go into that. They have language translators so they can understand the language of the day, which I believe was Aramaic. That's what the old... I don't know if Aramaic was something they wrote or spoke. I'm not sure about that. So they proceed, and they leave the ship. Asket explains that they're going to be on the road now for 4 days, and they take off on the road. Well, Jitchi still is mumbling as they go down the road. He's got his Bible with him, and he's getting very nervous because he already knows what's lying ahead. That actually they're going to speak to Emmanuel. That he, after all these years of his life, he never considered the possibility that he might actually come face to face with and actually speak to and talk to Emmanuel. He is so glorified in our time. We've so exaggerated and blown out of proportion who he really was that now we liken him to a god. Some religions like to call him the creator of the universe, the creator of all men, and there's just no limit to some of the exaggerations, when in fact he was a human being like the rest of us. So Jitchi's having a very difficult time, and already the arguments as they go down the road are kind of breaking out, and Edward's trying to calm him down, and so is Asket. And Jitchi remarks a silly statement like he can't wait to see this guy Emmanuel. He's going to wring his neck because he's kind of upset that he's finding out historically that things aren't really the way that we've been told. And Edward is defending Emmanuel and says, well, I don't think that's really quite the right attitude to take here, Jitchi, because it's not his fault. Emmanuel's living in a time where there's also a lot of ignorance, and I believe him to be a very intelligent, worthwhile human being, and probably very loving. And it's not his fault for all the things that have happened down the years and all the exaggerations. So you need to lighten up here a little bit. And Jitchi calms down just a little bit. Well, they wind up right outside of Jerusalem. And Billy says it looks quite a bit different than it did in 1956. There's a wall, he says, around it. He doesn't say if it's all the way around or just part of it. And they're at the Mount of Olives. and off in a distance he can see some little huts that are called Bethpage, and there's some men walking down their way. And Asket remarks that yes, this would surely be Emmanuel and his followers that are coming. And poor Jitchi is just starting to get all heated up again. He's getting very nervous, and all this is entirely too much for him. And he's starting to get very excited. And Edward turns to Asket and he says, let me see if I can recognize which person it might be. And Jitchi's jumping in front of them and starting to curse and yell how they can do this to him, and he's so excited. And Edward starts to try to calm him down, says, quit cursing and get a hold of yourself. Try to realize what a great moment this is, that in any minute now you're about to have probably the greatest moment of your life, and look what you're doing to yourself. Calm down and relax, but Jitchi can't do it. Asket remarks that, Edward remarks as he looks in the crowd, and he picks out the one that's probably Emmanuel. He says, that surely must be Emmanuel, and Asket agrees with him, yes, that's him, and Emmanuel pulls away from the crowd of people that he's walking with and motions to him for him to sit down beside the road, which they do, and he starts walking towards the three of them. Well, all this is proving entirely too much for Jitchi, and he's screaming and cursing, and Edward just turns around and pops him right on the nose. Well, it's probably kind of an hysterical sight. Here's this great historic moment. Can you imagine actually being able to go back in time and talk to Emmanuel, and you've got this guy with you? But I can feel sorry for poor Jitchi. It must have been a very difficult thing for him. The outcome of it is nice. Jitchi calms down and apologizes just as Emmanuel walks up and says, be greeted in peace. And he calls Edward by name and acknowledges Asket. And he motions for Jitchi just to go over to the side of the road and sit down with his friends and followers there, that they'd be happy to take care of him. And he turns to Edward and says, you hit him very hard. And Edward starts to comment, and he says, that's no reproach at all. He had it coming. I could tell that he was out of control as I was walking towards. And he says, but it's you I wish to speak to. And so they immediately pull over and just sit down the side of the road there. We've got Asket, Edward, and Emmanuel. We're having a little chat. So Edward was curious how he knew his name, and Emmanuel says, well, it's really quite simple. He says, I did not learn this from Asket, and I have not talked to her before. Actually, I have the ability, I guess you would call it a future vision. I have the ability of prophecy. I have the ability to look into the future. And you, Edward, I know much about. Your visitation was expected. And he can tell already that Edward has a lot of knowledge and so forth, and compliments him on his education so far. And Edward says, yeah, well, thank you very much. And they start throwing a few flowers at each other, and there's a few comments there about, how advanced each of them actually are. And Edward comments that Emmanuel is standing before a heavy examination coming up also, and which he is. He's only a couple of days away from what we call the crucifixion. And Emmanuel speaks, yes, life demands very many difficult things. We all have to walk our way, and in honor. And he says to Edward right away, he says, I can already perceive your questions, and I know the things that you want to ask, so it will be not necessary for you to speak them. And since we do not have much time, let me go straight to the answers to your questions that you're thinking. To begin with, the lessons that I speak and so forth are not new. They're not even new to the scribes here of my time. These things that I speak of, the laws of creation, the real truths of the universe, have been known to others down through our times. They have been passed on. Here they are only falsified for the scribes themselves. They would wrongly place God above creation and pretend that it is their own God who is the creator of all things. This is simply not true. For myself, I have been educated and know that God being a human being just like all others, but that the great God, is truly a king of wisdom. Creation is not a human form, but a creational spiritual energy which creates all things in the universe, including the different gods. He says it's very difficult to speak the truth here in these times because it's very difficult for people to face the truth. As before me, there's been very little truth spoken on my world. Most people just don't want to hear it. There are so many different viewpoints on this planet right now, it's very difficult for Emmanuel. He says, in the future, the world is heading for very much misery because of all the lies of the scribes, and I'm very well of all of the problems in the next 2,000 years that will be caused by the religions. They will stop at nothing. Murder, deceit, fear, intimidation, whatever they need to do to control the masses of the people. Emmanuel goes on to say, I know the truth, and I'm well aware that the truth brings with it great wisdom and force of spirit. As well, I will be able to fulfill his mission. He says, the truth is far more important than any pain that might be temporarily passing through the body. It's possible to torture someone, even destroy them, but the truth will live on. It is impossible to actually kill the truth. He says, I also know that even though I am a human being, it will be said that I am equal to the creation, that after my time is gone, that those will write about me and make all sorts of claims and exaggerations about me. As a human being, though, I will also suffer the fate of the bodily death, and it says in 83 years in Billy's notes. Now, 83, if you add that on, he's supposed to be about 32, that would be up to about 115. So, and it does mention in the notes in certain places that it is believed he did live to be about 110 to 115 years old. He says, my body will be very old, but my spirit will be unbroken. The coming events that are about to happen will make me a martyr. There will be a lot of bodily pains, but they will scatter like the winds by the force of my spirit. This is the way it must be, so I can fulfill my mission and continue on to India. Edward also notices as he's speaking, and he comments, he says, excuse me for interrupting, but I notice that you seem not just a little weary, but you seem to have a little grief, and I pull these feelings from you. And Emmanuel's a little surprised. He says, yes, I do. I grieve for this world with all of its problems, and I grieve for these people who have so little understanding and live such difficult lives and so forth. And he goes on a little bit about how the world affects him and how he is so sensitive to the sorrows of man. And then he remembers that Edward's 2,000 years of advance of these other people that he's used to talking to. He's not used to discussing these type of things with someone, of this type of evolution. So he apologizes to Edward and says, yes, it's refreshing to speak to someone a little bit more evolved. So Emmanuel's also aware, and he seems to be able to almost read Edward's thoughts quite simply. He says, I'm aware of the things that you know and the teachings that have already been passed on to you. You also have very great knowledges. He says, the first words of the New Testament will be written down around 200 years past his death, or assumed death, on the cross. Now here it gives us a clue to when Christianity was actually formed. Later on in the Talmud Emmanuel on the other side, we'll find out that it was really the year 189 when Christianity was actually formed. Edward wants to know if any of his teachings are being written down. He says, I'm well aware that you travel and you speak and you teach what you can, but are these things being written down anywhere so that they might be preserved for the future? Because the New Testament as it exists today, there are many errors in it, there are many exaggerations. Emmanuel comments that, well, my scribe and faithful friend Judas Iscariot writes down most of my important lessons, but try to remember that very few people read and write at this time. Judas can read and write. I myself can read and write, as it was necessary for me to learn during my own years of education when I was young. But he says, I really don't have too much time for it, and frankly, most people can't read it. Besides, I'm well aware of the problems that are coming up. Even in your time, people are not mature enough, and it's going to take more than 2 decades before the grain of truth will actually find some soil, he says. A scripture has been stolen from the bag of Judas Iscariot, he tells Edward, by the son of a Pharisee named Judah Iharieth, which is similar sounding. He's plotting to sell these writings of Judas Iscariot to the Pharisees for 70 silvers so that they can accuse him of blasphemy. They want to be able to say that even the followers of Emmanuel betray him and turn against him. How possibly could these lessons be true? He says, my friend Judas will be told that later there will be time to actually write down all of my lessons in correct manner, and these will be preserved for another time, sometime in the future. Well, Edward is surprised that Emmanuel already knows about Judah Iharieth and the misconception about his friend Judas Iscariot. And he says, yes, I'm well aware of this. And he says, it's not anything that I can really do about because it's happening right now as we speak, it is meant to be. And he comments to Edward, he says, your life will be much the same. It's going to be very difficult. And one of the things you must learn as a prophet of your time is to allow events of the future to happen the way they must happen. There is always the tendency to want to intervene and to change future events. But man has to walk his own path. Man has to learn his own lessons from his mistakes. And it's important that prophets, all prophets, learn how to control themselves. This is why most prophets already know all of their own future in advance so they can deal with it much better. He says it will not be Judas Iscariot that actually is hung, and he's not my betrayer, but it will be the really Judah Ihariot who will hang himself by the tree in the potter's field. Edward had some questions about his own life and wanted to know if Emmanuel was really familiar with what may be happening to him, because Edward's only 19 at this point and is not known at all in the public and has not come forth really with any of this information about all of his extraterrestrial contacts or the things that he's been, open to and learned about. So Emmanuel says, oh yes, your future is known to me as well. As a matter of fact, he says to him that it is prophesied in 2,000 years that a great prophet will once again bring my truth to the world. This is you, Edward. And Edward is kind of shocked by this because there have been references to his life of difficulties and his great life and his mission as a prophet. And now that mission is taking on a much heavier meaning, as well he finds out that the prophecies of Emmanuel are also involving him. He says, in your time, people will also think you are crazy. They won't believe the things that you say you have done and the things that you talk about. You'll be accused of being a liar and worse. He says, but you have learned much of the truth, and this grows inside of you very strong, and this will give you the strength to stand up against your enemies. It will provide the strength, your personal knowledge of you know that you are right. This will give you the ability to speak the truth very strongly, very harshly, and bring the wisdom of creation to mankind. But this meeting that we're having right now, and he tells Edward, he says, in the future you will write down all about this, and this meeting will become public knowledge. You will tell people about this. They'll think it's fantastic. No one will actually believe you even then. So don't expect people to rush up to you and praise you for what you've done. You'll be regarded as a maniac. It says your worst enemies are going to be the cult religions of your time. In my time, they're very dangerous. Your time is quite a bit different. He says because they're very organized and they're very powerful. And even though the writings that Judas Iscariot will write down, those writings will find their way into your time. And the words of truth, as you bring them out into society, says they are not, of course, going to be favorably met. That the religions then, for almost 2,000 years, have been having their own way with their own truth, and they're used to the control and power, of course, that that brings them. So there's going to be great difficulty on Edward's part when he brings this truth forward. Emmanuel also comments to Edward that he can expect many attempts on his life. Edward hadn't thought too much about this, but Emmanuel's informing him that the life of a prophet can be very dangerous, that many people and organizations will stop at nothing to keep the truth from coming to mankind, including murder. You have only to think with the Inquisitions brought on by the Pope and the Holy Chairs. Over 9 million people in Europe were killed simply because they disagreed with the church. Those are 9 million people that are recorded. Many people think that could be as high as 18 million. It might be as twice as many people. But here we know historically, factually, that the church put to death millions of people just because they disagreed with them. Another question came up. Edward wanted to know how Emmanuel felt about this name Jesus Christ. Because ask him if he's aware that in future times he will be regarded as Jesus Christ, the Savior and the Lord over all of creation. Emmanuel comments that as of this time, as we are speaking, this is the first time I've heard that name mentioned. Until this time I've never been called that, nor have I heard that. He says this will happen later by one called Paul, who is my enemy. And for those of you who've been to your Bible school, you know that at the time a man named Saul, S-A-U-L, had approached Emmanuel. Emmanuel recognized him for the evil enemy that he would be. Saul would later be called Paul, and it will be Paul who will write down Emmanuel's lessons, almost taking credit for himself, but it will be he actually that forms the basis for Christianity, but by writing his interpretation of what Emmanuel's teachings were all about. He actually will establish Christianity, and Emmanuel calls it kind of a Paulism. He says that it's unfortunate that most of my original writings at that time will not be used to form Christianity, but unfortunately Paul will write it all down, and that will be used as the basis to form Christianity. And Paul is slightly confused at the time that he will write those. Right now he's my deadly enemy. But he says, overall I feel very badly that I will be remembered and will be called Jesus Christ, and will not be remembered as being Emmanuel, being the human being that I am. I'm very well aware that they will make a God out of me, that they will change my name. Most people will even be surprised to know that my real name is Emmanuel. They won't know that I never lived as Jesus Christ. Also, very interestingly enough, it will be sad because the words Jesus Christ are really negative phrases. Christ means the anointed one in Greek, and it refers back to a cultish organization which demanded blood deaths and so forth. And he says, when you say some words, people of your time will not even be aware that sounds have effect on your subconscious, which affects your spirit and can control your moods. That the word Christ and Christus form negative meanings to the subconscious. So it is not even a good word to be calling him. It means to destroy the truth. And the reference, which we talked about in some of the tapes before, there is reference to this number 666, which means destruction of the truth, and these words, Christ being one of them. So he's very unhappy about that. Actually, he says he's just rather sad that things will get altered, and that it's unfortunate that he will not be remembered for being the human being that he is. Another thing that came up was about his birth date. Edward wanted to know if he was really born on December 25th, and what we've heard about him being born in Bethlehem, and all these things were true. Emmanuel says, yes, I was born in Bethlehem. I was not the son of God, and never in my time have I ever said that. I don't claim to be the son of a god. I know full well who my father was. He was one of the celestial sons known as Gabriel, and he was a physical man. My birth date was not December 25th, but February 3rd. He says there have been mistakes in history. Apparently when we went on the Gregorian calendar, we slipped like 35 days or something, and I think that's what he was making reference to. But his true birth date was actually February 3rd. So he's a Waterman guy. Well, Edward has another question, and he's intrigued by this idea of these scripts that Judas Iscariot is going to write at a later time. And he wants to know how he could get a hold of them when he gets back to his own time, because, of course, any original notes directly from Emmanuel we do not have in our time. We only have the New Testament, which is supposedly based on Matthew and Mark and these Gospels, and actually it's based on the writings of Paul. Well, Emmanuel says, yes, later on my mission will continue on into India, and I will live in Srinagar, India, and towards the end of my life, Judas Iscariot will live to be 90 years old, and before the end of his life, he will write down all of my teachings and writings. And my son, I will have a son, my first son's name will be Joseph, and Joseph will take the writings of Judas as well the story of my life, and he will bury it somewhere so it will stand the test of time, and it will be found in your time, but this is not for you to do. As it turns out, it wasn't, because the scripts are written, the scrolls were written in Aramaic, which Billy wouldn't be able to translate anyway, and it was deemed, in the future, it was decided that someone else would be doing that. As well, Emmanuel knew at that time who that would be, and he even mentions to Edward that this will happen in your year of 1963, that these scriptures they're written in hand actually by Judas. Emmanuel does not write them himself. They are written down by Judas Iscariot, and they will be discovered at that time. But he says, I will inform you where they will be, and you will know all about them. There's a discussion then which is kind of interesting. Edward is learning a lot of different things, and among them he's learning mathematically, numerically, how to calculate things like the evolution of a being. He's been intrigued where in the ships, an Asket ship, they are able to look at the life of an individual on the screen and see their evolution, their birth time, their death time, and so forth by these high technologies. And she has also been teaching, and Billy has learned, Edward has learned in India about how you can do this with numbers to ascertain the evolution of an individual. So there's a discussion which goes on for about 10 minutes between Emmanuel and Edward, where they are discussing how they both do it, and they're working there to find out the actual evolution of either one of them. As it turns out, Emmanuel has many capabilities that Billy does not have. As we know, and Emmanuel reiterated that his main abilities are future vision, future sight, as well as the ability to heal. He has specific knowledges, and he's been well trained in these areas, how to get into the aura of another individual and be what's called a spirit healer. Billy does not have these same abilities. But on the other hand, the reason I bring that up is their evolution seems to be about the same. And by evolution, we're not talking about just knowledge, because Emmanuel clearly seems to have the greater knowledge, at least at this point in his life, because his experiences and his knowledges seem to outweigh those of Edward. So even though Edward is learning a lot from Asket, but they do calculate out that both of them are over 2,000 years in advance of their time. Obviously, Emmanuel is, and we really haven't advanced too much as a society in the last 2,000 years. I mean, we have, better technology, we live better, the quality of our life is better, but I don't know that we've advanced too much spiritually. Probably a little bit, but we certainly haven't advanced 2,000 years spiritually. So I think it'd be really kind of a surprise to all of us if we could go back to those times and talk to the people back then and listen to the kind of stuff that's in their head. But you can do that here on our own world. If you go out and discuss at different places in the world the concepts of belief and religion and so forth and spirituality with people, you're going to be amazed at the ideas and attitudes that some people have. I've visited many different areas of this planet, and it amazes me, some of the concepts and the stuff that is in people's head about how they conceive life. Well, I can see we're running out of tape, but not things to talk about, so I'll see you on the other side. Okay, we're back on the other side here, and we were just finishing up with Edward's trip back to the year 32 to talk to Emmanuel, and they were discussing when we left there the difference in evolutions in the two people. Emmanuel was very aware of Edward and knew that his evolution was very, very high. Actually, his age of evolution apparently was higher than Emmanuel's. That Edward was not actually an earth being, that his spirit had come from another planet and benefited from more lifetimes, greater knowledge, more experience. It's not mentioned in there where the origin of Emmanuel is. There are constant references throughout the contact notes of the connection between Emmanuel and Edward. Billy, later in life, on conversations I've had with him, there's some confusion on Billy's part too. There were constant references that he may have been Emmanuel, that he was somehow connected with Emmanuel. It's quite obvious that he actually is the prophet who is bringing back the teachings of Emmanuel that Emmanuel prophesied about. This is already happening here in the year 32, and Billy is the prophet that is spoken about. So, but they both ascertain that they understand each other's numbering system and that they are both living far in advance of the evolution of their current times, making it very difficult to talk to the people of their time. That goes without saying. They also had one other little chat about Edward asking one more time about this idea of being a savior and the Son of God, and Emmanuel says, yes, I sense your meaning there. And I wanted to make it very clear, he says, that never have I said in my lifetime that I am the Savior for anyone. It is not that I teach. I'm not teaching people that I am here to save them. I'm teaching people to try to be responsible for themselves by living with the laws of creation, by observing nature and understanding it. I'm trying to teach them to stand up and develop their own spirit, to learn happiness through the force of their own spirit, to become peaceful with one another by development of spirit, so hate and anger and these things just disappear. But they don't quite get it. He says, never have I either said I was the son of a god. I've tried to explain to them that I was educated by the sons of God, that I spent 40 days in the home, in the palace of God, understanding that I've been able to be taught by the celestial sons from the Pleiades. He knew this. And he says, I've explained to people over and over again that even though I talk about the words and the laws of God and of creation, that I know full well that my father was the angel Gabriel. He was a physical being. And that my mother Mary was my real mother, and my Joseph is my stepfather. He says, I've told people this, but they don't pay attention. They continually want to, raise me up higher than I actually am. The things that he performs, the healing and so forth, which we're going to talk more about in a minute, have so astonished people. It is so advanced for their time, and our time also, that people can just not help themselves that to believe that he is some sort of God. But he wanted to reiterate that never had he mentioned this, that he is fully aware that that there are many gods, and that the great God of the three races of the human earth, who started the three races on earth, is a human being, but one that is just greatly more educated, a king of wisdom. And as we learned earlier, the Pleiadians call these people Ishwishes, when they are on the very edge of all knowledge of the physical and spiritual life. So he kind of cleared that up, and in the Talmud Emmanuel, which we're going to move into next, that's described even more in detail, because these writings that Emmanuel is talking about, that will be dug up in 1963, which I'm going to begin to explain in a moment, are put into a book form and called the Talmud Emmanuel. Well, the contact is about ready to end. They've talked for quite a while, and Emmanuel is wishing Edward luck in his teachings, to gather strength of his spirit so he can fulfill his missions. And he makes one other comment, that he says, we don't want to get misled about religion. Religion has many good qualities, and we owe much thanks to religion for preserving as much of the teaching and stories of my life as they have. Because, and even Edward agrees with this, that religions on their own are not wicked intrigues. They are not bad. There is much good in religions. It is simply the misuse of them which is misleading to people, and which is so harmful to people. Those people which take the goodness of religion, exaggerate it, and bend it around. I know for myself, and being raised in an Episcopal family, that there are a lot of very loving, beautiful people who believe in Christianity, who are very devout in their beliefs. And these are wonderful people. And the priests, for the most part, in most all of the churches, are the same. They believe full well. They are full of love. They are wonderful people trying to do something well for humanity. These people are not the problem. There are many people who exaggerate and pretend that Emmanuel is something that he's not. Hardly anyone knows the real truth about the real life of Emmanuel, and that's what the Talmud Emmanuel is going to bring to the public. But he just wanted to make it clear that he understands the differences, and he's not trying to make the statement that religion is bad. It is the misuse of it which is leading people astray. Edward has a comment about Asket not being included in the conversation, even though she's been sitting there all this while. And Emmanuel, he seems to be very exacting, a very intelligent person who is right on top of the thoughts of Edward all the time. And he remarks it was that the conversation was for you and I, and that Asket full well knows all of the laws of creation and is aware of all the things that we're talking about. And it was my time to speak to you, and I'm sure that Asket takes no reproach to that. And Asket chimes in, of course. That's exactly why I was here. So with that, they get up, and Emmanuel says, follow me, and they walk over to the followers they're sitting across the road, where Jitsi now's had his chance to make a few friends and calm down, and he's having a great time there himself, and he's not paying any attention to the others. So Emmanuel and his followers move on down the road and go on, and Jitsi, Asket, and Edward then return back to Asket's ship and return back to their own time frame. They do not stay there for the next coming of days, which of course are very important in the life of Emmanuel. Okay, this next part, we're going to go over the actual scrolls that were written by Judas Iscariot. We've heard in the previous section here that how Judas Iscariot has written down much of Emmanuel's teachings during the time of his ministry, but they've been stolen by Judah Iscariot and used against them. And the other problem was, as Emmanuel pointed out, hardly anybody reads or writes in that time period anyway. So he was well aware, being a future visionist, Emmanuel, being able to see the future, that it would be important later on, as there was evolution in society and as people became clear in their thinking and were more open to the truth, there would be an opportunity to reiterate the truth in the future and have it take a foothold in our society. And that's when we're living now. We are at that time. So, as we will read in the Talmud Emmanuel, the book that's going to be formed out of the scrolls that Judas Iscariot will write, what happens after the crucifixion is they will continue on. Emmanuel will eventually wind up in India, where he will live in Srinagar, which we're going to talk about. And Judas Iscariot will write down all of his lessons, and these will be buried in the ground. Well, in 1963, the Pleiadians led a Greek Orthodox minister named Rashid to the spot where these scrolls were actually buried. Now, they were buried exactly in the original tomb of Emmanuel, which we'll talk about a little bit later. And they were underneath a rock, and they were dug up by him. What happened was, once he dug them up, they were in a kind of a glass resin sort of case. And it looks like the resin had almost been poured over them or something. And Rashid took those, and as I understand from other people, I believe that they were actually taken to the British Museum at one point. To try to authenticate them, and since they were in the old Aramaic language, this is strictly secondhand knowledge, and I don't know how accurate it is, but from what I understand was they were not able to authenticate the scrolls as far as aging, because they were in this resin box, which seemed to prevent them from aging. They were, however, quite curious about the box itself. Well, Rashid was chosen because of his great knowledge of religion. Pleiadians then helped teach him Aramaic so he could begin to translate these scrolls into German. He worked on them very diligently, but he himself was having many doubts as he began to read them and find out the truth about the original teachings of Emmanuel and how things had actually been altered, even his name, and much of the teachings themselves were quite altered. So he had a few doubts on his own, but he was able to continue actually translating all of this stuff into German. And he contacted Edward Meier and let him know that he was doing that. And Edward actually met him in India, and on 3 different occasions they went out to the grave site in India where Emmanuel was actually buried. Now, this is an unknown grave site. It's not where people commonly think it is. It's out on the edge of town somewhere in the mountains on the side of a hill. And both Rashid and Billy had been directed to there. Billy was most interested in going there because during his time when he was visiting Emmanuel in the year 32, he was, of course, very curious, like anybody would be, what was really going on here. If he was really in the year 32, was this really happening? Was it some sort of mind control thing, or what was really happening? And he was challenging his own consciousness as to how this could be possible. So he was told by Emmanuel that when he would move to India and live there, he knew where his gravesite would be, that he would leave something buried for Billy, so that later on in his own time he could go there and dig it up and he'd know that he was not absolutely crazy. So Billy did go to the gravesite on 3 different occasions and dug deep down into the sand and so forth where the gravesite was, and found what he was looking for, which turned out to be some sort of foil object that we mentioned earlier, that at least let him know he wasn't crazy, and that had been left there by Emmanuel for him, like 1900 years before then. So these scrolls, which were not at that site in Srinagar, they were back in Jerusalem at the original site where Emmanuel was supposedly buried for his 3 days after the crucifixion. That's where the scrolls were at. They were placed there, which we'll go over again later, by Emmanuel's first son, who also was named Joseph. So the scrolls were dug up, they were translated, and they contained the teachings and story, the life story of Emmanuel, completely through his ministry, up through the crucifixion, and up till his time of death at 110 or something like, we don't know his exact age. He was over 110 years old. So it was the complete life story of Emmanuel. Well, what happened was, unfortunately, this minister was working on them, and as he was doing so, he began to get threatening letters and threatening calls from different extremist groups that heard that he had these scrolls and did not want them exposed to the public. So they took off, and he and his family went into hiding. They were hiding out in Baghdad. And when they were in Baghdad, they were approached by some Jewish extremists who threatened his life and were trying to get the scrolls, so he fled to a Lebanon refugee camp. And there, once again, he was attacked by Jewish extremists. They fled in the middle of the night. The Jewish extremists apparently broke into the house they were staying in, or this camp, whatever, and machine gunned the place and set it on fire. They got away, but unfortunately he lost some of the scrolls at that particular time. He escaped with his life, wrote Billy a letter, and had transmitted Billy some of the scrolls. Actually, all that he had left at that time was the first 36 chapters, of which apparently there was about 200 chapters altogether. So he, about 100 chapters. So he sent what he had, which is what we have today. Billy then got them translated in German, and there was a translation in English for us to read. So what we have are not the original writings of Emmanuel, but the original writings of Judas Iscariot, his scribe, talking all about the teachings of Emmanuel and his life story. Now, what's left of these scrolls is put into a book called the Talmud Emmanuel, and it deals with his life. As you'll see, I'm going to go over the book now for you and tell you what's in it. It will deal with his life up through the crucifixion and beyond as he moves into Damascus and then into India. Also, at the beginning of the book, there's a little forward there, an explanation by Billy all about the book and how it came about and the story of it, which is pretty much what I just got through explaining. And there's also a picture of what Emmanuel looked in there, how he looked. Now, it's not exactly a picture, it's a drawing. He at one point had asked Semjase if she could draw a picture of Emmanuel so he could put it in this book. And she was a little concerned. She said, well, why don't you draw it yourself? You're quite handy, and you know what he looks like. And he says, well, I don't have the talent for the drawing. Besides, it'd be better if you did it. And so she agreed, and she drew a picture of what Emmanuel actually looked like. And that's in the very beginning of the book, so you get to see that. It's just a hand drawing done with, like with pen, so you can see. And as you can see from this picture, that he doesn't really look anything like, the usual pictures we see of a young, blonde, smiley, happy-looking face fellow. He doesn't look like that at all. Billy once told me that he's the same height I am, which is roughly about 5'11", and a half. And he weighed about 170 pounds, 175 pounds. He had a very heavy build, broad shoulders, heavy hands like a farmer. He was a Jewish boy with dark curly hair. So he doesn't, and this is what the picture looks like, the drawing that Semjase did. So he doesn't look exactly like the images that we're usually seeing and so forth of him. Interesting to know, when you see this picture, your thoughts will probably reflect to the Shroud of Turin. They're sometimes called the Death Shroud or the Death Cloth. And this is supposed to be the cloth that Emmanuel was wrapped in after he was taken down from the crucifixion cross. And it's supposed to contain the likeness of Emmanuel, and there's been arguments for years over its authenticity. Billy says that the drawing in the book should prove to you that it's not, because it doesn't look anything like the image that we generally see from the Shroud of Turin. Billy says the Shroud of Turin is fake. It's not real. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what's in the Talmud Emmanuel. It's about 100 pages long, and much of it is pretty much the Bible stories that you've heard and aren't too much different. But the beginning of it is certainly different, because it explains very well from Emmanuel's viewpoint, who he was, who his father was, and how he got his knowledge. And this is quite a bit different than what you've been told in Bible school. So that's the main part I want to go over. I'll also tell you how you can get a copy of the book, because the book now is published in America. It's almost a secret, though. You'd have a lot of trouble finding it, but I'll tell you where you can get it, and I'll put the address down at the end for you here so you can order that book if you'd like. Okay, I have a copy of the book here with me as I'm doing this because there's so many names and things in it, and some of the areas of this book I want to quote to you exactly because I want to make sure I get them right. This is not a book on just theory and philosophy that you just want to talk about. There's some really very interesting passageways in this book. To begin with, when a book first starts out, it goes through the genealogical tree of Emmanuel, tracing him back to his origins, so you can see actually where he actually came from. So actually I'm going to read you the first part right here so you can be very clear on this. This is the book and secret of Emmanuel, which means God with us, who is the son of Joseph, of Jacob, the distant descendant of David, whose lineage goes back to Adam, the father of man of the earth, who was created by Semjase, ending with an A, the leader of the sons of heaven, who were the guardian angels of God, the great ruler of those who traveled from afar. So already here, we're having testimony here by Judas Iscariot that the Emmanuel himself, his origin then is becoming from the guardian angels of God. From the guardian angels of God, those who traveled from afar. Then it goes on to say, Semjase, the heavenly sons and guardian angel of God, the great ruler of those who travel from far away through the space of the universe, created with an earth wife, Adam, the father of the wise, intelligent race. Well, we heard earlier in the contact notes also about Semjase, how he created Adam, and then he created another woman, an Eva, and coupled them together and started this genealogical chain, which is going to end up with Emmanuel. Adam took an earth wife and created Seth. And then it shows in the book here, it shows you the entire tree. Seth created Enos, Enos created Achabil. It goes all the way through down 80 generations to the point where Jacob created Joseph. Now Joseph, of course, is the stepfather of Emmanuel because he was not the real parental father. Joseph was the spouse of Mary, the mother of Emmanuel, who became pregnant by a distant descendant of the son Rachel, who was the guardian angel of the secret. It doesn't say much more about this. Rachel, he's not Emmanuel's father either. He somehow is the, I guess he's the father of Emmanuel's father. At any rate, it goes on to explain here that actually Emmanuel's father was Gabriel, a messenger who impregnated Mary, and he was one of the guardian angels of the sons of heaven. He was a Pleiadian, by the way. So it goes on to explain that, and then it explains, of course, the story how this actually happened. That a guardian angel then comes to Joseph, who is Gabriel, and explains how important it is to Joseph that he actually marry Mary. Now, Joseph, of course, had found out that Mary was pregnant, and in those times, even as it would be now, that if you were engaged to someone and she suddenly became pregnant by someone else, you'd have a few questions. And then you probably would decide that could be caused to even cancel the wedding. And Joseph had thought those ways also. So Gabriel came to him and explained to him how important it was that Mary had been impregnated 11,000 years after Semjase created Adam to fulfill the prophecy of God, who spoke through the prophet, I believe it's pronounced Jesaja, Jesaja. Those of you who are into the history of this may know better than I. He prophesies that, behold, a virgin will be impregnated by a son of heaven before she is married to a man before the people. By the way, you should know that Mary herself, who was Emmanuel's mother, was Illyrian by descent. God and his followers came from afar, from the depths of the universe, and created a new race with the early women of this earth. And that's exactly what really happened. So, and according to this book, it says, honor of the man of earth is due God, for behold, he is the true originator of the white, wise generations of people on earth. You see, the gods, the celestial sons, were of Lyrian descent, were a white race, very blue-eyed, sometimes green-eyed people, and were you might say, the more beautiful-looking people. And they created, when they intermingled with the then developing Earth human beings here on Earth, who were brown-skinned, they created their own white race here, which was far better looking and more evolved than the developing Earth human beings, who were not as old and were not nearly as developed. So this is what they're referring to. It also goes on to say that God reigns over the earth, the Lord of the celestial sons and men of this white race. Now bear in mind also that when the Pleiadians are talking about God, they're talking about there are many gods. God is a king of wisdom. He is an Ishwish. And there have been many gods on different planets. There is not just one God. They're referring to the God over the three developed human races here on earth. God is the lawgiver of this human race, and his wishes shall be obeyed. Mary became pregnant by the law of God. It was decreed that Emmanuel be born. Gabriel was chosen as the father, Mary was chosen as the mother, and so that what was filled was the law of God. So Joseph hears this and he agrees to wed Mary, and we know about that at any rate. So of course they are married. Mary is already impregnated, and by the way, it was not done with any magic, possibly with some sort of artificial insemination. We don't know for sure, but it was either that or it was physical. At the time, Caesar Augustus decreed that a census of the world should be happening. We know about that, and that's what brought Joseph and Mary into Bethlehem, because that's where Joseph's origins were. That's where his family came from. So he returned there to be counted. And the time they were there, apparently it was pretty busy in town, and it was time for Mary to have her baby, but there was no room. At the inns, they couldn't find any room. So they had to sleep in the straw, of course, outside, and Emmanuel was born in the straw. Well, at the time, Herod Antipas, who is the governor, hears of the birth from some wise men. Apparently what has happened, that there's a light in the sky, like a big tail of the comet, they call it, and three wise men come all the way from the Orient. They hear voices from this light in the sky, and they are told that a great king of wisdom has been born, and they should follow this. They do. They come all the way from the Orient, and they appear before Herod Antipas and explain that they had followed this light in the sky, that they heard that a great and powerful new king had been born, which will bring great wisdom to the people. So they follow it. Herod was very frightened by this, as we read in our own Bible stories, and thought this new king might exercise some cruel power. He was probably rather concerned that it might throw him out of office. And he wanted to know where this newborn child was. Well, the three wise men told Herod that he says, well, in Bethlehem, in the Jewish land, for it was written by the prophet Micah. And so at this point they didn't know exactly where, but they were quite sure that it was going to be in Bethlehem because of this prophecy. Well, Herod asked the wise men to continue on, to go to Bethlehem and see this young child, and then let him know exactly where it was, because he wanted to follow up himself to adore this young child. Well, the three wise men then took off on their own, and again they followed the light in the sky that led them to Bethlehem, and where they found this new child, Emmanuel, born there with Mary. And of course they brought their gifts, which we've all heard about, of gold, incense, and myrrh. Right after they had been there and given their gifts, again the light appeared in the sky, it says, and a voice from the sky told the three wise men not to return to Herod, as he had planned harm to the child. Well, the three wise men, that was enough for them. So instead of going back to Herod, they took a different path and went back to the Orient their own way, on a different way home. Gabriel then appeared to Joseph and told him to take the child and go to Egypt. Because of the problem with Herod, he didn't want the child harmed in any way. So he told Joseph, take the child to Egypt and I'll deal with Herod, and I will let you know when it's time to return. After a period of time, apparently Gabriel has done whatever he did, sent a messenger to Herod or whatever, calmed Herod down, who then has a change of heart and pronounces that he is no longer has any, I guess you call it, a grudge against this newborn child, and now that he understands that he is merely a king of wisdom. So Joseph and Mary return. They leave Egypt and they return to Galilee, where they live in the city of Nazareth. And this then fulfills the prophecy that says that the Nazarene shall be called Emmanuel, because now he lives back in the city of Nazareth. At a certain age, and I don't know what it is, Emmanuel goes to John the Baptist, who at that time was preaching at the banks of the Jordan River. He was preaching according to the laws of God, the same that Emmanuel had learned. He was preaching that the creation was the holder of the secret of secrets, that God was the ruler of the human race, but also revered creation. And people from Jerusalem and Judea all over came to be baptized by John. He again thrashed out at the Pharisees and called them vipers and so forth, and was speaking strongly for the teachings of God. Emmanuel came to him, and when he did, John was surprised and says, "Well, I need to be baptized by you, for you are of greater wisdom than I." Emmanuel says, "Let it happen now, for it is up to us to fulfill all justice, since we are both sons of the earth." So John baptized Emmanuel. Shortly right after that, as Emmanuel comes out of the river after he's been baptized, there's a bright light all overhead. There's a bright light all overhead, and everyone falls to the ground. Out of this light there's a great voice that says, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. He will be the King of truth, which shall lift this human race to knowledge." Well, Emmanuel rises and is immediately lifted up into this metallic light and ascends up into the sky. Emmanuel was not seen then for 40 days or 40 nights. He was taken by these guardian angels to a place, it says, between the winds of the north and the west, to learn the secrets of wisdom. There he spent his days with the wise saints of God and the guardian angels. And let me just kind of refer to the old book here so I can get that part right. And I'll tell you a little bit about what's called the secret of Emmanuel, is what it says in the writings here. He goes to this place, which it sounds like would probably be over in the area where Florida was, where the great gods and the celestial angels actually lived. And there he learned the wisdom of God. He was met and introduced and educated by the guardian angels and the celestial sons. It says there he saw the forefathers, the saints of ancient times, who were the fathers of the human race, the celestial sons. And there he went north along the ends of the earth, where the metallic lights and fire vehicles fell out of the sky with singing, covered with smoke and fire, and soared into the sky. He saw great marvels at the end of the earth. There a large door of heaven opened up, and he saw the three races of mankind. As big as the area of the sea near the river Jordan did the heavenly doors radiate, it says. Radiating inside was the entire land of Israel, alive and true. Behind the door was no hidden secret, for the Sohar entered the smallest spaces, it says, of the cottages and revealed the last to be known. Then it mentions behind the second gateway to the sky there were grand mountains whose tops reached into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. The third heavenly port revealed a land of huge dimensions, mountains with rivers, lakes, and oceans, because there lived another human race. As I've said before, the God of that time ruled over the three human races that had been developed, which we remember earlier were primarily the Hebrew race, the Indians around the Black Sea, and then the developing brown skin race, the Indians of the American continent. So there he stayed. He went into the palace of God, which ruled over these three human races, and met the celestial sons. God himself, he says, was immortal and ancient, the size of a giant, like the celestial sons. In the palace of God there appeared to Emmanuel two very tall men, the likes like he had never seen before. He said their faces radiated like the sun, their eyes seemed like burning torches. Fire came from their mouths. Their clothing resembled a layer of foam, it says, and their arms were like golden wings. So surely this is where the concept and idea of the angels came about. It says in here that they lived in their own world because this world had killed them. These two men from the seven sisters, the Pleiades, were sacred teachers, together with two smaller men who said that they were men from Bawi, B-A-A-W-I. And you'll remember from Billy's contact notes that the Bawi on some occasions were aiding the Pleiadians even here on earth. So this is where Emmanuel got his education. During those 40 days and 40 nights, he was taught the laws of creation, he was taught the laws of God and to understand nature, and most importantly, he was given his great abilities of healing and future vision that would serve him throughout all of his life. And through the Rest of the Talmud, it is not entirely different than the Bible stories we've read, where he does healing and so forth. But in each story you find constant reference to the laws of God. Nowhere in here does Emmanuel ever talk about being the Son of God. He always attributes his Father as being Gabriel of the celestial sons. And at no point in here does he call himself Jesus Christ. It's never mentioned in the book. And at no point in here does he ever revere himself as a Redeemer, a Savior of any type. But the book, it refers to his lessons, how he tried to teach people through parable, how to learn, how to think, how to develop truth for themselves. He spoke to them continually about the will of the Spirit, how to develop strong will through the laws of creation and the knowledge of Spirit. The stories of healing lepers and so forth are in here. In the house of Peter, where he brings a woman back to life and so forth. The healing of the two possessed, it's also in here all about the disciples. I've read this over several times, and again, it's fairly similar, many of these stories, to just as the Bible stories that you've read. It's 100 pages long, and I don't wish to go through all of them right here, and I'll save you that for your own excitement when you can get a copy of the book, because I'm going to tell you where to get it here in just a moment. The other really fascinating part is when we get towards the end, when it explains all about the crucifixion. And that part I know well, so let me tell you that part. Okay, we're going to move ahead to the Last Supper, and where Emmanuel spoke to one of his disciples, and he tells him to go into the city to a certain person and tell them that I want to have the Last Supper with my disciples at his home, for behold, Easter is near. Which they do. They have the Last Supper. And of course, most importantly here is that this is where Emmanuel explains to his disciples of the great heavy time that is on him, that he will be crucified, and that he will be lying dead in this state for 3 days and 3 nights, where again he shall rise from the dead. And they have a toast. He says, all of you drink from this cup. Your throats are thirsty. Also on rainy and cold days, it says. They then, after the dinner, they go to Gethsemane, which is the area where he's to be captured later that night. And that's a very difficult time for him. Interesting reading in here, it talks about how now, even though he knows he must fulfill his mission because it is written so, it's the will of God, as to not to mention there's going to be a great learning in this also for him. But this is the part where he really breaks down, and you feel how human he really was, because he's about to face a terrible ordeal of bodily pain, which will be inflicted by all of these wild, crazed people. And it does happen. So all of his disciples are bedding down, going to sleep, and he's waking Peter up, and he wakes Judas up he doesn't want to be alone, because he knows of the terror that's about to happen to him, and he's trying to keep his strength together to face up to what's about to happen. Well, it does happen. Judah Iscariot comes, and he has a group of men with him who come to take Emmanuel away, which they do. And they take Emmanuel back into town, and he's presented before the high priest, who, of course, used the stolen scriptures of Judas Iscariot to maintain that he's blasphemous and that he has gone against the will of their God, and so he must be killed. So after the high council, and the high priest, of course, that was kind of a rigged deal. They immediately are wanting to sentence him to death, but they can't just do that on their own, so they have to take him before Pontius Pilate, who is the governor. And like we've read in the Bible and our stories and so forth, Pontius Pilate really found no guilt in the man, and actually begs Emmanuel to step forward and defend himself, which he does not do. So Pontius Pilate would actually kind of like to see him go free. And as is the custom on Easter, he always brings out 2 or 3 of the prisoners to the open crowd and lets the crowd decide what the fate would be. Well, on this particular day, it says in here that the crowd was a little rigged, that the members of the high priest and so forth had plants in the audience, and many people had been paid gold and so forth to yell for the life of Emmanuel. And they did. They yelled, "Let him be crucified, let him be crucified." And no matter what Pontius Pilate could say to them, they insisted upon it. Well, Pontius Pilate washed his hands in front of all of them. He did not want to be responsible, he said, for this innocent man. Well, the crucifixion went just as we really had heard. He had been drug out to the crucifixion. Billy told me one of the things that's not commonly known, though, is that most of the bones in his body were already broken. He'd been beaten so much on the back that his ribs cage and so forth was busted up very poorly. So he must have been in tremendous pain at that time. So he's put on the cross, and of course he's taunted and yelled at and so forth. If you're such a great king of wisdom, whatever, why can't you get yourself off the cross? There's a tremendous storm which lasts for about 3 hours while he's still on the cross. And after that time, it looks like he's just gone, he's almost dead. And it says in here that he's fallen into a coma. And Joseph of Arimathea, who is a follower of Emmanuel, is watching and recognizing that he has fallen into a coma. At that point, a soldier steps up, and it says here, puts a knife into his loins, not into his upper chest, where it's commonly thought, but he pierces his loins to see if Emmanuel was dead. And it says here that a blood mixture with some water came in it, which generally insinuates that a person is either half dead or dead altogether. And they were kind of surprised because it's unusual that people that were crucified who died so quickly, even though Emmanuel was nailed to the cross, where it was the custom normally to tie people to the cross. Okay? Well, after that, after the soldier had done that, Joseph immediately runs into town to Pilate to get the permission to take the body down, which he does. He takes the body down, Emmanuel's body, and he takes it to a family crypt and puts the body inside. And the interesting part was it says in here that there's like a secret entrance to this. Guards are placed in front because the high priest are worried of his prophecy of returning after 3 days, that someone may steal the body and claim that he still lives. So they put guards out in front, and the guards and Mary Magdalene are out in front of this tomb, while Joseph and 3 friends of Emmanuel's from India have access to this tomb through a secret entrance somewhere in the back. So they treat him, get him back into health. It's even suggested that his father comes to help out, and Emmanuel sneaks out the back. At that point, there is a white light in the sky, and Emmanuel's father, Gabriel, comes down and puts asleep the 2 guards in front with some sort of light device, and pulls the rock back to show everybody that he has risen. And he tells Mary then to go into town and tell everybody that he's gone. He says, don't be, and he tells her not to be afraid and so forth, but of course, how could she not really be? Well, at that point, what happens is Emmanuel appears another time or two for his disciples, and he has to, as fate would have it, he has to do something with Saul, who has been his biggest enemy up to this point. And after Emmanuel's gone, and he goes on to Damascus, Saul then begins to create terrible problems and going around and trying to stamp out all of Emmanuel's work, and is having people, anybody who still talks about Emmanuel, he's trying to have them arrested and so forth. So Emmanuel does something about this. And on the road to Damascus, he waits for Saul, who's coming along the road. And by benefit of some friends of his of India who give him some powder and so forth, he creates an explosion on the road of smoke. And then a voice booms out to Saul, and Saul is very afraid. He says, "Who's there? Who's there? What's going on?" And he says, "I am Emmanuel, whom you persecuted in your hatred, as you do my disciples. Get up and go into the city and let them teach you according to how you are supposed to live." Well, Saul is, he's of course very shook up by this. He thinks that it's the reincarnation here, or resurrection, because Saul believed in resurrection, not reincarnation. So Saul, of course, then goes into Damascus. He's taught by the disciples of Emmanuel, but he doesn't get it quite right. And this actually is the basis of Christianity. Saul, who is called Paul, then writes Christianity in his own words, and that's the foundation of Christianity. The Talmud doesn't stop there. It continues on to explain how Emmanuel has been in Damascus now for 2.5 years. He then calls for his mother Mary, his brother, and for Judas to join him, which they do. And says for a long period of time, Billy had to keep kind of secret about this, but then he let the Talmud out. And it goes on to talk about how Emmanuel, at 45 years old, he marries a young and pretty woman who has him numerous descendants. And as the normal head of every family, he settles down and today is what is called Srinagar outside of Kashmir, India. There he made many journeys and kept preaching his teachings and so forth. And at the age of about 110, between that and 115, he died a natural death and was buried in Srinagar. His mother Mary, by the way, died when Emmanuel was 38, when they were on the road in Pakistan. And she's buried somewhere in West Pakistan, I have not been there, in a little town called Mari, M-A-R-I, and that's where she was buried. Judas Iscariot died at about 90 and was buried at a place not far from Srinagar. The firstborn son of Emmanuel, which he has several, is also called Joseph. He wrote down Emmanuel's story and added that to the teachings of Judas Iscariot, which is what we've been reading. And he left India after his father's death. And after a 3-year journey, he returned to the land where his father had lived and died in Jerusalem, where his assumed death in Jerusalem was. And there he took the original scrolls he had from India and he hid them in that tomb where Emmanuel had originally lain. He thought that would be the safest place, and it was. That's where they stayed until 1963 when they were dug up. So Emmanuel did live on. He lived in Srinagar and continued teaching there. Not only that, he ventured out on many occasions into other areas trying to spread the word of his teachings. It's most, from what I understand, his name at that point in India was called Yes Asif. I think he had several names at the time, but that's, I believe, the most common one. I didn't get that from Billy. I got that from another book called Jesus Lived in India, which I went over with Billy, and he agreed with, that Holger Kernstein, the man who had written the book, who was very close on many things, and that apparently was Emmanuel's name during that time period. A couple other things. Well, one other thing anyway. I told you earlier that I wanted to let you know where you could get a copy of this little book so you can read it. As in any interesting document like this, of course, historically, this book is going to be challenged, and many of us could read it, and if you're not more well-schooled in Christian history than I am, it would be very difficult for you to read this and try to authenticate it. But there are many people throughout the land who are very knowledgeable in these areas, including a author of a book called Celestial Teachings, James Deardorff. And James Deardorff did write a book, and it's called Celestial Teachings, The Emergence of the True Testament of Emmanuel. Now, I should let you know that Professor Deardorff, he was a professor at Oregon State, and he spent 6 years examining the Talmud Emmanuel when he got a hold of it, and wrote this book called Celestial Teachings. The book itself is much longer than the Talmud is. The book itself is 300 pages long, and what he has done is he has gone completely through the Talmud in every way, and being a Christian historian, has tried to authenticate or reveal to fraud these writings. And overall, I can't go through the 300 pages and explain it to you, but his general assumption was, when he was done, that yes, this is the true testament of Emmanuel, and probably and quite possibly predates the Gospels of Matthew and Mark. You can get this book called Celestial Teachings, and you can also get a copy of the Talmud Emmanuel, which is now published in English, and you can get it from Wildflower Press. This information will also be in your exhibits there, but so in case you lose those, I'll put it here on the tape for you. Wildflower Press is located at P.O. Box 230893, Department CT, as in Cat Thomas, in Tigard, Oregon, Tigard, and their zip code there is 97224. Now, at the time that we're making this tape, in 92 anyway, let's see if we have some prices here. Okay, Celestial Teachings is $17.95. The Talmud Emmanuel is $15.95, it says here. And postage is $1 for one item, so you can write to them and maybe get a current price or send that amount of money, and I'm sure they'd be welcome to send you a book. So, and if you also got Celestial Teachings, it could answer an awful lot of questions for you that you may have as you read the Talmud as to its authenticity, and then you would have the work of a Christian historian who for 6 years went over this document to verify its validity. Okay, so ends our tape on the Talmud Emmanuel, so you can fast forward, and I'll see you on the next tape. Hello and welcome to a couple of very special tapes on the subject I call creation. I need to probably define a few terms here before we get going and explain a little bit more about what I'm talking about. Here on Earth we look up at the stars and peer out in the sky and so forth and wonder where we may have come from, how we got here, is there any meaning to our life? We search through different belief structures, religions, philosophies and so forth, trying to answer the big questions in our life. Because we really have no factual knowledge exactly where we came from and what's going on in the universe. So far, technically, we've been unable to get off our planet. We don't have the technology to fly out into the cosmos, nor do we have the science yet to understand how the universe may have come about. And if there is any logic to the universe, what exactly is it? You see, it's the logic of what the universe is actually doing is where the explanation of the planets and the life forms actually come from. It is the task, you might say, of our modern day religions and belief structures to try to explain what the universe is doing, to try to explain the meaning of our lives. Scientists are also doing this. Every day they're working on unraveling the mysteries of the universe. They're trying to figure out how it started, how it's evolving, what it's actually doing. They're trying to provide answers to our questions about ourselves. So actually, religious leaders and scientists really aren't too far apart. They're really searching for answers to the same questions, just from slightly different perspectives. Scientists are trying to, you might say, the nuts and bolts guys, are trying to actually logically explain what the universe is doing and how our lives may fit into it, where religious leaders are more or less philosophical speaking trying to explain it, or theologically speaking trying to explain it. They're not concerned with the actual nuts and bolts. They're speaking from more of a spiritual standpoint. Well, unfortunately, neither our scientists nor our religious leaders have been well schooled, you might say, in the matrix of the universe, how it started, what a universe is. Is there really logic in the universe that controls our lives? Well, among the great Pleiadian information that Billy Meier has been able to receive and understand, there's quite a bit of information on that. And it came in little pieces all throughout all of his contact notes. And if you've gone through all of those tapes, you'll notice that so far I really haven't spent too much time trying to explain much about creation, philosophy, theology, these things, because it was in different sections through all out the notes. So I tried to put it together all into two cohesive tapes. So not only can I explain it a little bit better, but hopefully my explanation then will be a little clearer and you'll have a better chance of understanding it than if I gave it to you in little pieces. Because I found out that throughout the entire contacts, they really answered most all of the big questions. On these two tapes you're about to listen to now, I'm going to explain a lot about what the Pleiadians have provided Billy with, the answers to the big questions. What is the universe? How did it start? Why is there a universe? Why are there life forms? And what is the meaning to our lives? And is there something beyond our physical lives? So that's the things we're going to talk about on these two tapes. So I almost warn you right now, whatever preconceived notions you may have, which are fine, about what you think life is and how it may have come about, you're probably going to be opened up to some new ideas on these two tapes there. I know I certainly was when I first heard all of this information. It made a lot of sense to me, and personally, I believe in all the concepts that the Pleiadians are stating here. It all makes very much sense to me. Quite a bit of it, most of it, seems very familiar, which is probably what drew me to a lot of this information to begin with. So anyway, for the sake of our discussion here, a creation is slightly different than what a universe is. And that will be explained as I tell you how a universe actually comes about. So let's back up to the very beginning and start there. You see, once we have the science and technology on our own society to actually leave the planet and go out and study the universe, we'll start answering a lot of questions. And as our science gets more developed, our technologies get better, we'll probably be able to actually move in time, move backward and forward, and watch cause and effect. Actually watch the universe unfold and see things happening. We also will come in contact with other races far more developed than ourselves. I'm sure there are many races out there, like the Pleiadians, and many that we've never even heard anything about yet, which are far more advanced than we are, and already benefit from a greater time, space, and a far greater intelligence. So we have a lot to learn. leaving our planet is like the first day of school for us as a race. So the things we're going to talk about here is probably a pretty good primer for our first day in school. My point is simply this, that the Pleiadians, as well as many other races who've already been out there, their technology has allowed them to study the universe and actually understand what's going on. In the case of the Pleiadians, it's even gone so far as to come in contact with other races far more developed than themselves, who are on the very throes of perfection of the life form and have far more extensive understandings of the concept of a universe and the meaning of life than they do. So they're far more well-schooled than we are. The information on these tapes is the current Pleiadian philosophy of life and understanding of the universe. You see, the universe itself, the universe that we live in, we have no known parameters, you might say, or knowledge of its size and what it's actually doing. We believe the universe is expanding currently. That's the current theory for our scientists. And according to the Pleiadians, they are right. It is expanding. It will contract later on. Okay, let's start at the very beginning and explain exactly what a universe is and what a creation is. You see, our universe is not alone. There are many universes. As a matter of fact, the universe that we are living in is inside of a much larger universe, where it is estimated by the Pleiadian technology that there are 10 to the 49th power number of universes in this very large universe. 10 to the 49th power means if you took a pencil and set down and made a 1 and then put 49 zeros out, that's the size of the number. Now that's a huge number. That's how many universes there are in this very large universe. And since there is no particular name for it, Billy has it marked down in his notes that the Pleiadians call it an absolutum. And that means that they have no knowledge beyond that. They have been able to move into some other universes and have gained some understanding of what the absolutum may do, but their knowledge is also very limited in that areas. But they have got far enough to find out that our universe, along with 10, with 49 zero number of other universes, exist in a much larger universe. And this very large universe, this absolutum, actually is doing something. It's evolving also. It's creating universes. And they have figured out that there are 3 stages to a universe. Okay, here's what happens. In the beginning, in this large absolutum that has 10 with 49 number of zeros of universes in it, when it goes to create a new universe, it has an idea to do that. The idea to create the new universe is called the creation. The creation is an idea. It is an idea embodied into itself with knowledge and understanding. So the absolutum, it is a living life form which has knowledge and understanding because it's already created many, many universes before us, so it knows how to create one. It has an idea to create another one. This idea, this little ball of energy that is embodied with the idea to create another universe, is called a creation. And so it does just that. And when it does it, this idea, and remember we talked earlier about all energy, the universe is either energy in a fine matter state or a coarse matter state. This creation is in what's called a fine matter state. Now again, if we have energy such as electricity, things that are unseen, any types of energy, those are considered fine matter. If you have something in solid form, that's considered coarse matter. So a spiritual thought or a creational energy source is a fine matter, whereby a planet, an animal, or a person is a coarse matter, okay? Because we're going to relate to these terms all the way through many of these explanations. So the creation itself is a fine matter energy. It's very small. It's just a thought. It's a very small, like a flea, a little small piece of energy, but it has something unique. Because it's an idea from the absolutum, it already benefits from the knowledge of the absolutum, which has created other universes before, so it's already very, very powerful as an energy source. The energy that is within this little small creation is actually moving in a very intricate, exotic spiral formation. And in your exhibit, there's a drawing, as best as possible, a little bit about how that energy moves, the formation of that spiral. So it is in there. The idea to create a new universe is a creation. and the energy within it is moving in this egg form, spiral shape, and it's very small. The spiral is the original spiritual form, then, that will create our universe. The energy that's inside of this small spiral is now rotating. It rotates and it pulsates. Okay? What happens is, over a period of time, this idea, this creation that has the idea to create a universe, slowly evolves. It works out how and where it's going to do it by benefit of the knowledge it's received from the Absolutum. At a certain point, then, this creation then establishes the area where the universe is going to be. Now, picture in your mind, if you will, and there is a drawing in your exhibit called the Absolutum, which was just a quick idea to show you that there's a large universe called an Absolutum with a whole bunch of other universes in it. And what happens is, when our universe then, the creation decides to create a new universe, the area is established where our universe will be. And that's something similar to what the Big Bang Theory is. There is something like an explosion, they say, but there's no material or coarse matter that explodes. It's only fine matter. It's only energy. So the energy itself expands and creates an area in the Absolutum where the universe then is going to grow and evolve. The creation is doing this, and the creation again is just fine matter energy with the knowledge from the Absolutum. It has now created an area where the universe, where you and I live, is going to grow. However, there are no material things in it right now. It is of large size, but there's nothing in there but fine matter, just energy. There are no planets at this point, and there's no time involved. It's just energy that rotates in a spiral fashion. Now, the energy continues on now to learn and understand, and the creation gets the thoughts and ideas, understanding, and the sense of reason, and it comes up with the idea of life. Idea is the key word here, because as we're learning in science, all matter possibly was formed from an idea. Ideas, just like when you think, are formed by logical conclusion, and as the idea becomes more concentrated upon, it becomes to get stronger in energetic form. It can actually create solid material things. So, and this is how our universe has come about. The creation has created the universe and all of this material by the knowledge that was embodied within it. And now we have the giant area. Our universe is growing. There are no planets in it yet, but it has thought, feeling, understanding, sense of reason, and an idea to create life. It then creates what's called space and time. In other words, the matrix then of our universe begins to become created. And we have a big empty universe with movement, because now we have the space, the emptiness, and it creates time. And it does this by virtue of an impulse it gets from the Absolutum. Our universe now continues to grow, and as it does so, belts or divisions begin to occur within this large area. Okay? What has happened now, our universe is glowing like a large, the word is sohar, because this big energy form in the middle of our universe, which becomes like a central sun, is called by them a sohar. And what it is a concentrated form of the knowledge of creation embedded into our universe. All of this knowledge that is growing on how to evolve the universe is in this central sun area. That is called the sohar. It's like a bright light. And as our universe then continues to grow and expand, it will form belts, looking similar to like a tree trunk. And if you look at the exhibit there, you'll see that there are a certain number of belts, 7 of them all together, is how our universe then separates. As time goes by and creation continues to use its knowledge and so forth and understanding to create this universe, slowly those belts start manifesting at different levels of evolution. And the third belt in is called the material belt, as you can see on the diagram. The outer belt is called the push belt, which separates it from the other universes. But the third belt in is where all of the planets, the coarse matter, is evolving. It's similar to like what an egg does. It has different layers in it. Only our universe is divided into 7 layers. It is establishing already that there are 7 levels, 7 different types of energy in our universe. And they all have different things that they do. Each level of energy has different understanding, different knowledge, and different purpose. So the logic of the universe is beginning to be established by virtue of this creational idea, this embodied idea that is creating all of this material. Okay? So this continues on to a point where there is a material belt. And in this material belt, unlike any of the other belts, in here now, the energy matter, the fine matter, begins to get thicker and thicker, denser or denser. If you can imagine nothing, and then energy, and what would energy be as it gets a little bit denser? Well, there was no word for it in the German language, so Billy decided to call it fluffy matter. So before it becomes gas, it's what's called fluffy matter. First, there is the thought of the creation. The thought gets thicker, more dense, and turns into fluffy matter. And eventually, the fluffy matter then evolves into gaseous states, which are going to form all of our suns and planets through nebulae. Okay? At this particular point, something very important happens, though, in our universe. Once our universe has established a material belt, then time begins. Up until that point, there is no time in the universe, because time only acts upon material objects, coarse matter objects, all right? And this time impulse somehow comes into our universe then via the creation from some source of the universe that created us. One universe creates another. There are cycles to universes. So our universe has now evolved to the point where it has a material belt, and time is beginning. When time starts, time is an energy force that moves like waves. It's divided into small units of impulses which speed through the universe in waves. This causes the rotation and animation of the matter. Moving time is now born, and the motion of creation is now started. Creation is creating a universe, we call it, with 7 different layers, 7 different, they're calling it belts, 7 different stages of evolutionary material, each stage having its own function, the 5th stage now having the function of creating material or coarse matter form that we come along. And the reason I draw this point out again is that pay attention to the logic of what the creation is doing to make the universe, because these same principles that are being set in motion pertain to our life. Okay, which we're going to get into a little bit later. Okay, so the idea of creation then is continued by the eternity of what's called the Ur, from the original creation, or this absolutum. Spiritual energies are now moving, they're rotating. Fluffy matter's turning into gas. Gases then form, condense over billions and billions of years. And what happens, of course, is what we're aware of now, that these gases then, in these large areas of our universe called nebula, we form into suns, planets are formed and cool down, and they form into solar systems. Nothing unusual about this. We're all aware from school the slow evolution of what our universe actually does. At this particular time in our development, though, we still have this fluffy matter, and I just want to point out at that stage of development there, though, which time has started, time then causes all of this fluffy matter then to start moving. These waves or impulses of time that move through the fluffy matter is how the galaxies and the motion of the universe actually gets started. Because time creates movement, it creates rotation, and pulsation of the fluffy matter. And so that's the reason, and by the way, these waves of impulses move in the spiral form that's in your exhibit there, in that particular shape. That's why there's no edge to the universe, because the energies all move in this spiral fashion, and they never really come to an end of anything. They're like a continuous movement that keeps moving on. Time, the clock as we think of it, then started way back when. Billions of years ago then, even trillions of years ago, when this impulse of time came into our material belt, that's when the clock started ticking. So from that point on, the impulses of time are animating the matter, and the time machine started. And the concept, technology, whatever, of moving in time is the understanding of how these pulses work in the coarse matter world. Time travel then can be reduced simply to the understanding of the impulses of the time factor, where you can actually move up and down these pulses and see matter at different stages of development, which is time traveling. Okay? At this point, though, we have no firmament. There's no stars floating around. That's what happens next. The fluffy matter then rotates, pulsates into spirals, which resemble the egg shape of the original form of this spiral. And that continues on. At that point, though, it's a dark universe because we don't have anything except the central sun, but the universe itself is dark. So if we were to see it at that point, it'd just be black, unless we were close enough just to see the central part. The fluffy matter then evolves into galaxies and begins to show very brightly, causing the darkness of space to be broken. Also, it starts warming it up, because as all of this fluffy matter evolves into gas, the gas becomes more and more condensed and starts creating all of these suns. The suns start putting off great amount of energy. We have electrical magnetic radiation then moving through the universe, starting to affect other coarse matter. This is the beginning then of where astrology would start. And we have heat now. Up till this point, it's probably been pretty cold in the emptiness of space. But logic is being set in pattern here, because every step of the way, all of the fine matter and the coarse matter of the universe have attained their level that they are at through reasoning and understanding. And this is forming the logic exactly of what the universe is, and is laying down, if you will, the laws or the commandments or whatever you want to call them, of what existence is all about. You see, man doesn't come along and establish the rules of the universe. We don't make the laws of creation. The laws, if you want to call them that, are nothing more than the logic of how the universe is working, how the universe came about. And this is how it came about. So it's setting in pattern this numbering of seven layers of development, and the logic then of what life and how life will evolve is being established at these very times as the universe is being created from the idea of the creation. Okay, the evolution will continue, and of course as the suns begin to evolve and come into being, so do the planets who cool down. Their matter will cool down. They fall into formation around the suns, and I'm not going to elaborate here on astronomy and those things because that's not the purpose here. I'm much more interested in just the development of the fine matter or spiritual world and an explanation of how our lives fit into the logic of the universe. So as we would move through then trillions of years of time, the universe itself is going to evolve. The planets will solidify, cool down, become solid. And then, of course, what happens next is the evolution of flora, which is air, water, and the plants and so forth, and all the million different forms within nature begin to evolve. Important to note, though, that all throughout nature, as all of this food kingdom, if you want to call it that, starts to be evolved over billions of years that will take, the logic of the universe is being used here in every step of the way. Every time a plant is evolving and being created, it is being done so with the logic that was provided originally by the creation, that embodied idea that is still the original map or idea that's causing everything to work. My point simply is to keep clear all throughout that there is definite logic and understanding to what the universe is doing, and that it is following exactly, as the Pleiadians are telling us, these levels of 7 stages of development all of the way through. And this also, man will mimic and follow this same level of same stages of development that the universe is doing. After the food kingdom, of course, has evolved, since the universe is not totally stupid, you have to have food before you can have animals who eat food. So once that the universe understands through the knowledge of creation, exactly, at this point you can start seeing where a creation and a universe are really the same thing. A creation, what Pleiadians call the original idea to create a universe, actually is, but all throughout this creation then basically is the fine matter energy which creates a universe. Okay? So creation and universe start to become kind of synonymous here as this thing, and for the rest of the explanation it really will become the same thing, because creation is an idea that grows into being a universe. At this point now, the logic of creation has understood how to make the food kingdom. It has the idea of life, and it has learned that first it must create food so that there can be creatures to eat it. fauna, which is the animal kingdom, comes along. And of course the animal kingdom now is an entirely different level of spiritual energy. It is a different level. It's following the 7 levels of development that are established within the matrix of the universe or creation itself. And each one of those 7 levels is broken down to 7 other levels with 7 subgroupings under that. So in the Pleiadian science, they've been able to map out entirely all these different levels of development of the creation itself. And through time travel and knowledge from other races, they've learned to understand each incremental step that a creation goes through in its evolution. Because this original idea of creation is doing exactly that. It is an idea that is evolving. Probably not so much different than just an idea that each one of you may have at any given moment. That idea is set in motion. It does not just die out. All of your thoughts and ideas have life to them. And when concentrated and thought on hard enough, they are manifested in greater and greater energy. And even us little humans can think to the point that we can cause creations, that we can create matter to actually happen. Because matter is nothing more than the following through of a logical idea. Okay? As long as it's logical and makes sense. So don't go out there creating illogical universes. At the point that it's necessary or logical to create the animal kingdom, then creation does that. It has the idea, then creates the energy forms to create the animal kingdom, which are coarse matter beings. Nature reacts differently than the humans do. After the animal kingdom has been evolved and goes to a certain point of stage, there gets to be a point in the stage of development of the creation then where logically it can create human life. And there's quite a bit of difference between the human life and the nature life. Humans evolved naturally out of the dead animal tissue in plants. There's a mixture. Scientifically, that's how it actually works. When the fine matter gets to the point of understanding and knowledge where it can create a human being, that's how it does it. The first human being on a planet where the life acids and so forth are correct around a certain kind of sun where it's possible for human life to develop, that's how it is done. The knowledge is provided by the fine matter energy of creation. The coarse matter provides the body material for the first human being to be born, and that is done through an understanding of the mixing together of dead animal tissue and plants. So humans are a spirit form that have come out of the idea of creation. We were created then through the logic of the creation, creating this thing we call a universe in logical steps. So there's a part piece of creation in all of us, and that part piece is an understanding of what the creation is. We are connected to it because we are a spirit form which is derived from the spiritual energy which is creation. Humans are totally separate from the flora. Humans are totally separate from the flora and fauna kingdoms. We have no connection with the animal kingdom or the food kingdom. You were never a plant. You were never an animal of any type. You are a separate level of evolution. Just as the plant kingdom, the flora kingdom, has its limitations. When the idea for the flora kingdom to be evolved, it has a beginning level of evolution and it has a high level of evolution. It can only evolve to a certain point. The same with nature. It's a different kind of spiritual energy. It has its levels of evolution also. It has a low level of evolution that is necessary to be attained on a planet before the animal kingdom can naturally evolve and become into existence. And it can only evolve so highly. Animals can never evolve to the points that humans can. We are a different kind of spiritual energy because human forms, spirit forms, can evolve into what's called perfection, which will be explained a little bit later on. Other words, the human being is capable of evolving to a much higher level than an animal can. An animal has limitations. An animal spirit is different. As we'll discuss a little later, it reincarnates differently on a different time schedule and works differently than the human form does. So be comfortable. You were never a flea, a dog, or a snake, or anything like that. Okay, but it was necessary for our planet to evolve naturally through these levels of evolution before it was possible then for the human being to evolve on his own. So man then begins to develop and evolve. Words are formed into language. We go through our very simple steps of evolution, and then man comes in and develops to the higher forms of perfection. In our galaxy, which we call the Milky Way, originally in our galaxy, it has been learned by the Pleiadians through association with other races, that originally in our galaxy, when it formed a long time back, there were a little over 44 million different planets where human life, as we know it, evolved naturally on its own. Now, there are countless numbers of sun systems and planets in our Milky Way. But originally, left alone, there was 44 million planets, similar to Earth, where there was the necessary acids, atmosphere, environmental control, suns, and so forth, necessary for a man to evolve. That happened. Of this 44 million, it has grown greatly, because the galaxy itself is quite old. They have now learned that there are 343 variations to the human form that they have discovered. This is variations in fingers, toes, size, bone structure, eyes, nose, so forth. Slight variations in the human form itself, but all nonetheless of the same spiritual type of energy that can strive for perfection and evolve to perfection within creation. At the moment that they know of, there are over 7,800,000,000 known planets in our galaxy with human life on them. So that original 44 million that evolved on its own has greatly expanded. Of course, that's mostly because the 44 million evolved, became technically advanced, and then went out, moved out into the galaxy, and seeded other planets also. So here we are, we're moving along, you and I, on our own little planet, not really aware factually of what's going on out in the universe, and now we're finding out that we're kind of on the late freight, that the universe has been going on for a long time, the galaxy is quite old, and before our little civilization came along, there literally have been billions of other civilizations just in our galaxy that are far older than we are. So we have to look forward to quite a family of man out there to learn, meet, and understand from. Okay, before we go a little farther, a few more explanations on the creation itself and how it actually evolves, in other words, the continued logic of the creation, and then we'll get more into the development of our human life forms. Okay, I mentioned earlier that our universe, and if you looked at the exhibit, is divided into 7 different belts, or 7 different layers of kinds of energy. And then, intricately enough, each one of those different layers of the creation itself are subdivided into different levels of knowledge and understanding also. So the creation actually is a great big, huge thought of knowledge. It's a large idea that once was small and is evolving into a very large area. At least we think of it as large. But on the scale of some other microcosm, it's probably infinitely small. What happens to our creation? Well, let me give you a few more ideas about the creation of ourselves, and then we will kind of pay a little bit more attention to our own human development. I said originally that once our creation was established, that the outer belt of it, if we could, for instance, take our creation, and we suddenly became the incredible enlarged person ourselves and grew much larger than the universe so we could see the thing, we would look at our creation and see that it is egg-shaped, that it has followed the form of the original idea of creation, which was an egg-formed spiral, and as it is bursted into a large area and the Sohar has expanded it, as all of this has happened, it has maintained the general shape. So let's say our creation, as we're looking at it, looks like a big egg. Now let's take a knife and let's slice that egg right in half, and we'll take the top off and just set it aside. And as we look down now at the inside of the creation we're looking at, and again, creation now and universe are the same thing at this point, what we see is that it looks like kind of like a tree trunk with different rings in it, and that's these belts that I'm talking about. The outer edge is called a push belt, and that's because it pushes against the other universes. It not only keeps other energies and coarse matter from coming into ours, but it also serves the purpose of keeping our energies from going out and getting involved with other universes. So it's like a separator. It's like a skin on an egg, if you want to call it that. The first layer there is called a creation belt. And this is just a name that is given to it by the Pleiadians as they explained it to Billy. The main purpose apparently of the creational belt, which is a very highly evolved form of energy, it creates what's called the changing belt, which is the second belt in. Now the functions of the changing belt, as I understand it, frankly, are to serve in the evolution of the material belt, which is next. And it is this material belt that you're looking at here, which is where all of the planets are. That is the only belt of the creation that has coarse matter in it. The coarse matter, again, being anything that is solid. There's also a fourth, third, second belts, which are strictly fine matter belts, or creational or spiritual energy, all meaning the same thing. And then, of course, the central sohar of the universe, sometimes called the central sun, and that is the origin, then, of the creational embodied idea. It has grown into that. So that's what our universe actually looks like when you actually look at it. As a matter of fact, one of the scientific secrets for figuring out space travel is right here on this diagram. We live in a material belt where there is time. Only the material belt has the time energy in it. And think of time as an energy. It's a wave of energy that moves in pulses through our material belt in this spiral formation. That's why we have rotation, movement, animation of matter in the material belt that does not exist in the other belts. Well, the Pleiadians say one of the first forms of figuring out how to move in time is how to take energy, coarse matter, which can only exist in this material belt, move it out of the material belt into the changing belt. In the changing belt, there are no impulses of time. There is no coarse matter. That's one reason is coarse matter doesn't exist there. So there's a way, apparently, of taking a flying device, moving it out of the material belt, moving it into the changing belt. It's no longer in a solid material form. It's been converted to some other form of matter which can exist in the changing belt, but now it's outside of time. It's no longer, I'd say, in touch with the time pulses, so it can move in time. And once the knowledge is understood of how the pulses of time work, you can go into the changing belt, move your flying device, however your programming is, then re-enter the material belt at some other place, and kind of jump back onto the time wave impulse as it's moving through this spiral shape through creation, and you're in a different time. So that's one way of actually doing it. Okay, a little more information about our own creation here. As our creation continues to evolve, there will be no more material belts. It is only this one, because the creation, this is how it evolves. Now, interestingly enough, I talked earlier about that there are 7 levels. There's a little bit more to this. As the creation itself continues to evolve, it is now expanding and sending energies all out, all through itself, which is called the universe. It will go through stages of development, and those development stages are the process of evolving fine matter into coarse matter, which facilitates the evolution of the creation itself. You see, as creation gets an idea for a plant, an animal, or a human, that plant, animal, or human then, in its coarse matter state, in its material form, itself gathers information, learning, and wisdom. And it is that learning, experience, and wisdom which contributes to the evolution then of the creation. Because just like the creation, and being a small part of the creation, it then is thinking. And what's thinking? Thinking is the creation of an idea, isn't it? And what's an idea? An idea is the formation of logic. What is matter? If you take logic and concentrate it, at a certain point it becomes matter. Okay, so all of us as physical beings, the animals, the plants, everything that is existing because of the idea that the fine matter world had to create it, is now evolving on and contributing more ideas, more energy to the spiritual fuel, you might want to call it, or evolution of the creation itself. So we're all little small parts of the creation. Everything is. A tree, a squirrel, an animal, a planet, a moon, everything is. They are all part of the natural, intelligent, logic evolution of the creation itself. Hence, you can start to see what responsibility that we have as little minute creatures and spirit forms of the creation, why we have to start taking the entire creation itself into considerations of respect. Not something that we're doing well on this planet at this point. Up to now, we've been looking at the planet as something that we can just plunder and do whatever we want with. We dig holes in it and drag the oil and gas out of it. We dig holes in it. We blow it up. We do whatever we want because we just look at it as a dumb old piece of dirt or something that we're living on. We have no respect for it, and we have no respect for it because we have no understanding of why it's important. We don't know at this point what the creation is doing. So hopefully, knowledge that the Pleiadians are providing us with through Billy will get out into the world, and people will become more and more aware of the respect that we need to have for creation, and we can move towards a better understanding of how to live in harmony with it. Well, anyway, our creation is going to continue evolving. It will go through all these levels of growth, of different levels of evolution, of creating suns and planets and flora and fauna and people. All of these things continuing to evolve, providing the evolution of the creation. At a certain point, the creation itself, or the universe as we're calling it also, will pull back into itself. Now this is pretty fascinating. You see, so far, the universe has been out there just growing, okay? And it's been doing that actually for 47 trillion years. That's right. The creation that we are living in is 47 trillion years since that original embodied idea decided to create this universe that we are in, this creation that we are living in. Now, we have no way of tracking that because the material or coarse matter, part of the universe is not nearly that old. So, since our science at the moment can only track something in material form, we have no idea how old that the creation really is. When, in fact, our creation will go through a total lifespan of 311 trillion 40 billion years. That will be the entire lifespan of the creation that we are in. This creation has gone through so far 47 trillion years of that, which is about 1/6 of the way through its cycle. In your exhibits, there's also a little drawing there showing that there are 7 levels of development to a creation. A creation will go through this 311 trillion year cycle of expansion, evolution, and then it contracts and pulls back into itself. At that point, the creation then goes into kind of a sleep stage, you might call it. It's now cogitating all the things that it has learned. It's in a sleep state, and then again, it will repeat the same cycle that it did. It will now have more knowledge than it did before because it's more evolved. It has now benefited from the experience and wisdom of all of its spirit form parts, which is all of the flora, fauna, and human kingdom throughout the entire creation. Since its inception for trillions of years, it has benefited from all of that knowledge, and now it's going to do it again. And it will go through again, creates another universe. It will go through more advanced stages of development. It will again create planets, suns, flora, fauna, and the human kingdom. And it will evolve all the way through a cycle again. And once again, it will pull back together into a sleep stage. The universe that we live in is called the creational universe because it creates human life. It creates beings like ourselves that do evolve, and that's its mechanism of evolution. Its mechanism, its method by which it evolved is to create small life forms, bit parts of itself that go out and do, experience, think, form logic, and contribute to it, the whole of its evolution. So it's called a creational universe. It will go through 7 cycles of creating itself in universe form and sleeping in between. So it's life and death, more or less. It's off and it's on. There's a creation, there's an expansion, there's a contraction, there's a sleep period. Okay? It does this 7 times, and then it changes, kind of a metamorphosis, into another kind of universe. After it has done this 7 times, this mechanics of creating material belts and creating different kinds of life forms which contribute to its evolution, that mechanics will be done 7 times, and then it's turned into, you might say, it itself evolves into a different kind of universe called an Ur universe, U-R. Okay? And then an Ur universe also will go through 7 cycles of growth, but it's different. It doesn't go through the material belt process. Ur universes are fine matter all the way through all the time, but they have a specific function. Ur universes create other creational universes. They're kind of like the mother universes. Okay? And this is where the process, logic, and understanding of birth comes from. Within the creation, it knows how to create other coarse matter beings. So our creational universes know this, evolve into an Ur universe. Ur universes go through 7 stages of developing other creational universes. Okay? And then after an Ur universe goes through its 7 levels of its own evolution of learning and understanding how to create entirely new universes to start off, new creational ideas. It then evolves into what's called a central universe. Very little is known about a central universe, and the Pleiadians have only figured out these 3 stages. It's quite possible there may be other stages of development also of the universes, but none is known yet. It's quite possible there will probably be 7 levels altogether, because the universe, the creation so far, seems to revolve totally around 7s all the way through. It evolves in 7 levels. It itself goes through 7 stages of development. Each level of coarse matter life that is within the creation, whether it's animal, plant, or human, goes through 7 stages of development, which we're going to spend a little more time on in a minute, talking about the 7 stages of development of the human life. So universes, or creations, go through basically 3 stages of evolution that the Pleiadians know about so far. These simple universes, like we are in, of creating material belts, then Ur universes, and that also evolve into creational central universes. Okay, I see by the tape machine here that we're running out of tape, so I'll see you on the other side. Okay, welcome to side 2 here on tape 1 about the creation. I was just explaining how the creations work, that they do go through 7 stages of development. They do evolve then into a different kind of universe called an Ur universe, which creates other creational types like we're in. That then goes through 7 stages of development and evolves into a central universe. Now, we are in the creational universe that we are in. We'll go through 7 stages of development. We are in the first stage of that development, and we're in the 47th trillion year of that. So our creation has a few years to go, over 250 trillion here to go, it looks like, and then it will collapse back into itself. So that's quite a bit of time. We don't have anything really to worry about there. We're in the very first stage of these 7 stages of development. So our universe, our creation, same thing, has quite a bit of ways to go before it finishes its own personal cycle of growth here and grows into being a universe. Okay, let's move into an area that's a little bit more personal now for you and I. Let's discuss about how the evolution of the human being form actually comes about and what it's doing within the creation. We've learned now that the creation itself is going to go through 7 stages of development, that originally it was an idea that created what we call this universe. So it has brought with it the knowledge from wherever before, the previous universe that created this one. Some Ur universe someplace created ours. So it had already evolved through all the things that we've done. The point is that creations themselves can't just go out and instantly make a universe. It just doesn't happen instantly. It evolves very, very slowly, through wisdom and intelligence, every step of the way, learning how to create all of the infinite small particles of itself. It's taking it trillions of years to get to this point right now where we're at. We took it that long to figure out how to take the fluffy matter and create it into gas, to create the gas into suns and planets, to create the food kingdom, then the animal kingdom and us. Every stage along the way it had to earn that through experience. Now, I'm sure included in all that experience There has been a lot of mistakes made, a lot of trial and error that the creation itself has to go through. It has to figure out how to do everything. The knowledge, creation's knowledge, is stored within itself in what's called this fine matter world. Sometimes people call the fine matter world spiritual energy or creational energy. That's fine. We're talking about the same thing here. The Pleiadians use the term fine matter to describe any kind of etheric or energy form, and coarse matter, once again, to describe anything that's solid, that's been created out of the knowledge of some fine matter someplace. Okay? So actually everything that exists in the creation is a combination of coarse matter and fine matter. That there is fine matter somehow involved in its atomic structure that helped create the material matter and is part of the mapping or the knowledge that makes it exist. So matter, for the most part, then, is just ideas that are manifested into solid form. Okay? So now let's see how the human being comes along here. We're in a universe where trillions of years have gone by. The creation itself has figured out how to evolve, how to establish itself within this great absolutum. And it's figured out how to develop and evolve through these different stages. And it gets to the point now where it's going to create the first human being on the first planet someplace. That happens. I'm sure a certain amount of experimentation went into that. This first guy must have been quite a sight. If he was created out of dead animal tissue and plants, I can just imagine what this guy looked like. But the point is that this guy didn't know very much. The fine matter energy that figured out how to create him probably didn't know any more than except how to actually create a body and build a brain and put some information in it. At this point, his intelligence is very low because he has no experiences. And experiences in life, experiences in the physical form, is how we gather information. Now, the reason for the material life is to gather information with your physical senses, experience, create logic and thoughts, create conclusions, and as you experience things, you contribute wisdom to your spirit, to this fine matter energy which created you originally. See, we aren't material beings having one life. That's just our personality. That's just our persona, we think of it. That's our conscious mind in the material state. That's who we think we are. We're Randolph, we're Nancy, we're Bob, we're Larry, whoever we are. That's a passing phenomenon. We are really spiritual beings, fine matter energy forms, that go through a series of material lives on purpose in order to experience and to gather information. Because it's the spirit then that moves on. It never dies. It never sleeps. It is a continuous form of energy in creation which is striving for perfection. Striving for perfection means that in itself it needs to gather all the information it can so it can also get back at one with the creation itself. It's a part piece of creation now because it was created out of creation and is still connected to it somewhat. But it needs to strive for perfection and rejoin with creation itself. We are the highest form of life form in the creation. Plants and animals, planets themselves, fluffy matter, gas, and other things can only evolve up to a certain point. So there are stages of energies in the creation. We are the highest stage of level of energy in the creation itself. And that's why we say we strive for perfection, because unlike all the other stages before us, they can only reach a certain level and that's it. We are the final stage that evolves into being again with the creation itself, which is what I'm going to go through now and explain all about our levels of development and how we get there. And it'll start making more sense to you. So we have our first guy who's come along here, been created out of dead animal tissue and plants. He's a really good-looking guy. He has practically no knowledge at all. And unlike the animal kingdom, which has instinct, where it is born into it with certain knowledges, that its spirit has certain knowledges that it puts into it for survival, the human being doesn't. He's at the very low level of his development now. He really just has no wisdom to fall back on at all. You see, as we go through material lives, the wisdom that we gain from experiences is stored in the fine matter world in our spirit. And that is carried forward so we have access to it in the following life. So as we go through numerous, multiple material lives, we start gaining wisdom from all of our experiences. And as we gain that wisdom, the spirit remembers it, And in your next material life, you have access, or you might say the usage of that. That's what determines your intelligence and your ability and your aptitudes as you move forward, and begins to explain why we're all slightly different. You see, we're all on different paths, different understanding, and different things we're learning about. Okay, if we were on a Pleiadian world and we're attending class there and wanted to learn about the 7 developmental stages of human life forms, then that's what I'm going to go over right now. Billy Meier was given you might say, a listing or a kind of a printout of the 7 different levels of human life within creation. Since creation itself has created its own laws, you might say, or logic by virtue of its development, its evolution. It has figured out how to create a universe, how to create the fluffy matter, the gaseous material, and so forth. So it has earned the right or learned all the way along on the different stages of development of different kinds of life. And the human life form is no different than anything else. It also must conform to the logic of creation. And so there is a logical, you might say, progression of development of the human life form as it goes through its evolutionary processes. So there are really kind of like laws of logic or rules, you might say, because there is a fixed order of logic on how we develop. When we come into our first lifetime, we have no previous knowledge. We haven't lived at all yet. We have no experiences, so we have no accumulated knowledge. So we really don't know much of anything. And I imagine our first guy that came along probably didn't live very long. He probably was just, snuffed out by an animal right away or whatever, and probably didn't live too long. Short lifespan, no knowledge how to take care of himself. So I'm going to go through this prepared list, which was made for Billy, which explains the different levels of development. It explains all 7 levels, 7 steps of development of the human life, and breaks it down a little bit in 7 different steps. So there are 7 levels to the development of the human life form. 5 of those levels are in physical form. 2 of those levels are in non-physical forms. And then we return and become part of creation. So I'm going to explain the different 7 levels. By the way, each one of these 7 levels is broken down into 7 sub-levels, and then 7 below that, 7 below that. So it's 7 across and then 7 sub-levels down. But we won't have time and we won't break it down that far here. I'm just going to talk about the main 7 breakdowns or levels of the development of human life. In the first level, it's called primary life. Obviously so, because it's the very beginnings. So your first material life would be called the primary development of the intellect and the spirit. So that's the first thing that has to happen. There is no development at that point in your first lifetime. You have no knowledge from any previous lifetimes. It's the first one. So it's the primary development, or the very beginning of development of your intellect, using your brain, using your logical patterns. I suppose at this point the first person is just trying to figure out how to walk, to get around, to find food, maybe some sort of shelters, whatever. So the process is that we go through a material life. While we were going through the material life, we gather information and experiences with our senses, sight, feel, touch, smell, and so forth. We make logical decisions. When we make logical decisions that become part of our life, when we decide on something and that becomes part of us, we gain wisdom from that. And that information, that cognition, that understanding of a basic thing that becomes part of us, then that wisdom from that goes into our spirit. Not every logical conclusion that you come to goes into your spirit, because the spirit itself, remember, is a bit piece, a part piece of creation. It is connected to creation, whether you're aware of it or not, and it has the ability to, you might say, check out your conclusions and compare it against the logic of creation to see if it's correct. If it's incorrect, if it's illogical, if it's harmful to the spirit, it does not accept it. It actually refuses it. After we go through these 7 levels of human development, later on in the tape, I'm going to go over the actual mechanics in the mind and in the spirit, how it retains thoughts and how that works, and we'll discuss that a little bit more. But right now, let me go through these 7 different steps of development of the human life and explain what these steps are. The second step would be the primary thinking of intellect and spirit. So to begin with, first of all, in your first stages, you have to learn how to think basically at all, to use your brain into the very basic functions. That may take several lifetimes. You might not live very long. At this stage, you don't have enough intelligence probably to even protect yourself very well. So your first few lifetimes are probably rather brief. As a matter of fact, the first 100 or so may be very brief. And before you start being able to rationally think things out. The third level, the third section of primary life is the primary thinking of reason, or reason. Okay, first we're developing some intelligence, then we're going to start thinking, and now we're reasoning things out. We're figuring things out like, okay, I better not get too close to that large animal because he will kill me. Okay. Fourth step under primary life is the primary exercise of intellect and spiritual force. Okay. The fifth step is primary reasonable actions. So here you're figuring out, you're developing reasoning. Now it may have taken a couple thousand lifetimes to even get to this point where you're actually beginning to use reasoning and thinking and so forth to understand how to take care of your life. Each one of these lifetimes you go through, we contribute very little in the form of spiritual growth. Spiritual growth is the actual wisdom retained by the Spirit as a result of experiences in the material life. You'll go completely through a material life. It's possible to go clear through it and practically learn nothing. Many people live kind of in spiritual stagnation, completely unaware of their spirit at all, and leading the kind of life that contributes nothing. So it may take them hundreds of lifetimes to progress hardly anything at all. The idea behind this list is that all of these levels, types of things must be gone through, that the human being can't skip anything. Each human being who goes through his own cycles of life, we may start off the same with, it's kind of like a hard drive on a computer with nothing on it, then we start adding software. Well, our spirit is much like that. As we go through each lifetime, it gathers a little bit of wisdom, but everybody lives their lifetime differently. So we're all out gathering wisdom, experiencing things, and contributing wisdom to our spirit about different information at different times. So each person coming into life has different objectives, has different things, different paths that he is on of learning. So even though we start off the same, within a very few short lifetimes, we're all working on different things, but we don't get to bypass anything. The idea is that there are X amount of things that have to be learned about life and contribute, and we're all going to go through them at one time or another, just not at the same time. Okay, the 7 breakdowns of primary life then. 1 was primary development of the intellect. 2 was primary thinking of the intellect. 3 is primary thinking and reasoning. 4 is the primary exercise of intellectual and spiritual force. 5 was the primary reasonable actions. 6 is the primary will caused. It says will cause thinking. So we have an individual here now is starting to use his own will. 7 is the reason-conditioned leading of the life. We have an individual here now who's least able to control himself and take care of his life. He can think, he can reason, and he can take care of himself. So this is still a very underdeveloped person. Creatures at this level of development are, usually thought of as being insane or idiots. Their spirits and intellects are really just, not very developed at all, which they have to learn an awful lot to get going. And again, we only add very little to each lifetime as far as spiritual growth as we go through. So just to get through the primary life may take several million years. The second step of development in the human life is called the reasoned life, and that's broken down into 7 levels also. Each one of those 7 is also broken into 7, which we won't go into. But reasoned life is the second level of development of human life, and this refers to those cycles of life, those lifetimes you're going to lead where your reasoning really figures in the development or evolution of your spiritual self. The first level in reasoned life is called primary development of reason. This is the very beginning of scratching our head and going, how about that? To figure these things out. Let's think things through, okay? The second level is the effective realization of reason and her use. Well, we're getting results. We're going through a lifetime now, we're trying to figure things out, and we're starting to recognize a little bit the cause and effect of things. That, gee, what about this? Or if that? And if I think this way, this happens. So we have an individual here reasoning, trying to figure out how to cope with his life by virtue of reasoning. The third level of reasoned life is the primary acknowledgement and cognition of higher influences. So at this level, it's probably the first time our guy here is coming to the realization that, there may be more intelligent, higher life forms out there somewhere. There could actually be something more intelligent out there. Maybe something really did create life. Okay? The fourth level is the belief of higher influences without owning any knowledge about it. Now this would be at the development stages where people are developing belief concepts. They're believing maybe in a sun god or a rain god or a river god or whatever. A god, a leader. They start looking for answers to themselves. They're starting to try to define the meaning of life. We're creating belief concepts. But they really don't know what they're talking about is the general idea, because they don't have the knowledge, the wherewithal, or the spiritual growth to look within to really learn. See, the interesting part is that at all times of development throughout all of this, there is a spirit in there that is connected to creation, but the material self does not have the conscious knowledge or ability to be able to use the spirit to actually get in touch with creation for the understanding. It takes a while, many, many lifetimes, before the individual actually learns to understand the fact that, I do have a spirit, and I can use this spiritual self to actually learn more about creation and about life. And, well, what do you know? I can use my spirit actually to help my material life. That will set in eventually, but not at this point. Okay, the fifth step of reasoned life is the belief of higher forces, superstition, fear of evil, veneration of good, etc. It's time for, this is a germination time, it says, for religions and etc. to come into power. We're starting to form beliefs. We think this might be the way it works. And we form religions. But we really don't know the answer yet. The sixth level of reasoned life is the primary recognition of real reality. Research, position of real truths. First, spiritual cognitions and their use. Spiritual curing, telepathy, etc. Now this is considered by the Pleiadians to be the present position of the average Earth human being. So let's go over that again, the average Earth human being. By the way, we're also told at this point that the average Earth human being is 60 to 80 million years old as a spirit form. Okay? So if you take 60 million years and divide that maybe by an average lifespan of 30, 40 years, you can see that by this time we've had an awful lot of material lives just to get up to this point. Okay, again, that level was the primary recognition of reality, research of real knowledge, first spiritual cognitions. That means we're just at the point, many of us are just at the point where we're beginning to understand and are quite sure we really do have a spiritual self, that we're more than just a material being, that there's more to us. Our first spiritual curings and so forth. Here they're talking about that we're understanding that if we have a spirit, well, possibly it's useful. Maybe there's something we can do with this spiritual self, that we can develop some sort of force with the spirit where it could be useful for better health. Perhaps it's useful for communicating. Well, maybe it's even useful to try to get information from other life forms. Maybe it's useful to try to get in touch with creation or God or whatever we think of as God. Maybe that's entirely possible. Now, this is exactly about where the average Earth human being is. Matter of fact, most of them, though, I'm afraid a lot of them aren't quite to this level. But this is where the Pleiadians see the average Earth human being at this point. The seventh level of development of reasoned life is called the primary development of knowledge and wisdom. So this would be an area here where development of knowledge and wisdom, where we are actually looking for real facts. We're trying to find out what wisdom really is. The third step of development of human life is called the intellect life. Okay? Now our first was primary life. The second is reasoned life, where we learn to think. The third is intellectual life. We're starting to intellectualize things. We're actually coming to conclusions, forming logic. Okay, intellect's life. It's broken also into 7 levels. The first level is called the high development of the intellect, high technology, second utilization of spiritual forces, and primary creation of living forms. Okay, well now we have some intelligence in our being here. Besides just having reasoning faculties, we're using our intellect here. We're developing high intelligence, which we are. Well, many of our people these days, scientists and a lot of young children are coming along with great intelligence. It's surprising how bright some of these kids are that are born these days. So, high technology. Yes, we do have high technology. We're learning more and more about the atom, molecules, the secrets of nature. We're developing now systems which will enable us technically to leave our solar system and explore the universe. So we are certainly moving into times of high technology. Second utilization of spiritual forces. I would say you could probably define that in the New Age community, the people are searching for. They are trying out. They are trying to discover what can be done with spiritual forces. We're aware now that things like telepathy and so forth are possible, that the spiritual self somehow does have an effect on the material life, that a person who understands more and more about the spirit itself is somehow better connected to the life force of the universe. We're becoming aware of that. And we're also becoming aware that because you are more of a spiritual person, that somehow life just seems to get a little better. These people seem to be a little luckier. They seem to be healthier. They seem to live a little longer. We're finding these things out. The second level of intellectual life is the realization and exercise of knowledge. Exercise of knowledge, okay. Truth and wisdom. And also slow breakup of acceptances of belief. Belief is when you believe something might be true, but you don't have the facts. Now, that's very common. But more and more, we're learning more facts about things. So our belief systems, our old mythical belief systems, are breaking down. And we see that already in 1992. Less people are turning to belief structures of all types to answer today's problems. We are evolving more and more into a more sophisticated world where old belief systems do not provide the answers to today's problems. This present position right here, they say, is the present position of the educated Earth human beings, scientists, etc., leading-edge thinkers, and so forth. Probably most of you listening to this tape would fall into that category. You are seekers of truth and wisdom, and you're listening to this tape hoping that you might find some little pearl of information or knowledge that you might need just at this moment to move yourself on down your own path of evolution. And that's exactly why you're listening to the tape, because not only do we have to feed our material body, and we have to feed ourselves at lunch, we have to feed our spirit with knowledge also. And most of you listening to this tape are probably feeling the need to feed your spiritual knowledge. You're looking for answers to things, just like I have looked the past few years, and I find it very interesting to share it because it's not only part of my own growth, but I'm quite sure that the things that we're talking about here are the beginning, definitely, of breakup of belief structures and the beginning of wisdom and truth. We're moving that direction. The third level of the intellectual life is the first utilization of knowledge and wisdom. Okay. Well, we're seeing more and more people who have not only discovered that the spirit can be powerful and wisdom is powerful, but we're finding people who are actually beginning to use it more and more. In the form of psychics, people looking into astrology, numerology. We find this a lot in the New Age, so-called New Age metaphysical community, where they may not be right about everything, but they're certainly trying. And that's what growth is all about. You know, it's fine to make mistakes. That's just a natural part of the learning process. So we are at the beginning stages of this, where our people who are experimenting with spiritual growth don't know all the answers yet, but let's give them a hand for certainly trying, and let's see how they do. Maybe pay attention to what they're learning and see if it's useful for ourselves. Because remember, everybody goes through all these different paths of learning. Myself and I found that certain things I'm interested in, certain things I'm not. And so, you know, I look at some information and it's just not right for me at the time. I'm not interested in it. And other things get me very excited and I follow that. So information is out there for all of us to use when we need it, when it's good for us. The fourth level of intellectual life is called the acknowledgement and utilization of nature's laws, generation of hypertechnology, the second creation of living forms. Well, acknowledgement and utilization of nature's laws. Nature's laws. How many people have actually stopped and even thought about laws of nature? Well, we know there is a nature out there, and scientifically we're starting to understand it a little bit more. But perhaps there really was some logic that creation had in mind when it created nature. Maybe nature really does live by some set of logical rules and understanding. Wouldn't that be amazing to find out? That maybe there really is something we could learn. Well, there definitely is. There's nothing illogical in creation. It had to learn, figure out, and think out every step of the way for it to evolve, and we're really not paying attention too much to nature. So at this level, at that fourth level of intellectual's life, when people get to that level, that's what they can expect to be working on in that area. Understanding of how nature really works. For instance, some of nature's laws like gravity can be broken. The mind can actually levitate objects. Now, Billy has learned these things and on some occasions has used his spiritual force and his knowledge of nature to actually do things like levitation. And he's been known to do that. There are even pictures of him levitating an oven onto a truck when they were moving at some point. And he's demonstrated and explained much of this information to the people around him by doing the simple basic things like bending spoons, heating up coins, and other things, as well as telepathy is a form of nature's laws, understanding how that works. But understanding nature mostly is understanding how the planets and all of nature operate, their cycles, and how we live with it. Imagine if you had the ability to cause a tree to fully grow, say within a year, instead of taking 50 years. Now that would be manipulating nature's laws, wouldn't it? But if you were at the point of development where you understood exactly what it was in nature that caused a tree to grow, why it grew at a certain rate, and why it would take 50 years, there would be a point where you would have the knowledge and understanding perhaps to interface with that and speed it up. You would then be interfering and manipulating or utilizing the laws of nature. Well, generation of hypertechnology. Of course, that would be the area where we just plain understand more and more about the universe, and that's going to come naturally, definitely as we move off the planet. The fifth level of the intellectual life is called the natural exercise of wisdom and knowledge and cognition of spiritual forces. Now, cognition refers to absolute knowledge, when you have knowledge of something. Not the belief. So at this level, we're talking about where we are beginning to learn so much about the spirit that we have cognition, that we have actual knowledge of exactly how spiritual forces work, and people will begin using them in a factual way with predictable results. The sixth level of intellectual life is life in knowing about wisdom, it says, truth and logic. Well, our world isn't run much on wisdom, and most of us don't, run our lives based on wisdom, truth, and logic. But some people do. A small percentage of our society actually does, that they base their life and the control of their life and their growth on logic, truth, and wisdom. There is a time when that becomes more and more important to people, and the material things seem to slowly drift away, where we're less concerned with material pleasures, and we start living our life using wisdom, and the things that we do are based on truth instead of, illogical things. Okay? The seventh level of intellectual life is the primary cognition of reality as an absolute. Now, that's an interesting statement. Primary cognition of the reality as an absolute. That means that there really are truths, that there is definite laws to the universe, and we not only have heard about it, but we've tried it out, and we found out it's true. We're discovering the basic matrix of creation itself, and we get to the point where we actually understand it, start to understand nature's laws, and we start to actually live that way. The Pleiadians say this is the present position of just a very few border and spiritual scientists, a very small percentage of our population. That's the first three levels or steps of development of human life, and obviously these are all still very material lives. Again, the reason for the material life is the senses. The types of information that the spirit needs to grow then is very basic stuff, primary reasoning, thinking, and working out the intellect. All of this is done through experiencing things with the senses, and then from those experiences, those things which are correct according to creation are added to your spirit and carried forward from lifetime to lifetime. and you make use of them once you find out you actually have a spirit, and you make some use of it. If you don't know you have a spirit and don't make any use of it, like many religions will teach, where you actually think that the whole purpose of life then is just to worship a god of some type, then you're not going to make progress very fast. You're going to actually be living spiritually stagnant lives, because there will be practically no progress whatsoever. Because in truth, the only way to spiritually grow is to understand that you are responsible. You are 100% responsible for your own growth, your own evolution within creation. Okay, the fourth level, or the fourth step of development of human life, is called the real life. Okay, fourth step, real life. First level is the clear knowledge about reality as an absolute. Now, we mentioned in the last step in intellectual's life here that we're beginning to understand that there were real absolute laws or logic to creation. So in real life, we're going to go through several lifetimes where that becomes very clear, where we really develop a clear understanding that there really is absolute logic to the creation. The second level of real life is the cognition of spiritual knowledge and spiritual wisdom. In other words, we really then have got it locked in. Cognition means that we have the truth about, the facts. That means that we would have the real truth about spiritual knowledge. We not only would know that we have a spirit, we would be past the period where we're experimenting with it, and we would have actual knowledge of how it works. We would be using then the true wisdom of our spirit that's within our spirit to govern our lives. We would be using our spirit then actually to reach out into creation and pull knowledge back for us. It would become a definite part then of how we live. We would be, in effect, becoming more and more of a spiritual being and less of a material being. Our senses then would start playing a less prominent role in our life. Right now, whenever we approach some situation in life, we use our eyes, our ears, touch, sense, smell, and so forth to quickly make a decision on how to react. We're very material beings, most people on this planet. Most everything is observed as a material being, and decisions are made basically on material senses. Well, over a period of time, we become more sophisticated, and that's what this is saying. We become more sophisticated, we have more knowledge of spirit, and pretty soon we start finding out that the spirit is actually very powerful, and that we can perceive the world using our spiritual abilities, because our spirit now is in fact very intelligent and has connections to higher intelligence. Plus, in order to evolve now, it is necessary to get information that provides experiences at a higher level. The spirit's no longer interested in how to make fire, and it's no longer interested in petty rivalry and fighting and arguing and silly belief structures and so forth. It has lived through those periods. And in order for the spirit to grow now, it needs more sophisticated knowledge. Knowledge that the material senses don't necessarily provide. They still go out and get information for us, but the conclusions that are derived from that information are done more and more with the spirit itself. The spiritual self is making more conclusions. So we're becoming more of a spiritual person and less of a material person. Okay? The third level of real life is the utilization of the spiritual knowledge and spiritual wisdom. Well, this is just an extension of what we were talking about. So now the individual is using his spiritual knowledge. So his abilities of telepathy, the force of his spirit is increasing his lifespan. The force of his spirit now is controlling his health. Might even be controlling more of what you look like, where even through your own spiritual force you could control how your hair is growing. You wouldn't need to sleep as much. The wisdom within your spirit would be so powerful that you wouldn't even ever consider lying or doing things that are illogical. You're becoming a person who does things so much for the right reasons that you're always lucky. Things just naturally go your way all of the time. Okay, the fourth level of real life is called cognition of the reality of creation and her laws. Now, all along, here for many lifetimes, we're starting to understand that there is a creation. We're slowly becoming aware that there's some logic to the creation itself. It's not illogical. We know all about our spirit now, and now we have cognition Our spirit is developed so much that it is tuning in more and more to creation, higher influences, higher life forms, higher sources of information, and we have factual proof, factual knowledge of actually how creation works. Remember earlier in our tapes when Billy was allowed to spend 7 minutes in creation, or eternity as we called it, and that during that time he was allowed to remember that? So he was exposed for 7 minutes to the creational life force, and then was able to remember it afterwards, and what a change in his life that was for him. Well, not only he got to experience it then, but now we're talking about a level of life where you would constantly be aware, because of the force of your spirit, what's going on in creation. And most everything you do in life now is through the utilization and the awareness of creation itself, creation's logic, and if you want to call it that, creation's laws. I don't particularly like the word laws. It sounds like something man-made, like it's fixed in stone, and I guess that's why they use the word law, but I prefer to use the concept of logic, the logic of creation. Okay, the fifth level of real life is the living from the creational laws, or logic, purification of the spirit and the intellect, cognition of the true obligation and force of the spirit, complete breakdown and acceptance of beliefs. Well, this is a pretty major step here. We now have a being who's still physical, but they're living mostly from the creational logic totally, where they are so aware now of the logic of creation and all of its knowledges of nature. They are so knowledgeable at the spiritual forces that they're living their life based on all of this knowledge. They're becoming much less a material being and having far less use for the material senses. Okay? It also says they have cognition of the true obligation and force of the spirit. So now we have total understanding of what the spirit is for. At this point, there would probably be almost total awareness of previous lives. You would be well aware then all the time of your connection of spirit within creation, and you would feel the force of the perfection of creation all of the time. Also, it says complete breakdown of belief structures. Well, obviously, at this point, once you have all the facts about creation, nature, and your spiritual self, you're no longer caught up in belief structures because you know the truth about things. So at this point, there are no more belief structures. This is the present level of pretty much the people on the Pleiadian worlds. At this point, they have understanding of the nature's laws, of the spiritual laws, and they have great understanding of the logic of creation, and this is their level of understanding. This is why their morality, their spiritual development, and so forth is so much different than ours that they frankly have no interest at this point in having any sort of social commerce with us, which is quite understandable. Our thinking is much different. Many people are always concerned about the Pleiadian context of Billy Meier, why they did this or why they didn't do that, and why they would react some way, or why don't they get more involved here, or why didn't they do something. Well, herein lies your answer to most of those questions. They're living at a total different level of understanding and development within creation. Their viewpoints of the world are entirely different. The way they respond to things is much different. They're obviously going to be far less emotional and prone to anger and flying off the handle and things because they have so much knowledge about things. When you see people who get violently jealous or angry and hatred and so forth like that, these are very undeveloped beings who are responding to stimuli in the world at exaggerated levels because they are strictly material beings. The spirit doesn't respond like that. The more and more you become a spiritual being and live within spiritual logic and creational logic, there is less reason for that. You will just be able to be a calmer person and deal with things in a much more balanced way. Okay, the fifth level or step of development in human life is called creational life. Up to now, we've also been dealing, though, strictly with physical life forms, and at this point we are still a physical life form, following the basic logic of creation, where we have a physical life, a sleep period, a physical life, a sleep period. Even during our physical lives, we're awake and we go to sleep. So the logic set up by creation from the very beginning of the off and on, of the awake and the sleep, permeates throughout all of our life forms as well as our own, and permeates human life. It is still necessary for us to have the death cycle on purpose so that the spirit can cogitate, so that the spirit can sleep. So that is the primary thing that we have to have. It's still necessary for us to sleep even at night, to rest the physical being and so forth, even though that the spirit doesn't sleep. It never goes to sleep. It's always open for business. It's always listening. Even though your subconscious is rattling around in there when you're dreaming heavy at night and working out the problems of the day, your subconscious is paying attention. It's always open. It never dies. It never sleeps. Okay? Well, we're at the fifth step of development, creational life, and we're still having physical lifetimes. At this point, though, they will be much longer because the force of spirit creates a longer life, a healthier life. It is a natural kind of perk, you might say, of creation, that the longer you live, the longer your lifespans go. And that's because of force of spirit. When you're very young, your spirit has very little, if no force, has no wisdom, and cannot sustain the material life very long. One, because of low intelligence for survival, plus it has a very low life force, so it really can't even sustain the physical life very long. But as you get older and live more lifetimes, the spirit becomes much stronger, and at this point in creational life, where we have seen that we have lived through periods and millions of years of existence, we've accumulated much knowledge and wisdom about nature and spirit and creation. So at this point, we not only live longer, we live healthier, we live happier, we live luckier. Okay, the first level of creational life is creating and control of living forms. Well, at this point, they're suggesting that there's a time when we have so much knowledge of creation and spirit forms that we can actually begin to create our own life forms. And I shouldn't use the word create. We manipulate, more or less, fine matter energies into making life forms. At this point, for instance, an example would be that you would be able to develop, say, an organic android. You could, by knowledge and your understanding of nature, spirit, and creational logic, create a life force, an android that actually could live and think, walk and talk, and so forth. Now, it may not have a spirit like we do, but the Pleiadians do have these. They have armies of these things we would call like droids that do their manufacturing and other work. It would also be possible at this point that you could probably procreate a spirit. Procreate means cause it to be born. That's what happened to Billy. He was caused to be born along with 3 other individuals, 1937, at an exact time in the morning on purpose, by Pleiadian beings who were developed enough and understood well enough how to use the force of their spirit and their knowledge to cause Billy's spirit to come into material life at that time. So that's what it's suggesting here, control of living forms. The second level of creational life is the construction of machine apparatus, livable creatures. Well, again, here we're talking about making different types of androids, I guess we would call them, living life forms because of the knowledge that you have. The third level of creational life is spiritual development of forces for control of material and organical forms of life. All right? Well, your spiritual force here then is probably very much in control of nature. You could probably cause flowers to be born by the force of your spirit. You might even be able to cause them to mutate or transmit into other forms. You would have those knowledges. The fourth level of creational life is this will-conditioned mastering of life in all of its forms and spirits. So here you're definitely becoming a master of the life, where almost total knowledge then of the primary thinking, of the intellectual, of the spirit, of nature and creation is within your grasp. You have almost total knowledge then, after millions of years of lifetimes, of the entire life cycle up to this point. Now that makes you very, very knowledgeable, but again, of course, now we're into billions of years of lifetimes. Okay, I see we're running out of tape once again. Going to have to get longer tapes. So just fast forward this one. There's just a little bit on it. And I'll see you on next side. This should be side 1 of creation tape number 2. Okay, we're going through the fifth step of development of human life, which is the creational life, is what the Pleiadians call it. And we're on the fifth level of that, which is called the position of recognition, reminiscence of earlier lives, etc. So here they're talking about, not only understanding that there is a previous life and so forth, but you would have cognition of them, that your force of spirit is strong enough now that you can actually move in time more or less and see them, feel them, and understand them well enough. You would be able then, for instance, when a new person is being born and coming into life, through the force of your spirit, you could get in touch with that newborn spirit that's just come in to the woman and find out who it was, and even help that spirit when it's first born to understand itself and its own path of evolution. Wouldn't that be something? I mean, we're all born into life and we stumble around. We're, depending on what environment we're born into, we're taught all sorts of unusual beliefs and sort of things. And most of us wind up at being about 20 years old, really confused about what is life and what we're supposed to do. Well, depending on the society you live in, you're channeled into some area. You'll be a businessman, or you'll be a nurse, or you'll be a housewife, or a cowboy, whatever it is. And depending on what country you grow up in, you're taught that life is this, or it's this, or it's this. But most of us at some point in our life, our curiosity gets the best of us, and we want to know other things. We've got other questions. And like myself, I'm sure many of you have worn out a passport or two, traveling around the world looking for a few answers. I know myself, I've done China, and I've gone through that in Kyoto, Japan. I've been through Egypt and studied that old technology just out of interest. And perhaps there's something in my earlier lives which have led me to those areas to look for things. I'm not sure. But it's pretty fascinating how we really, go look for some connections. We try to find ourselves in the life and figure out what our purpose is, figure out why we're here. Many people really would like to understand just what they're supposed to be doing with themselves this life. Well, if we had someone at this level, at this development of level around, they could probably, help us find it. Even at our level of development, which for most of us is, far less than this, that we're learning through mild self-hypnosis and so forth to try to get in touch with ourselves a little bit more. And many people are learning to meditate, to get into themselves and find some of the answers. And they're paying more attention to dreams that come to us at night and looking for, logical reasons why we're doing what we're doing. Okay, the sixth level of creational life is called a king of wisdom, an Ishwish. Now, in the tapes earlier, I was telling you that in the old Lyrian language, Ishwish meant king of wisdom. And this is a person who is still in the physical world, but has almost total and complete knowledge. He is a king of the wisdom of life. And this is where that comes into play and where that word came from. In our tapes, we were talking about Ptah being an Ishwish, Semjase's father who ran the great spacer. He was an Ishwish. So he's living through the many lifetimes, the several hundred or maybe even thousands of lifetimes at that level of physical development where he is really rounding out his total knowledge of life and has total understanding of all of nature's and spirit's force as well as the logic of creation. The seventh level of creational life is cognition of spiritual peace at the universal love and the creational harmony. This sounds interesting, doesn't it? Cognition of spiritual peace. In other words, this being has become so developed, has such total understanding and connection through his spirit to creation himself, that he's living in spiritual peace. He can no longer be moved to hate and anger and jealousy and these things. His knowledge is far too great. He's a person of great wisdom that lives with a thorough knowledge and understanding of what life is all about and has complete cognition and awareness of creation and his connection to it. Must be a very peaceful, content state to be in. Also of the universal love, of the great universal love force that creation has for all beings, no matter what they may be doing that day. This is an important lesson for all of us, and many of us are learning now that just because someone doesn't look the way we like or act the way we like, we can still stand back and see them as a spiritual person, as a spirit form on their path. And you look at that person and it's almost humorous, and you you think, well, he's not doing anything that I would be doing. But you're not prejudiced. You pose no value judgments. You just see an individual as a spirit form on their path, doing what they think is right for them, on their own path of discovery. You're not threatened by them. There's no feeling of competition. You just look at them as another spirit form and go, all right, I'm with you. Send them a little of your own life force. Send them a little telepathic nudge that you care about them, that you love them, and you don't want anything from them. Give everybody their space to be themselves. Because as you're seeing now, we're all on our own path. As we go through all these steps of life that we're talking about, development of life, millions of years are going by. And each one of us is on a different path, a different level of discovery and learning. We're all looking for information that we need so we can crunch it with all of our little mechanics, with our subconscious mind, make our little logic, and feed our spirit what it needs at that time. We're all still making mistakes and learning. So look at someone else, and when you see them, don't look at them like, oh, gee, he's fat, or she's not this, or she's too tall, or I don't like the way they talk, or oh, gee, he's an Arab, or she's black, or whatever. It's nonsense. That's strictly a material viewpoint. You're looking at someone with strictly material eyes and with a material mind. It's time we all started looking at each other using our spirit and seeing each other as spirits, all as beautiful, loving spirits on our own path, needing our own space. And we can help each other. You know, that's what it's really all about. When we quit looking at each other as material objects that we need something from, or we're prejudiced about, or we're competing with, or we're angry with, or we disapprove, when we can get past that, when we can see each other as spiritual beings, all of us are in creation. We're all created to the same universal love of creation. When we can see that, then peace actually will come to earth, and we will all be living in a more peaceful state. And that's where creational harmony comes from, because I'm quite sure at the creational level, the creational source that's actually controlling and providing the life force itself to all living things in the universe, it's unconditional. You don't have to pay a price every day for the life force that's within you. You know, we're beginning to be able to measure that there is a life force, some sort of energy source inside the body that makes all this matter, actually animates it, makes it work. You know, that spark of life that's within us. Well, you don't have to pay a fee for that. There's no tariff. It's unconditional. You are given that creational life force by creation itself to live your physical life. And nothing is asked in return. How unconditional can you get? Well, the sixth stage of development of human life is what's called the spiritual life. Okay? The first level of that is the acknowledgement and realization of the spiritual peace, the universal love, and the creational harmony. Well, acknowledgement of it. Realization of spiritual peace. What a blissful state to be in. You're becoming aware and probably living most of your physical life now in some sort of state of meditative creational bliss, where you're not paying attention to the world any longer with physical senses. You probably need no sleep at all. You can probably live for several thousand years just by the force of your spirit. And for the most part, you spend most of your time so connected to creation through the force of your spirit that you view the world entirely that way. The second level of development of the spiritual life is living in pure spiritual forms. At this level, you have almost no need for the material senses. They're probably beginning to even shut down, where you no longer need ears to hear. You can sense with your spirit. You don't need eyes to perceive things. The force of your spirit is probably so strong you can project it anywhere and see what you want. You don't need to smell, and you're not going to hit anything. You're not going to walk around, because you can probably float or project your essence, your spiritual force, to wherever you like. The third level of spiritual life is spiritual creations. At this point, you are probably so developed as a spiritual being that you are very involved, probably helping lower life forms come into life, get through life, providing perhaps, maybe this is what spirit guides actually may turn out to be. These higher life forms, people on the last throes of physical life, which can actually provide life force, not life force energy, but spiritual energy to lower beings to use, to learn from. Perhaps it's broadcast at subconscious levels and we pick up when we sleep and so forth. The fourth level of spiritual life is disembodiment of the spirit from organical matter. We are now at a point where the things that our spirit needs to evolve can no longer be obtained through material senses. There's no longer the necessity or the need for your material senses because they cannot gather things that are of any use to us. Things that we now need to continue our evolution will only be will only be possible through the use of our thoughts, of our thinking, of our spirit. Our spiritual conscious and our spiritual subconscious are now taking over. We no longer need the body. If we no longer need the body, we no longer need the death cycle, which means we no longer need our senses. At this point, the death cycle will stop. And we move into the fifth level of spiritual life, which is the first spiritual existence. That means you move into a state of existence which will last for thousands of years, perhaps tens of thousands of years, where there is no longer a death cycle, where the body, you are still in a physical body, but it's fading, where you would be so less dense, so light in weight, that at some point someone could put their hand right through you. At first you would still be able to be seen as a physical form, but your features would be getting, less distinct all the time. Your body then has so little density to it, you probably weigh a pound and then practically nothing. But there's no more need for the death cycle, that stops. The sixth level of spiritual life is the final spiritual existence. The final spiritual existence would be a point where your spiritual energy has existed then for tens of thousands of years, has ultimately come together in connection with other spiritual forces, other spirit forms, and created what is commonly called collective consciousness. At that point, that collective consciousness, or high level of life, which Billy calls the Ptah level, or even the Arahat Athrasata level, which, by the way, is 7 different levels. Arahat Athrasata is a combination of 7 spirit forms together at one time. That's a collective consciousness. Ptah level is even higher. At that point, there is no awareness, and has not been for tens of thousands of years. There is no awareness of the material body or senses any longer. Such does not exist. You are almost totally out of the coarse matter being and now becoming a fine matter being. Okay? The 7th level of spiritual life is passover into creation. There is a point at which the being then becomes so developed. We've been moving towards perfection all of these billions of years, and now we are almost to it. We have got to the point where wisdom and knowledge is so great. We now have such knowledge of creation, we are beginning to participate in the actual workings of creation. Our fine matter existence is at such a high level where the frequency of our thoughts is so high, we are almost totally out of touch with any material existence. The things that we do then, I can hardly imagine, would certainly be at the level more of just the control of creation itself and nothing to do with day-to-day life cycles. The 7th step of development of human life is called creation's life. And this basically is just the twilight sleep. At this point, the human and spiritual consciousness has merged together with the creational force that created the universe to begin with, and then is taking part in the actual workings of the creation. And at the time that the creation pulls back together and goes into its twilight sleep, at that point, our consciousness, our spiritual self then, is part of the next creation, which creates the next universe, which then goes on to create 6 more and eventually evolves into being an entire universe. So the function of ourselves, our individuals at this point, is to slowly evolve through all of our material existences, 5 levels of physical existence, working into the 6th level of light body existence, finally ending up with creation itself. All the way along, we're providing knowledge, wisdom, and strength to the creation in our own small way. Each one of us is participating and adding some little bit piece along with that. And ultimately we wind up being part of creation's life. And this, in the old times, is where the concept of that we are all gods came from. And I hear that phrase returning today. It's in many of the really old teachings, and they talk about the self and the one being at one with the creation or the gods or whatever. Remember also, as we talked about gods on the Emmanuel tape, gods are actually another way of describing what an Ishwish is. An Ishwish, a king of wisdom, is a being who still exists in the physical, but has almost complete knowledge of nature and spiritual and creative logic and laws. That's what a god is. A god is a being, he's at the top level of physical existence, but beyond that there is more. So a god also is subject to the logic of creation, because creation was the original idea that started all of this and created the universe to begin with. But creation isn't something that I see that needs to be worshipped or even thought of as a religion or a belief or anything like that. It's not a philosophy of life. It is the logic of what really is. It's just a matter of fact. As we learn more and more about it, we'll find that creation, since it created the universe and all life forms and so forth, it wasn't a human being, it wasn't a life force, it was a thought, it was an idea taken from another universe, which is going to perpetuate on and on and on. So we slowly have to let go of the idea of worship and that anything is responsible for our day-to-day lives. We are given a life force to use by the natural universal love of creation. We have intelligence and ability and aptitudes based on our accumulative life wisdom that is ours to use. And it's up to us what we do with our current lifetime. You can say we're 100% responsible for our own life, but when you live in a society and an environment like the one on Earth right now, are we really? I mean, there is so much of life which is dictated to us. There is so much of life that is forced upon us, where you're going to live, how you're going to think, what you're going to react to, how you're going to dress. There are so many things in life that are pushed upon us that we really don't have too many choices. So we are at a point of development where it's very difficult for the individual, once he even decides to lead a more spiritual life, it's very difficult. For one thing, you can't live in a major area, a major city, and consciously think that you're going to have very much spiritual growth. Because one of the first things you find out when you start developing yourself more spiritually is that we're all tuned into each other. That there is some form of kind of form of thoughts that move among all people. And when you start tying into that, you find out that it's very unhealthy to be around large centers, i.e., for instance, like Los Angeles. If you live in Los Angeles, if you're listening to this tape and you live there, or New York, or some major metropolitan center, you know that once you leave there, you say you go on a vacation to Colorado or some sparse area in the mountains where it's beautiful and you're back in touch with nature and it's lovable and the people are nice and you're having a great time and you're with somebody you love and, you know, everything is just wonderful and you're so peaceful and happy. Well, that's the natural state. That's the way it's supposed to be. It's in that environment, in that state of mind, where you can actually start growing spiritually because you're living more as a spiritual person. But when you get back on that plane and vacation is over and you go back to your major metropolitan, smog-infested city full of hate, anger, prejudice, and everything else going on, you have to defend yourself against all of that. As soon as you get back, it's like, there's this big heavy weight comes crashing on you because not only do you have to react differently to people on a freeway than you do to a reindeer in a forest, but your spiritual self has to start defending itself once again from this heavy mass of concentrated energy that's being created by these millions of people that are unhappy in this major metropolitan area. So if you take spiritual growth, seriously, you can read and study and so forth in a major metropolitan area, but if you really want to get serious about it, you're going to have to get out of town. You're going to have to move into an area where it's possible to live with nature, where you can actually live as a spiritual person, because the laws of the society of our country are certainly not in line with the laws or logic of creation, or even with nature. So in the city, we burn up everything, we cover it with concrete. We're certainly not living with any respect with nature at all. So if you want to be a spiritual person and develop somewhat in those areas, you got to get back out into nature and live with it. There will be a point someday we may elect a president based on wisdom instead of on power and economics and control. At that point, there'll probably be a major change in our world. And hopefully the people of the United States, which are the leaders of the planet Earth, we provide the leadership and the inspiration. Perhaps the New Age metaphysical movement in this country will continue to grow and will fight for the truth and will, follow through and develop more and more as spiritual beings. And they will develop and learn to do more and more things because it's the right thing and because it's the truth. They'll discover more about the truths, and ultimately the spiritual beings of the planet eventually will overtake the material beings. And at that point, we will have a peaceful society, much like the Pleiadians do, and we'll have a better understanding of all of these steps of development of human life. Okay, we've just finished discussing the 7 steps of development of human life, and by discussing those development steps, we are assuming, of course, that what we call reincarnation is real, which means that there are 2 different types of life. There's a physical life, and then there's the other side, sometimes called heaven, and what the Pleiadians call a fine matter world. The spirit that is us, even though it manifests itself through material lives, also is a never-dying, never-ending energy form, gathers information from these lifetimes. So it is a fine matter existence. Okay? Now, what is the fine matter world like? Well, that's something that's really plagued man for a long period of time. What is it like after you die? What really happens? Where do you go? Or do you go anywhere at all? Well, among the Pleiadian information, here's what that's all about. They call it the other side, or the fine matter world. Commonly in our society, we generally think of it as heaven, at least in the Christian community. So we're talking about the same thing here. We're talking about where it is you go when you die. To begin with, what exactly is death? There is, if you have, for instance, a car accident and the doctor comes and you're taken to the hospital and they pronounce you dead, that means that the doctor is saying that your physical body is no longer functioning, that your brain is dead, there's no longer anything going on in the material body, so they call that death. Well, that is physical death, or clinical death, medical death, whatever you want to call it, but it's not necessarily spiritual death. Spiritual death is at that point that the spirit actually leaves the body. When there is spiritual death, the spirit leaves the body, it's called flash-like, instantly. It just zips right out of the body. Now, that can sometimes be at the same time as physical death, but in some cases, the body just isn't quite dead yet, and the spirit hasn't really left. It's just not detectable by the instruments that our doctors use. But in most cases, usually when there is death, the spirit leaves quite very soon after that. In some cases, it might be a few hours, or maybe even a day or so in some particular cases, where the body is still functioning, but the doctor just can't quite detect it. But what happens then? Well, the spirit separates. And when the spirit leaves the body, once the spirit leaves the body, then the body couldn't possibly exist any longer because there's no spirit there to drive it. That means the life force that creation provides has left the body. Your spirit now drifts off into the fine matter world. Well, where is the fine matter world? Well, it's right here. You do not leave the planet. For one thing, whatever planet you're born on, you stay there during your material life unless you find some way off of it. But whatever planet you die on, if you die on the planet Earth, your spirit stays on the planet Earth. It's not possible for it to leave. This is part of creation itself. It's part of the logic of creation itself because your spirit is tied to the planet that it is living on. And that's for a number of reasons. One, what's called the Akashic Record. There are several energy reasons why that needs to be. It's not a choice that the individual has. When you die, you stay right here. The spirit really doesn't go anywhere. Spirits kind of congregate, you might say, in a layer of energy around the planet. They really don't go anywhere. They're just now existing in the fine matter world. Some people think of it as another dimension. But they are no longer concerned with the material. because they're no longer in the material world. Actually, the fine matter world is kind of a state of cogitation, was the word that Billy used to try to describe it. He says it's similar to kind of like when you go to sleep at night. If you've been up all day and you've had a number of things on your mind and you're working hard, whatever, when you go to sleep at night, your conscious mind is shutting down, and your subconscious mind is in there just working away, trying to solve some of the problems of the day. And you know from your own experience, if you go to bed with a lot on your mind, sometimes it's very hard to sleep, isn't it? You find yourself sleeping very lightly because you're working out the problems of the day. Well, when you die and pass over into the fine matter world, one thing, the material body is now gone, there's no more senses, so you're not gathering any new information. So it's kind of a state of cogitation like sleep is. Your spiritual mind then, your spiritual self then, is kind of finishing up or cogitating all the things that has happened to it during its lifetime. It's similar to kind of like what a sleep state that's going on. One comment was, and they didn't clarify this too much, they said that there are several stages that the spirit will go through before it returns again to the material life. So it's suggesting that there could be some different levels of growth. Okay, there is awareness on the other side. The spirit, once it's on the other side, it is possible to contact it. It is possible to make some sort of communication, but it's not recommended or suggested. The Pleiadians say, for one thing, try to remember that once the spirit leaves this world and goes into the fine matter world, it's not learning anything new. It's not experiencing life at this point. It's in just kind of a sleep or a cogitating state. So it doesn't know any more than it did when it was here. And it has little or no memory probably of any actual experiences at that point. What it has is the wisdom that's taken forward, because the spirit itself does not accumulate memory experiences. It accumulates wisdom from experience. That's what it takes with it. So if you wanted to contact a spirit on the other side, although it is possible, don't expect to find any profound any information or anything, because they don't know any more now than when they left. Interesting enough is that it's really not very simple to contact the other side. For one reason, they don't really have any interest in the material, because at the moment you're not real interested in being on the other side, are you? You're not interested in getting in the fine matter world. You're trying to stay alive. Well, when you're in the fine matter world, apparently there's not really much interest in the material world either, because you're not in material form. You've left your body behind. You're now a fine matter energy again. It was explained that in order to get in contact with the other side, though it is possible, but it's necessarily to know what are called keys or symbol language. That in order to communicate with them is very difficult, and that most of the times when mediums or psychics, whatever, believe that they are in contact with the other side, they really are not. Really what they're doing is picking up telepathically images and memories and so forth out of the individual's mind that they're talking to. For instance, if you were to go to a psychic and say, gee, I would like to get in touch with my great-uncle Harry, can you do it? And the psychic says, well, let's try a seance and let's see if we can get in touch with Uncle Harry. And she may believe that she is whatever, but she's not. Because what she's actually doing is she's telepathically picking up information from you out of your mind about Uncle Harry. And then you're fascinated that suddenly that she knows what Uncle Harry looks like or what Uncle Harry says, and she may remark something that you'll say, oh, gee, that's just how Uncle Harry talked, or that's what he always said. So you think that somehow that they're in touch with Uncle Harry when they're not. To begin with, Uncle Harry in the fine matter world probably doesn't give a hill of beans about being in contact with anybody. And if he actually felt something telepathic from a psychic, probably wouldn't even respond or do anything about it. The other comment was that occasionally people do make contact with spirits, even trying to trap them, get their voices on tape. And the Pleiadians remarked that quite often that a spirit, once it's on the other side, doesn't even want to be contacted. And if it is, usually will regard it as kind of a nuisance and will give disinformation or treat it as a joke or will say something kind of silly anyway. So it's not really recommended. The other view was the fact that since the spirit is in the fine matter world on purpose in order to sleep and cogitate and kind of, recuperate a little bit from the material life, that it's not a good idea to even disturb the spirit. They don't. On a Pleiadian world, it's considered just not a good idea to even disturb the spirits, and they don't do it. They just leave them alone. Well, this leads us into the next topic of kind of interest, which is reincarnation. By the way, the word reincarnation and incarnation are the same thing. They both come from Greek words, and they mean exactly the same. Now, let's say this spirit has been on the fine matter side of the world for a period of time, and it's time to come back. Well, how do we know, or how does the spirit know when it is time to come back? Well, there are a few determining factors that determine when a spirit can come back. To begin with, when you're in the fine matter world on the other side, there is no time. You are no longer in the coarse matter world, which is affected by the time impulses, the wave of energy that we call time that moves through. It only affects the coarse matter world. So when you are in the fine matter world, there is no feeling of time. There's no sensation of it. A spirit could stay on the fine matter side for thousands of years and really not be aware of it. It's not like they're awake, standing on one foot or the other, just waiting to get back into the material side. So you don't have to worry about being stuck over there. What does happen, though, is this. Normally on a planet like Earth, where we have such a high population, okay, when someone passes over into the fine matter world, normally the average turnaround time, the Pleiadians call it, before they will come back into the material life, is on an average of 152 years. That means if you live a long and normal and healthy life to fulfill your lifespan, that you will come back in approximately 152 years. And then you would re-enter the window of opportunity, they call it, and come back into life in someone else, generally within the family. Now, that time span can be altered somewhat. And here's how it works. If you have a shortened life, maybe you die from an accident, young child 10 years old is in a car accident and dies, okay, they will come back faster. Okay, the longer you live and the more you learn, the more you contribute to your spiritual growth, the slower you come back. Okay? The shorter you live, the less you learn, the faster you come back. You have no say-so in this. It's part of the mechanism of creation, which tends to balance things out. So people who live a long period of time, if they live to be 90 or 100 years old and have had a really good life, they probably wouldn't live that long anyway unless they were basically well-balanced, happy people. So they're probably going to come back slower, 150, 170 years. If someone, however, you hear of a young child dying at birth or a 1-year-old, they may be back very quickly. Generally not less than 15 years normally. However, there's an exception to that rule. Apparently, every 25,860 years, when the Earth moves in closer in proximity to the central sun, which it is just now and has been since 1937, we call this the New Age, is the general jargon or term to call it. But there is a step up in frequency and electrical radiations, apparently, that influence several factors in our life. And rebirth is one of them. And there is a tendency, I'm told, that for rebirth to be faster during this time period. So it's quite possible even that a young child, say it should die at birth or perhaps from abortion or something, that they would be back very quickly, possibly right away within a few days, weeks, or months, something like that. Okay? When it's time for a spirit to come back into the material world, it's a natural process of creation. The spirit really doesn't decide what time it's coming back. What happens is when it's ready to come back, and has something to do with like waking up in the morning when you're just ready to wake up, when it's ready to come back, creation will provide the mechanism by which it happens, and there's a natural tendency for that spirit to come back within family. The first priority apparently is usually level of evolution, that the spirit will try to come back into a woman equal in level of evolution. It will try to stay within family. Quite often your great Aunt Harry may have been someone else's aunt, have been someone's uncle or something like that. You can change gender from lifetime to lifetime. Creation doesn't do that. People do it kind of subconsciously. How that works is this way, that there is kind of a programming that's done subconsciously in the individual. If you are living a life as a male and wish to come back as a male, it doesn't take any more than thinking that. You literally program your subconscious for wanting to be a male in the next lifetime, and it will be. It's not decided by the mother. It's decided by the spirit itself. If you are apparently unresolved on the issue and really don't even think about it or care, however your subconscious will, it may kind of go either way. So you have some choice in that. There is some programming involved there. If you go through lifetime and are confused about your male role or your female role, which some people are, perhaps they go through life and they're having a terrible time with their love life and their sex life, emotionally they're upset, and they just are totally out of balance, and they go and they die, and they are confused about themselves and about their sexuality and so forth, then they will come back pretty much the same way. When they come into life, there is no programming. They come back in slightly confused, and depending upon environment, they may continue to be confused, and this is what leads to homosexuality. Homosexuality is not a third sex. It's not something we should be developing in our society and giving rights to it. It is a confusion of spirit in the fine matter world. And once we understand more about that, we can help people when they have confusion of spirit by helping them find out what they're doing, what they're thinking, and help these people find themselves, gender-wise. The Indians were always good at that. They would teach the young men to be more male and to understand their male hormones and their male attitudes and, come with me, son, and do this and so forth. Now, I realize it's probably not quite as simple as that, but that's the general idea about what confusion of spirit can cause. By the way, when there is a conceptual act by a male and a female, within 3 weeks' time, right at about 3 weeks, is when the spirit makes the decision whether or not it's going to come into the mother. Okay? So it's within 3 weeks, although the mother's not aware of it. But that's when the spirit makes a decision whether or not to attach itself to the woman in this window of opportunity. The woman becomes pregnant and provides a window of opportunity for a spirit to come in. It will within the 3rd week, and then it attaches itself to them. At that point, the spirit has decided that it will be born in this woman. So on a Pleiadian world, the morality of abortion then, the issue would be that there can be no abortions after 3 weeks because the decision has been made that there is an individual then attempting to come into life at that point. On their world, however, they benefit from greater spiritual and creational knowledge, and many of their people have the ability then to telepathically communicate with the spirit coming in to see who it was, any problems they may have. Did their last life end in trauma? Are they bringing some confusion with them? What path are they on? Are they needing some sort of special knowledge? And they can actually sense the feelings and experience that are in these beings, read their past lives, and see what they need to learn when they're coming into the new one. In other words, they treat each newborn baby as a person that's on path of discovery, that's on a particular path of searching and knowledge, and they facilitate that. What a marvelous idea. Now, in our world, we look at children as possessions. If we have a son or whatever, we say, this is my boy. He's going to be a football player. He's going to be this or whatever. And we look at it like we created it. We possess this thing. We have made it. This is my boy that I made, or this is my daughter, and so forth. Well, that's kind of a wrong viewpoint. We need to start looking at it as if these are people coming back into life on a path of their own. These are people coming back into a new life that need understanding, that need special attention to their personality, to their character. We're not supposed to mold them into our shape. They're on their own path of discovery and knowledge. They're working on their own evolution. They're not working on our evolution. They're not here to serve our needs, to bolster our ego or whatever. They are not a model of us. We get confused by that because quite commonly they look like us. See, the man and the woman provide much of the information that goes into actually creating the body. The spirit itself, when it comes along, provides certain information, generally just in the face. If you could see pictures of yourself, say for the previous lifetimes, you'd find that right across the middle of the face, where the eyes and the nose and the ears in that area are very similar. That face, that look in the eyes in there seems to be, for some reason, the spirit itself dictates how that looks. But the rest of the body is, of course, dictated mostly by the factors from the mom and the dad. So when the baby comes in, or the person comes in, it makes the decision at the 3rd week. It's in there then developing. Just a little aside here in dealing with the reincarnation. I know this is a subject that, we don't have a lot of nuts and bolts scientific information about this yet. We are not developed yet enough in spirit that we really know very much about it. We're just kind of, we're in the belief stages here. However, there has been some marvelous work done by some English people in studies in India, where there's been young children come in, and at a very early age, when they're able to talk and so forth, still have vivid memory of a past life. And there's been a lot of studies on this. It's very fascinating, where these young children, maybe say they're 5 years old, they'll be born, and they will describe a lifetime in the room that they were in, what their parents looked like, where they lived, everything about it. They'll have vivid memory of it, which is amazing. And these investigators will go track it down, and they'll find that these kids somehow knew everything. They were exactly right. So somehow they came back, and quite commonly it was very fast. Generally, it was a very quick turnaround. So there is some much better information than we had before, leading to this idea of reincarnation and reinforcing the idea that it actually does exist. As we become more and more developed in the use of our spirit, it will become more obvious to us individually that it is true, because more and more you will have the ability to actually see your own past lives and the futures that you're creating for yourself, and you'll know yourself that it's real. Couple of things, we're talking about birth here and so forth, and there's a few ideas that the Pleiadians had about, and Billy had asked some questions about that I thought were kind of interesting that I want to run over. When a spirit comes into a mother, there are several things that go on here, and some of these things have to do with the chromosomes, the DNA and genes that are intermixed going on here, because we have a father contributing, we have a mother contributing, and then we have a spirit coming in. So there's three people all taking part here in the creation of this new material person, of this new persona, this new personality that's being formed. Because at this point, the spirit that's coming in is not a personality. Okay, it doesn't have a name. It doesn't think of itself as a name. It is an energy force that is moving into a new material life, helping to create a new material life. And it carries forward with it wisdom from previous lives, but it's not bringing necessarily memory, and it does not bring persona. A child is not born thinking that my name is Larry, this, that, and the other. Although there is some strong indication that children like to name themselves. And that on a Pleiadian world, for instance, the mother will telepathically try to make communication with the child to see what it wants to be called, its first name. Because the first name of an individual in a Pleiadian world is, like we talked about earlier, indicates their knowledge and level of evolution and the wisdom. Something about the individual. Names have meaning. And there are many people you may have run into that don't like their name and prefer to call themselves something else. Where a parent will go through a book, they get in a store and they'll look through all the names and they'll name their child something they think is really great. And of course the child had no say-so in the matter at all. And it might be a name that feels wrong, just doesn't apply to that person at all, and doesn't make any sense. How many people do you know that don't use their real given name? An awful lot of people use a name that's slightly different. For instance, even myself, my name is not Randy Winters. I was born James Randolph Winters. Randolph was my middle name. I've never used James. I've never used Jim. I've never even heard anybody call me that, except for a brief period for a couple of months when I tried it out once. I had moved, got a new job, new friends, and I told everybody my name was Jim. I was already about 25 years old, and I thought I'd try to see what it felt like. It felt so odd, so left-handed, I just didn't feel right at all being called Jim, and so I dropped it. I grew up always being called JR or Randy. And I never used the name James, and my family, for some reason, even though they named me James, they never called me James either. Even when I was a baby, I was little Randy and little JR. Okay. Well, dealing with genes and wisdom and intellect and so forth, there's a few comments here I thought you might find kind of interesting. One thing that Billy asked a question about chromosomes and so forth and how they affect people, and the Pleiadians mentioned that normally human beings have the same number of chromosome pairs within them. Chromosomes carry the information for character, for the form of the body, and the sex of the individual. Now, the sex of the individual information is going to be given to that chromosome by the spirit when it comes in. The chromosomes are the essential carriers of the genes, which influence the chromosomes and cause them normal or abnormal switching and so forth. Age is a gene-conditioned factor, they're saying here. And that the brain and the spirit then use the genes, in other words, to do certain things. They give information to the cells to regulate life for the regeneration and disintegration of the cells. Genes are not connected to intelligence because this is caused by spiritual evolution. Again, the spirit carries forward the wisdom from the lifetime, brings that forward and puts it into the individual when the body is being created in the mother. Spiritual thinking and wisdom and intelligence are factors of the spirit. These manifest themselves organically in the brain. What happens is once the spirit comes into the body, at the 3rd week, okay, it's about the 8th week that the brain starts being formed. Okay, when the brain is being formed, we have the mother and father who have contributed their, their genes, their factors. The spirit then comes into play, and here's why. What happens is, as the brain begins to form, it has to know how many connectors, neural connectors, dendrites, synaptic junctions, and so forth to make, so that this individual can think. Well, some of that information comes from the spirit itself. The spirit starts sending information to the newborn material body that's being formed on the number of connectors and so forth that are going to be needed to house the intelligence of the wisdom of this spirit. So once the neural connectors are all in place, we got all these dendrites and so forth that are in place, then a very interesting thing starts to happen. The information then from the spirit that's carried forward from all these lifetimes, it's fed into the body, into these connectors, and it flows into the acids that are in the brain. So the information, the fine matter information, is transferred from the fine matter world. A copy of it is more or less kind of downloaded into the coarse matter world, which is the acids in the brain. Because we already know the connectors in our brain, when you think, all these little neural connectors get excited and run through the dendrites, and there's all these synaptic junctions that little electrical charge goes off, and it affects the chemicals in the body, and the chemicals in the body do this, and then so forth, and all the cells are affected, and our body is in operation. Well, within those acids in there, that is where the wisdom from your previous life is stored in coarse matter form. Well, I see once again I'm running out of tape, so just fast forward this here. There's just a second or two left, and I'll see you on the other side. Okay, we're back, and when we ended up on the other side, we were discussing how wisdom from your spirit gets into your body when you're born. And we were just talking about how once your brain is being formed, it receives information from the spirit, telling it the number of connectors to create so it can be housed. And once all the connectors are made and so forth, the information from the wisdom from your spirit flows then into the acids in your brain, making a coarse matter copy then of the knowledge that's in your fine matter spirit. So you then have access to the information from your previous lives in two different ways. You can access it then through your spirit in the fine matter self, or you can access it through the acids, which is what we do normally. So your material body then has been provided with a copy, so to speak, of all of your wisdom. This is where your intelligence comes from. Actually, it's where your aptitudes and your abilities would start stemming from, because you have information to draw on. You notice how some people, as they're going through life, some things are just very easy for them, or you find yourself sometimes already knowing things very easily. You may come across some philosophy or idea in life, and it just makes a lot of sense to you, and you already seem to know all about it, and you just kind of go, yeah, sure, it's real easy to you. Well, that's because that information or wisdom from an experience similar to that is already in there. It's already in the acids. You already have information, background, wisdom on that particular subject. If you get a feeling of deja vu sometime, like you've been someplace before, or you've met someone they're very, familiar, whatever, it's quite possible they were. Or it's quite possible you've experienced something very similar to it before. So you have a certain amount of information you get. It's kind of like buying a computer and it comes with software already. It already has word processing and database and things already in it. Or you might get a computer with nothing in it. But our brain seems to work pretty much the same way. It's unfortunate in our society that we don't know enough about spirit power yet and spiritual knowledge and abilities, so we really don't train people in the use of their spirit. Well, it's a real good thing. If we didn't do that, if the spirit didn't put the information in the acids, and we didn't have a copy of all of our wisdom, we'd be in big trouble. So thank you very much, creation, for at least allowing us to, have some sort of access on the material side. This leads us actually to an explanation of why we're all different as far as aptitudes, abilities, and intellect. As we're going through our material lives experiencing things, we're accumulating wisdom and knowledge, and it comes with us. Your advantage to using your spirit to access this is, one, it's probably of higher quality because the acids in your brain can become damaged. They can become altered because of poor pregnancy, health problems, and so forth. Dietary disease and things can set in and affect the brain, the connectors, and so forth, so that your material self does not function completely properly. But the spirit side of yourself cannot become ill. It cannot become illogical. It never goes to sleep, and it doesn't die. It always retains the wisdom. So at any given time, you can always access your spirit through meditation, or you can even do it in a conscious wake state once you get better at it. You can access using your spiritual self and find out information, not only about yourself, but you can use your spirit, as we're going to talk about a little bit later, to access other levels of information, other people, Akashic records, ETs, higher life forms, etc. Another interesting thing this kind of leads to is the fact that if a copy of your wisdom is in the acids within your brain, then it's possible to transplant those acids. It's quite possible that we could, and some scientists are already working on this, you could take an individual that's very lowly evolved, or someone who we think is kind of mentally off of it or retarded or whatever, and in many cases these people are just very young spirits that are born into our society with so few lifetimes that they have no accumulated wisdom. They're not idiots. We just call them that clinically because they seem to not be able to do anything. But quite frequently, these are just beings of low evolution. Well, you could put an acid transplant. You could take a person of high evolution and take some of the acids from them, transplant them into the other individual, and they'd perk right up. Gone would be the confusion, and their level of evolution would pick up greatly. This is one reason also, because of the acids, why it's possible that a mother and father, perhaps of low intelligence or low evolution, it's possible for them to have a son who could be brilliant. And vice versa. Really brilliant parents could have a son of low evolution. That's not the norm, though. Generally, it's more of a normal because the level of evolution is one of the main priorities of when a spirit comes in and chooses a mother or comes into a window of opportunity. So normally you don't see that too often, but it is possible. The genes then that are influenced by the spirit, and they pick up all these impulses and they store, and they can create confusion in a life form when you have a real mental illness. See, a real mental disease can quite commonly be caused by a confusion of the spirit itself. You can't make a spirit form sick, and you can't make it illogical, but it can become confused in some areas, where it has wisdom and knowledge and so forth that's gained from experience, and it could be at a point where it hasn't quite solved things and it can be confused. Well, in that particular case, then the spirit is affecting the genes that are in that person. The impulses then are picked up by the genes, they're stored, and this person becomes confused in lifetime. So that's entirely possible. Actually, another thing that's pretty fascinating that can happen is that on some occasions, when a person dies and the spirit leaves the body, if it's an accident or it is at a time when the subconscious of the individual is not expecting it, your subconscious knows when you're going to die. It already knows that. You can access that generally yourself through meditation if you want to find out. Well, your subconscious is always knowing what you're going to do, even in a few days in advance. This is one of the techniques that the Pleiadians use to examine our subconscious and find out what we're really thinking. They can do that because even though you're thinking consciously, most people are not aware that they can access their subconscious or don't bother. But your subconscious knows what you're already planning on doing for the next few days. So it's possible to actually access that in there. Well, when an individual passes over and is going into the fine matter world, quite often, if it's not a expected death, or the individual just doesn't want to leave the material plane for whatever reason, that spirit can actually move into another living being, where we have a person then who suddenly is housing two spirits within itself. That not only is possible, it's not that uncommon. Apparently about 10% of the time that happens, and this can lead to what sometimes is considered as mental illness, where a person suddenly has dramatic personality changes or suddenly becomes very confused. I can tell you I'm quite aware that some very well-established clinical psychologists have stumbled across this accidentally, where people have come to them quite confused with apparent mental illness and they can't figure out what it is. And through hypnosis, they've been able to find out that there is another personality inside of this individual. And during hypnosis, the psychologist has been able to talk to that other individual, that other spirit which has moved into this person, and convince them that they have died, because they don't know where they are. And convince them that they have died, and it's okay for them to move on, to let go, and go on into the other side. That they are confusing the person that they are in a wrong body, that it is unnatural, and to move on, go on and fulfill yourself with your own evolution. They will. The person will come out of hypnosis. The spirit will leave instantly because it has the ability, once it just gives up hanging on to the material, it slips off into the fine matter side, and the person almost instantly then is relieved of its confusion. There are documented cases of this, hundreds of them, by several clinical psychologists. So it's not just an oddball theory, it's actually really happening. Okay, we've been talking an awful lot here about our spiritual side and our material side, and we've been talking and figuring out about how we go through life cycles. We go through 7 steps of development of human life. So, and all of this is following the logic of the creation. All of these things that we go through, these cycles of life that we go through, are all embedded in us. The instructions, so to speak, and the matrix that controls all of this life cycling and evolution is already built into the creation itself, because we are a bit part of the creation, and we are just going through the cycles the way it was meant to be. So that's why we have 7 stages of development, and that's why we are actually 2 beings. We are a spiritual being, which is going through a series of material lives. Those material lives, those personalities, that's you and I on the material side. We are Barbara, Nancy, Bob, Larry, whatever our particular personality is right now. But that's a material being. Just for a moment, I'd like for you to get the exhibit that I have in the little handbook. There's a drawing of a big circle, and it says the 2-part being on there. It says on the left side the material side and the spiritual, and I'd like to explain to you a little bit, as it was explained to me, how the material being and the spiritual being actually interact and what's going on while we're in this material life. You see, even as you're listening, thinking, all the time that you're in your material life, you are also a spiritual being. And that spiritual being is in there all the time, listening, paying attention, and trying to gain in spiritual growth. That's the whole impotence why you're trying to learn all the time. That's what drives you to find out things, to make a quest for information. The spirit needs food, and the food it needs, the way it eats, is experience, it's truth. It needs wisdom from your experiences. So you're always encouraged by your spirit to go try things, look into things, and search for answers. And that's where that comes from. Well, on my little drawing here that you're looking at, you see on the left side it says material side, and over on the right side it says spiritual side. Now what I've done here is I've just made a little drawing to show you the relationships between the material and the spiritual. It's just a little diagram to explain a few things. You'll notice on the left side it says that there's a conscious part on the material side. Now we know that. That's what we're using right now as we sit there and listen to this tape. We have a conscious side, a conscious mind that we use all the time when we're awake. We also have a subconscious. Some people call it unconscious. Some people are unconscious. But we have a subconscious self. The subconscious has its little machinery that it does. It's kind of like the engine of our self. It's where we do all of our, our thought processing, our number crunching, and so forth. And then there's a thing that's called the psyche. The psyche over there is kind of your storehouse. That's where you keep all of your material memories, ideas, and conclusions, and so forth. It's kind of like the hard drive on your computer. Okay. Then there's a little thing there that says we form. We'll come back to that in a second. And in the middle it says filter. Well, there's a filter between your material side and your spiritual side. See, even though your spirit is awake all the time, it's listening to everything that your material side is doing. A lot of things it just isn't interested in. We have a lot of thoughts, feelings, and ideas that ramble around in our head that our spirit has no interest in. It doesn't want those. It's looking for the wisdom from our experiences which are correct according to creation. It's trying to add to itself through growth, through your experience, through your material, personal experiences. So there's a filter in between. I call it a filter, but it's just kind of a little something in there that it's kind of like a microphone, I guess. It's listening to your material self, and it receives information, and it decides whether or not it's correct and whether or not it's interesting to accept it. Over on your spiritual side, there's also a spiritual conscious mind. It's like a receiver and sender unit. There's also a subconscious on the spiritual side. It also can think, do some number crunching and so forth. There's a little we form there, which I'll explain in a minute. And then there's something called the Gemut, G-E-M-U-T, Gemut. It's a word in German which means receiver and sender or sensor. It's slightly different than the psyche, its counterpart on the material side, in that the psyche only stores information and all your memories from your material life. Okay? But the Gemut, on the other hand, is more of a sensing device, because it's connected to other forms of information, higher levels of thinking. This is where your spiritual power comes in. The ability to use the Gemut as a sensing device to actually move out and get information from different sources. And there's a language concerned with that, which I'll talk about in a minute. Well, these are the basic parts of the material side and of the spiritual side. So let's talk about those just a little bit. Let me explain a little bit about what each one does and excuse me, what happens as you're going through your day-to-day thinking. Okay, over on the material side, you notice up on the top there, it has the 5 senses there. That we've got sight and touch and smell and hearing and so forth, your senses there. And you know what these are. This is how we gather information. Now here's what happens. Your material self, as we've mentioned before, the reason for your material life is to gather information. Once you gather that information, then you proceed to think about it, you form logic, and you do a little number crunching, whatever, you make conclusions, and you store that information, and once that information becomes part of yourself, it becomes the wisdom from those experiences, and that's added to your spiritual growth. Here's how it works. Let's say you're having an experience, and let's make up some sort of experience here. Let's say something common in life, maybe a career move, you got a new job. Okay? You've been working at a company for a while, and a big promotion's coming up, and there's you and 2 or 3 other people that are online for the promotion. Now let's make this a happy story. So let's say you get the promotion, all right? Well, as we're going through life all the time, we're using all of our senses all the time to gather data, aren't we? Right now you're using your ears to listen to what I'm saying, and you use your eyes to read information, and we have touch. We touch things to see what it's about. We smell it. We taste it. These are how all of our sensors are out there, material sensors are always gathering information and feeding it to us. Well, as soon as that information comes in from our sensors, as soon as we see something, our conscious mind regulates all of these sensors. As it receives that information, it very, very quickly runs right down to see if we have any information on that. You see, the conscious mind actually can't make any decisions on its own. It has an entirely different function. It's responsible for gathering the information and bringing it in and so forth, but on its own it can't make any decisions really on its own. So it doesn't. Actually what it does is when that information comes in from you, it quickly directs that thought or idea directly to your subconscious to see if we have any data on that. Because in your subconscious is all of your knowledge. and it wants to know if this new incoming thought, if we're sympathetic to it, or if we have any feelings about this. What's our opinions? Do we have any knowledge? Is there any data on this thing that just came in? And it's done very, very quickly. So what happens is, as you're listening to this tape, reading a book, or you just heard some information about this promotion that you're going to get it, you become very excited, but maybe somebody says something, well, gee, the person who gets the promotion is going to be the one who had the highest sales. And you're quickly thinking, oh, sales. Your mind flashes off into running back over all of your sales numbers to see if you're, think you might be eligible. Well, as soon as you heard that information about the sales, your ears picked it up, it went through your conscious mind turns around immediately, and in an instant, in a flash, it runs to your subconscious to get any data, to see what we think about that, and then comes back and gives a feeling or an impulse to your conscious mind about any data we have on that, and then you react. You react like, oh, good, I'm okay, or gee, that's bad, or gee, I better look that over, or you weighing one word against the other, whatever you have to do. It gets that information from the subconscious. So, because the conscious mind on its own really doesn't do anything at all. The subconscious is kind of like the computer of the individual. It's the actual center and the control guidance center, you might call it, and that's responsible for the individual's entire internal communication, as well as its connection with the spiritual realm, because it's through the subconscious that the individual tries to get information into the spiritual subconscious all the time. Well, it's also responsible for person-to-person contact. If you want to, get in touch with someone else telepathically through feelings and guidance and so forth, and that's where that little thing called the we form comes in. But now, when our person here is up for promotion, he's using his senses and so forth to gather information, and it comes in, it goes down to the subconscious to see if we have any data, if we have any known facts on that, and then it flashlight right back up to the conscious mind, so the conscious mind can actually react. That's how the system actually works. The psyche, on the other hand, which is down at the bottom down there, that the psyche itself, it just does feelings and thinkings. It's kind of like that's the area, actually, it's the factors of thinking, feeling. It processes an individual's, your disposition, your morality, and that's the type of things that are down there. So, we want to be careful what we feed that. Well, what happens is every time you are making decisions, and let's say now this guy gets the promotion, and it leads him into new information, but what's he done now? He's experienced a promotion in life, and because of that, he learned new things about himself. He met new people, and his life changed a little bit now because of these new leadership qualities that were put upon him. He had new things new problems he had to work with. He was exposed to new challenges in life by virtue of this promotion. So he had some new things in life to conquer, to learn, and to do, and it changed him. Have you ever seen someone, maybe when they get a promotion, their attitude changes a little bit? Leadership sets well with them. It brings out a different part of that individual, and they change a little bit. It becomes part of that person. Well, when something becomes part of you, when you've had an experience that becomes part of yourself and changes the way you are, then you've gained some wisdom. Those are the kind of experiences that your spirit is interested in, because that's the kind of information that your spirit collects. So what would happen is, these experiences, these new ideas and wisdom and so forth that you get, this wisdom from all of that, will go through that filter, that sensing device there in the middle, and that will go over and be stored over in your spiritual subconscious then and become part of your continuing knowledge. That sensor in the middle also is kind of a buffer between the conscious mind and the subconscious mind, because the subconscious mind does not like to be bothered all the time with with the type of information that's irrelevant or frivolous. If you have some fleeting thought or whatever which really doesn't have anything to do or you're not serious about, the subconscious doesn't want to bother. The sensor will bounce it back, and the subconscious really isn't bothered at all. So that's the process. Then we have this little thing called the we form there in the middle. The we form actually is what many of us think of as telepathy. What the we form is, it's a sensor, it's a sensing device, much like your other senses, but it works a little bit differently. You see, the subconscious mind has the ability to move thoughts and feelings among all of us, among people. And it does it with kind of an image language, a symbol language. Now, the we form on the material side is called primary telepathy. The Pleiadians use the phrase we form because there's all these we people are all formed into one consciousness. For instance, let's say our fellow that's, well, forget the fellows, just say yourself. If you've ever been in a really crowded area, maybe you get into an elevator and there's you get in and you turn around and you're all alone and there's some very unsavory, large, slurry, dirty character in the elevator that's looking at you like, you know, there could be potential harm here. You're very uncomfortable, okay? Well, you're not only all of your senses are reading his look and feel and everything, but he's probably projecting some very unkind thoughts about you, and that's done from subconscious to subconscious, and it's your we form that's picking that up. Have you ever walked over to the phone and known it was somebody calling, or had a hunch who was going to knock at the door, or, you know, you had a hunch to go pick up your laundry or something, or just some feeling? That comes out of the we form. The primary telepathy is confined pretty much to the planet. It's short range. By that I mean you can pick up thoughts and feelings from people around the planet. This is also how, like in large metropolitan areas, that the subconscious of millions of people who may be unhappy, angry, or unrestful and so forth affects other people. We talked earlier about how you really couldn't have spiritual growth in a major city. This is one of the reasons why. Because your subconscious mind, without you being conscious of it all the time, is constantly picking up these feelings, images, and so forth from the we form, the telepathic we form, in your subconscious on your material side. Now you notice over on the right side, it says we form also, and it calls that spiritual telepathy. That's a little different. Over on the material side, the primary telepathy is rather basic. It's a form of hearing. It's a tone that comes in the ear that you can learn to receive it. That can be blocked. You can learn actually to block out those feelings and so forth so they don't really bother you. On the other hand, over on the other side, the spiritual telepathy, unlike the primary telepathy, is very long range. And this is how Billy was able to receive telepathic transmissions and so forth from the Pleiadians and other higher life forms over on the spiritual side. This is also what channeling is supposed to be. When you receive information from other beings and higher sources, it's done through the subconscious we form on the spiritual side in the form of telepathy. And this is a language of symbols. There are over 50 million symbols, sometimes called keys, that interpret spiritual knowledge. And if you wish to be in touch with higher life forms and so forth, this is how it's done. You develop the use of your spirit, and you receive telepathic images in this language that come into your spiritual self. They then are translated into your speaking language and sent to the material side. So never is there a trance needed. Any person who is actually channeling, it's impossible to channel a being from another world, because channeling is only short range, and channeling concerns itself with the psyche, which is your center for feelings and thinking and so forth. Also, this interplays if a person has an ego problem, wants to be popular, wants to be noted, wants to be thought of well and so forth. These thoughts interfere in the individual when they're channeling, and that's why they create the persona. It's done by their insides, their psyche and their subconscious more or less get together and create this euphoric meditation. That's why they always speak and make up some strange sound. This is Uthor from Egypt or whatever. You know, well, it's not. It's an individual creating that by themselves. Channeling is not real. It is never accurate. If you wish to receive information from a higher life form or another individual on another world, it is done through the spiritual self. It is done through this spiritual we form, and it involves the knowledge of the symbol language actually receiving it. So that's how it would actually work. You do not have to be unconscious. There is never needed the trance, and there is never needed a separate persona in order to receive this information. You can learn to do it in a fully conscious, awake state. The Gay-Moot's a fascinating little device. The Gay-Moot over there is a sensor. You've heard people talk sometimes about how the silver cord where you're connected to creation. Well, that's kind of what the Gay-Moot is. It is a sensing device that can connect you to higher forms of information also. If you are interested in contacting your higher self or someone else's higher self, you can use the spiritual we form to do this. It, of course, takes a lot of practice. Some people it comes easier than others, and it's done through an understanding of the symbol or key language, and you develop it through meditation. Meditation is no mystical magic or anything. It's the simple process of just learning to control yourself, control your mind, to control your material self and your spiritual self, and turn one off and on as you like. You see, meditation, what you do is you shut down your material senses over there that are all very active. You shut down your conscious mind, and you get into a state of meditation, which is a balanced state where you, the individual then, have access to your spiritual self. And then what you do, once you gain knowledge of your spiritual force, you actually get in touch with your spiritual self. That power will develop. You can then ask for and receive the symbols and keys of your own name, of your own self. You can then start looking and finding symbols and learn more symbols so you can access other higher forms of information. Now, aside from some ET on another planet that you may want to talk to, if they're willing to respond, one of the more interesting things to access is something called the Akashic Records. Now, what are the Akashic Records? In metaphysical terms, as they're sometimes called, the etheric records or whatever, but here's the general idea. As you are thinking, and as everyone is thinking, thoughts, remember now, are forms of energy. Energy condensed and so forth to higher levels of compactness or condensation, I guess you would say, can be formed into matter. But at any rate, thoughts don't die out. Once you form a thought, it is a very, very small impulse of energy that you have created by virtue of your own brain, and they are stored. Well, where are they stored? Well, your thoughts are stored, in your subconscious. They're also stored also in this Akashic Records. So an Akashic Record is a band of energy around a planet that stores all the thoughts of the people on the planet. There's also a storehouse of knowledge or an Akashic Record around a galaxy, and there's also an Akashic Record for a universe. All these forms of Akashic Records store different types of information. Now, you have access to these Akashic Records all of the time, and you access them through the we form on the spiritual side. The knowledge of the past, though, is protected. You can't just jump into it. It's not like open to everyone. You have to learn how to use the we form and how to make this connection. Psychics tap into the we form quite oftenly by accident and are not even aware of what they're actually doing. For instance, I know there are, if any of you have seen Luis Gasparetto do his spirit paintings, that's what he's doing. He's accessing the Akashic Records. Here's what happens. Let's say you want to get in touch with Da Vinci. Well, Da Vinci, the personality that was Da Vinci, is dead and gone. He is reincarnated out as somebody else, and there's been maybe 1 or 2 lifetimes since then. So Da Vinci himself is gone. Da Vinci is no longer on the other side. He's not in the fine matter world. If he was, he wouldn't respond anyway, because on the fine matter world, he's not Da Vinci. He's a collection of all of his lifetimes at that point. But if we want to access, say, Da Vinci and do something, we can get access to Da Vinci's thoughts in the Akashic Records while he was Da Vinci. And that can be done through the we form. We would have to find out how to access his particular records, because the Akashic Records is made up in levels. There are levels of evolution, and each level of evolution has like a memory level in it, and you need a key to get into that. So you learn through meditation, you send a pulse to certain levels that gets you into it. One interesting thing is you can't get into a level of information in the Akashic Records that's higher than your own evolution. So if we're going to try to get access to Da Vinci's thoughts and feelings that are in the Akashic Records, we couldn't get access to any of those thoughts and feelings at a time when his level of evolution was higher than our own. So if Da Vinci was much higher evolved than us, we wouldn't get very much. We would get something, though. But what happens is when you get in touch with those feelings, let's say we learn the symbols and we find out how to send the pulse, we can actually get in there, and just for those moments while we're in touch and in connection with the Akashic record, we will think and feel like Da Vinci, and our body can react. It can react in the form of auto-writing. That's how it's commonly done. It cannot react vocally. It's not possible to get into the Akashic records and speak like Da Vinci. You can't channel the Akashic records, in other words. Da Vinci's not going to come into your body, take over your body, and speak. That's not possible. But it is possible for you to access the Akashic record and think and feel like him for a moment, and you could write or draw and do things. Billy demonstrates this by quite easily, very simply, he can get into the Akashic record because he knows most of the keys. He has access to many different forms of information which were taught to him, and he can suddenly think and feel like Enoch or some particular one that he happens to know the key for. So that is a possibility. That's one way you can get in touch with other forms of information through the Akashic records. One other thing I'd like to touch on just a little bit while we're discussing this material and the spiritual self, and by the way, just kind of give you some insight into this. We also have emotions and attitudes and so forth that we build. When we come into the world, the material side is very clean. It's like a clean slate. Our psyche has no feelings and thoughts in it. Our subconscious is like a blank hard drive in a computer. It doesn't have any stored up memories at that point. We're a newborn person in the world, and we just kind of got here, and all we have with us when we come in is that accumulated knowledge from the previous lifetimes. So we're all happy. We're just goo-goo happy to be here, and we smile and we love everything. Don't we wish we could keep that all of our life? But it doesn't stay that way. All of a sudden, all sorts of things are dumped on top of us. And while we're laying in the crib, our senses are starting to work, and we start perceiving knowledge of the outside world. And about the age of 2, we start becoming aware of the outside world. And I think that's why babies cry almost their entire second year. They're probably sad to be here in some areas. They're moving into the material world, and they don't like the way things are going on. It's probably a little uncomfortable for them. But what happens? Our senses start picking up the experiences of life, and we start developing our little attitudes and emotions about how we react to things. Let's say we have an individual who's 30 years old, who's divorced, become an alcoholic, and lost his job. If we have someone like that, what has happened? He's lived through some terrible experiences. He makes associations with his experiences. He develops all of these emotions and attitudes towards certain things. Then every bit of information that comes in, when he perceives something, let's say about his divorce, maybe his wife always wore red shoes, and he sees a woman walking down the street with his eyes, so the eyes pick up the red shoes. What's he going to do right away? He immediately associates that with the bad memory of the recent divorce, doesn't he? So he doesn't actually perceive this person as they really are. He doesn't see them subjectively at all. What he does is, instead, when he sees this person, he just sees red shoes, a trigger goes off inside, and he doesn't react normally towards this individual if he's going to react at all. So we can be greatly controlled by all of our programming we go through life with. So one of the main functions that we need to do is to learn to meditate, to close down some of our emotions and attitudes, all these knee-jerk responses that we develop and so forth as we go along, so we can control ourselves. So we can learn to reprogram ourselves and see people objectively when they walk down the street. I mean, not subjectively, objectively. When they're walking down the street in red shoes, so we can just say, well, there's a pair of red shoes, and there's a new person that I don't know, and don't make any attachment to all of the difficult feelings and problems that you may have had during a divorce. But we do that. Our material side, as we go on and on in life, if life becomes difficult, become very difficult for us to think clearly and stay in balance. And this is what leads many people, unfortunately, to becoming hostile or violent in life, or depressed or angry or jealous. Life's experiences build up. They have so many problems in life that are so difficult. They develop all these emotions and attitudes where they can't see things clearly. So their subconscious never even gets a chance to react. And then if they're too far gone, which leads to violence or jealousy or whatever, that the spirit itself will just literally shut down. It will no longer even be interested in any of the information that the material self is gathering. The life from that point on is just considered a spiritual waste. That the spirit itself will no longer be interested in anything that the material side comes up with. No more wisdom could be added because it's all illogical. Meditation allows us the possibility of reprogramming and changing things. It is the process where we can shut down the material senses, and very slowly an individual that may have all these problems can learn to overcome them and reprogram themselves through benefit of their spiritual self. They can literally ask their spirit for advice and help sort out problems, which the spirit will do. Your spiritual subconscious will go in there and think things through for you and give you back feelings and ideas and hunches that are, good for you. Your material self then, especially if someone's guiding you, your material self then can begin to learn from these experiences and start seeing itself clearer and get itself back in balance. So we have a process here by which we could reclaim mental health. We could overcome personality problems, depression, things like that. We could, through meditation, incorporate this in and make kind of a new psychology of the future through spiritual development. Through use of the spirit, which never gets sick and never dies, we can learn to control and change ourselves somewhat. Again, you see that the spirit's always open for business. It listens to everything unless you go berserk in life and it has to shut down because you're way off track. But it's open all the time. It records all your thoughts, all your movements and so forth. It's paying attention to everything. And it sends answers to the human being if his thoughts are right or wrong. You just have to learn to pay attention to it. You learn through meditation to create what's called the pause. That slight split second when information comes in, and before you react with your material self, you consult your spiritual self to see about that. Ask yourselves, like asking a good friend that'll always tell you the right answer. You can learn to pause and kind of like mentally quickly get an opinion from your spiritual self, and it will answer you truthfully. The spirit is the carrier of the creation. It's found in everyone. On our spiritual self is that part piece of creation. And remember, creation is the perfection. It has the ultimate peace, the ultimate universal love. So what a great place to consult with. And if you have this great spiritual self within you that has the ability to touch and feel that and consult with it and draw information from it, why not use it? Many of the old philosophers always made reference to the individual as being, every man contains a microcosm within a microcosm, and that's true. Because everything in the universe that exists, everything within creation, also exists in the human being. There are different dimensions in the inner being that are endless. So it's beginning to look like the matrix of the creation, the logic of the creation comes into the spirit. The spirit facilitates creating the body. So information from the spirit is in every cell, every atom particle of the body itself. And these get smaller and smaller all the time. So there's kind of like microcosm within microcosm. There's a copy of your creation. Your spirit has a copy of creation. It's in everybody, and it contains all dimensions. You see, when an individual can start looking at life with a balanced view from his material side and his spiritual side, when he learns to start using the spirit all the time as a source of energy, of knowledge, of wisdom, then he starts becoming a much happier individual. That way he's not prone to knee-jerk responses and emotions that get him entirely out of whack, and he's not going to overreact to things and over-respond. He'll be able to calmly see things. He'll be able to always refer to his spiritual self for knowledge. The nice part, too, is that he'll just be a lot happier. An individual who lives, by the creational logic, who uses his spiritual self and is always seeking to get closer to creation, will find that he is somehow just luckier, and he has kind of spiritual poise. See, luck belongs to the inner being. It's an inseparable mark of the existence of the spirit within you. When you are close to that spiritual self, it just naturally happens. There's a force that rises up in you. The material body may continue to age. It gets older and the material body changes, but the spirit itself doesn't age like that. Even though you may be 50, 70, 80 years old materially, where the body is starting to deteriorate, the spiritual self has not aged. It still remains young and healthy and vibrant inside in there. So you can even use your spiritual self to facilitate looking better and living longer. At least while you're alive, your material self will be happier, more fulfilled, and you'll have a healthier life. Once an individual recognizes his spirit, he becomes more powerful, and doubts and things like that in depression just vanish away. If you even try it yourself after listening to this tape and start making some efforts in meditation, we have a tape on meditation in this kit also. If you listen to that and start practicing that, you'll find just with a few simple exercises and practicing, you'll get in touch with your spirit. You'll be able to use it a little bit and find that there's an exhilarating feeling in calling upon your spirit and doing something for the right reasons and finding that it's actually in there and making that connection with creation. It's exhilarating. The world will look different. Instantly you feel better about life. Any fears about death just vanish right away. And there's this wisdom that comes into you that there's a calmness with it, a peace with it that makes you feel really good. And it's kind of like an inner light that comes with you. See, wisdom and spirit, they're two factors, but they really result in just basically the same thing, because your spirit contains all of that wisdom. A person who knows and can feel the creation once that happens develops an inner peace and assurance. He can defend himself against any kind of silly thoughts or strange feelings because of the power that grows within you. The way you do it is you deliberate on the truth. Wisdom and knowledge of creation, it affects your feelings and changes an individual's thinking. The more his intelligence, the more you direct your intelligence to the quest of knowledge about the creation, the more forceful becomes your personality and the easier your life actually becomes. First, all it's necessary to do is learn the spirit intellectual mode of thinking, and then you recognize how right it actually is, how it actually works, how you can actually get in touch with the creation itself through your spirit. When you have your first successes through meditation, then you move forward by very large leaps and bounds because you know you're onto something. You get excited and there's this enlargement of the spiritual self. There's this inner power. You start feeling much luckier. Things just get easier. It just happens for someone. And you begin to understand that it's good to be 100% responsible for yourself. You develop this feeling of confidence and assuredness that only comes from the knowledge of your own personal power, your own spirit. Your development then is free from fear and anxiety. Those things no longer bother you at all. So you would no longer have any doubts or fears about death. They just vanish, and you can keep constantly in touch with this feeling about universal love and the great feelings that you can get by constantly knowing that creation is there. It's a great strength. Okay, I can see we're running out of tape again, so it's time to stop this part. We have two more important tapes, Meditation and Psyche, which lead in more into the mechanics of things, so I'll meet you over there. Okay, here we are back on another special tape. This one's called The Meditation, and it deals with a book written by Billy Meier. This information is not from the Pleiades, I guess you could say that, and that Billy wrote this book on his own. Much of the information in this book is founded on his travels when he was younger through India, his many, many years of studying meditation and meditation practices. The information in here also has been collaborated by the Pleiadians, and he has discussed this information with Semjase and some of the others. But for the most part, this book deals with Billy's ideas on what meditation is and how to use it and why you should use it. So I thought we'd spend a little bit of time on this tape, and I'll explain to you as much as possible, the time allows here, about what's in the book, an explanation of it, because the book was written in German. It was translated a few years ago by Roberta Brooks, but unfortunately it's no longer on the market and it's not obtainable. But it does contain a lot of really valuable information about meditation itself, because there's a lot of confusion about meditation. To most people, the uninitiated, it sounds like something that some Eastern guru may do, or you probably have to wear a white robe and sit on a hilltop in India to meditate. To most of people, especially in America, mainstream America, meditation isn't something they even understand. And I think if you ask most people to define what it is, they wouldn't know. They would probably think you had to align yourself with some sort of belief structure or philosophy, mostly Eastern, before you could use meditation. That it's probably some process of a thinking type. Well, it's actually not. It's nothing mystical. It's nothing magical at all. As we go through this, you'll see that it's simply nothing more really than it's just a method of controlling your thoughts, so you can teach yourself self-knowledge. Learn to understand all the factors of the material and of the spiritual self. You see, unfortunately, to many people, they're not even aware that there is a spiritual self. And through meditation, you can actually use this as an exercise, one, to find out you actually do have a spirit, and you can actually feel the force of it within yourself. And then you can learn to apply the logic of your meditative exercises to your daily life. This will actually cause personality change, calming down of the ego and emotions. There will be an increase in stability in your life, and you will be luckier, and things just kind of go your way. Probably its greatest benefit is just overall you're just more peaceful, and you have a much better understanding of yourself. The depth at which you would want to learn meditation and how far you want to carry it in your life is completely up to you. It requires no belief in any sort of belief system, structure, religion, or ideology. It's not necessary at all in order to meditate. As a matter of fact, a simple meditation can be nothing more than while you're sitting in a traffic jam on a freeway to just observe the gentle passing of your breath going in and out of your nose. That's meditation. It just calms you down and focuses your attention on something else, and just for a few seconds you kind of float away and forget your problems of the day. So let me talk a little bit about meditation itself, and I'll explain to you a little bit about what's in the book and what you can learn from that. Okay? Meditation, to begin with, as described by Billy when he writes the book at the beginning of it, he calls it the teaching of powerful powerlessness. It's based on the absolute logic of the creation and its logic of sevenfold laws. It follows the natural development of the 7 stages of development of human life. He again refers to that. Powerful powerlessness. Interesting phrase. It means the liberation from illogical thinking and action. It means it's a certainty of logic. Now, powerful powerlessness, that sounds almost like a contradiction in terms there. This refers to a number of things. In simplest terminology, it just means letting go of your material senses a little bit and finding out that there's great power within you. So you become like a very powerful person through the powerlessness almost of your material self. As we discussed once before, an idea is the starting point of a deed or an action. Ideas can be formed into logical thoughts, and those can manifest themselves in as material eventually. That's possible. But an idea is always the starting point of a deed or an action that's going to follow shortly after that. If the idea is conceived of with truth and balance, then the idea will find its destiny with true value. That means, let's say, for instance, that you set an idea in motion and it's kind of a oddball idea. You suddenly decide that it would be a good idea to have a 3-legged dog or something. Now, that idea may set you out on a path of genetic discovery, of mating dogs together with 2-legged chickens or whatever to try things. The idea is that it was illogical to begin with, it was ill thought of, and it was a pretty silly idea. So it's never going to come to any good conclusion, is it? But if an idea is started from a point of truth, from a point of balance and understanding, if it's a good idea to begin with, in other words, if you set something in motion for the right reasons, then let it continue, that there's kind of a certainty to it, that logic then will unfold in a logical manner and something positive will actually come from it. That's something all of us have to learn more about. Starting ideas in motion for the right reasons and letting them happen. getting out of the way, trying not to get in the way and impose your own will and value judgments on it. That's kind of what luck is. Luck, again, is a self-inflicted state caused by starting something in motion for the right reasons. And an important factor is to get out of the way of it. Once it does start in motion and things start happening, because one thing does lead to another, when that happens, you don't want to get in the way, like taking credit for your luck. As soon as you start doing that and getting involved in the luck, what happens? The luck stops. Then suddenly you say, I guess I wasn't so lucky after all. Well, in effect, you just got in the way. Okay? If an idea is based on absolute accuracy of logic, then the deed or action must bring fulfillment to evolution in every respect. Now, this concept means that if you start something in motion, an idea based on an absolute fact, for instance, like in physics, science, or math, if you would start something in motion, like EMC square, Einstein's theory of relativity, if that is an absolute fact, if it actually is, if you would start that idea in motion to a class of physicists, they would come to many different conclusions and findings and so forth based upon this factual knowledge that you started with. So the idea is if you start with a basic fact, an absolute fact, and let that fact continue in a logical fashion, then it must fulfill itself logically. That's just the way logic works. Thus, it's the powerful process of powerlessness, whereby the certainty of logic itself will cause a stipulated goal to be achieved. So in effect, we're going to set a thought in motion through a meditative exercise. This thought will be carefully thought out, researched, to the point where we know it's absolutely clear and logical. Then when we set that thing in motion, we know it's going to come to a logical conclusion correctly. So we have several things to deal with here. We're going to start talking about how we observe things, how we develop power, and how we develop these meditative exercises, and mentally why we want to do that. Okay, what we're talking about now is this goal or this object, the thing that we're going to meditate on, can be obtained because of our logic. All right? Now, let's define a few terms. When we're going to meditate on something, we're not going to meditate just on nothingness. We're not going to sit there in a stupor in a blank mind. We generally meditate to cause something to happen. Originally, we're going to meditate just as a practice exercise, just to see if we can do it. And finding out once that we can do it, we'll get better at it, and then we'll get to a point where we decide, I guess this is kind of useful. I think I'll meditate on purpose to do something, like stop smoking, or cure bad eating habits, or perhaps maybe sleep better, something simple like that. Later on, we might want to do more important things, correcting better, something simple like that. Later on, we might want to do more important things, correcting personality flaws, looking into ourselves deep and introspectively and making major changes in our personality. All of these things can be obtained through the meditative exercise. So there's a variety of things that we can do with it. If an idea is formed within the spirit based on wisdom resulting from facts, it is determined that the goal must be obtained in a natural form of powerlessness, with an absolutely logical fulfillment, Billy says. Okay? So if there's a determination to reach a goal with the help of this absolute logic, a spiritual force then is created inside of us by virtue of this meditative exercise that we're going to learn about. That way the application ensues in kind of an absolute powerlessness, because there's no compulsion on our part to make the event happen. In other words, we're going to set something in motion because it's correct, because we've absolutely worked it out, it's logical. We'll set it in force. The power of our spirit will more or less take over, ensuring that this logic continues. And we offer no compulsion of any kind to be involved in the outcome of that logic. In other words, we're not going to coax our spirit into the conclusion of this logic. Well, the force is created through the known accuracy of logical consistency, cause and effect. It's just simple standard logic. If you set something in motion for the right reasons, it will come to a logical conclusion. So we're dealing here then with a form of balance. If we refer back to our little chart we talked about earlier of the mind, where we had the material side and the spiritual side, you might want to get out that and kind of reflect on that as we go through this conversation about meditation, because it certainly involves many of the factors that are going on in there. When you have a thought, for instance, A thought may be a very positive thought, it may be a very negative thought, or it may be right in balance. In these beginning stages of development of the evolution of a spiritual person, most of their thoughts are going to be wildly negative or wildly positive because they have very little information about things. And our beginning selves in our early days when we were primitive, we probably, the ideas that we would start coming up with when we begin to reason and think and so forth, were probably very, very negative or positive. As we become more evolved and we become more reasoning with power, we become more intellectual, where we learn more and gather more wisdom in our spirit and begin to deal with life with more wisdom and knowledge, then we are less negative and less positive, and ultimately we deal with almost everything from a balanced point of view, where we don't offer a negative view on things or a positive view on things, but we can remain in a balanced state, which means kind of like a neutral state viewpoint on things, and then we perceive the world as exactly as it is all of the time without imposing any of our so-called positive attitudes or negative attitudes on it. So becoming a neutral thinker is really kind of an evolution of gaining wisdom, of gaining personal freedom from illogical thinking that's in the world. It's the discovery of balance or neutral thinking within oneself. We mentioned on our little diagram of the material and the spiritual that we gather information all the time with our material senses, right? We bring things in. And then we form kind of an attitude, about them when they first come in. We immediately check with our subconscious and to see if we have any data on this. We might even check, deep thinking with our psyche to get a feeling about this, whatever. And then all of this information then has to kind of filter through our emotions and our attitudes, all this programming we build up in our material self. What we think about things, Maybe you see somebody wearing a really ridiculous looking pair of shoes. They seem ridiculous to you. And maybe they've got little bells on them and they're pink and there's a picture of a bird flying on them or something which you regard as rather silly. So you have an opinion, an attitude. Suddenly you think this person wearing these boots, immediately you think there's something wrong with them just because of what they're wearing. Well, we do this all the time. My point is that simply being very material creatures, we program ourselves and we fall into these traps all the time of dealing with information and making judgments about life based on all these little pre-programmed attitudes and feelings that interfere with our ability to perceive life exactly as it really is. Now, what are the drawbacks to that? If we don't perceive things properly, then after a while we develop kind of an attitude where everything looks the same, where we're just angry about everything or we have a negative attitude about everything. Have you ever met someone like that? Where I knew a guy once that all the time he'd be watching television and he disagreed with everything. That commercial's terrible. God, what an ugly person to sell that product. I wouldn't buy that product at all. Or this TV show's terrible. Everything was a negative viewpoint. This person, and if you talk to him, you find out about all the problems that he's having in life and so forth. This is a very angry fellow, very angry young man who now, because of all of his emotional problems and attitudes that he's programmed himself with, that every bit of information that comes into his world now, he has a negative attitude to it. Not even a really positive attitude. I don't think this particular person I'm thinking about I ever even heard a positive statement from, let alone a balanced or neutral thinking things. So this meditation is the process of powerful powerlessness. It's going to create a force of our spirit, and this is going to dominate the factors of our life. This force of spirit is what we're looking for. We're going to try to get away from dealing with everything with our material feelings, our material senses all the time, and start using our spirit. And to do that, we created what is called the force of the spirit. You have a force of your material self. You have this big ego, this persona of self. Maybe when you stand up and speak to other people, you're very aggressive, or maybe you're an angry person, or maybe you're very soft, or maybe you're very tender, or whatever it is. But you have a persona about you. And for the most part, you're used to using that all of the time. It becomes a habit, and you deal with everything using just your material persona. So you greatly limit your view of the world. You limit your reactions, how you can possibly react to things in the world. And most importantly, you really limit your ability to grow. Okay, we're going to get more into that into a minute. There's two essential parts of meditation which are very important. One is the attention that you pay to the object you're going to meditate on, and the clarity of knowledge about it. Now let's define here what an object is, because I'm going to use this word a lot. An object of a meditation is whatever you're directing your meditative exercise towards. Let's say you just want to meditate on stop smoking. Okay, so the object now of our meditation is smoking. It's the object of whatever we turn our meditative attention to. And let's say for the sake of our discussion here for a while that we're going to meditate on stop smoking, all right? So there's two factors that deal with this meditation principle. The attention to the object of smoking and the clarity of knowledge about what we learn about it. Okay? The main value of meditation in everyday life is the clear and keen observation of very small things leading all the way up to the highest possible goals we may want to obtain. So let me say that again. The main value of meditation in everyday life is the clear and keen observation, which leads, of course, to the awareness of small things all the way to the highest goal. So what we're going to learn to do now is to see things actually for what they really are. We're going to very purely observe things. And one of the first things I want to talk about now is the observation, the pure observation itself. You see, clear and keen observation is the observation of what's going on at the moment. Okay? Let's say we'll relate that to smoking. And let's say I've got a pack of cigarettes here. I don't smoke, by the way, but let's say if I did, I had a pack of cigarettes here. And I look over at the pack of cigarettes, and immediately, when I look at the pack of cigarettes, if I was a smoker, I remember when I did, my first reaction would be, sure, there's a little pleasure there. Sure would be nice to have a cig about right now. Because we have connected to these cigarettes all these great feelings of pleasure, right? So we think to ourselves, we've already taught ourselves that if I smoke, I'll feel better. If I smoke, I may look cool. If I smoke, I can use this as a crutch for a few moments while I'm nervous. If I smoke, it's right after dinner, I'll just enjoy the feeling I get from it. Or maybe I like the feeling of the smoke rolling up my nose or whatever. But we connect many different, emotions and feelings to something that we do. So when we first, observe this package of cigarettes, all these pre-programmed things are what's going to immediately run through our mind. All these pre-programmed things are what's going to immediately run through our mind, right? Well, these are all material things that we have created. Someone who has never seen a package of cigarettes and has no idea what it is will not think of any of these things, will he? You see someone, if we got them from, say, Planet 13 or something, they came here and we showed them a pack of cigarettes, they wouldn't have any idea what it is, and they wouldn't have any emotional responses to it, they wouldn't have any feelings connected to it. And this is kind of what we're after, trying to get back to the ability to see things clearly as they are at the moment. It's the immediate perception, observation, and attentiveness of the human being that we're after, to be able to see things very clearly. See, the individual, we're only receivers, but we do not want to influence the object of observation through our own will, emotions, thought forms. We don't want to exert any influence on evaluating, which will lead to a reaction that we'll have to a product. When we see the cigarette, then, part of our meditative exercise would be to see it exactly just for what it really is. Okay? We're only after the pure facts, just the clean and pure observation of the object. So we would see it, we want to try to see that package of cigarettes again, just as if just the same way the guy from Planet 13 would. That, like, we don't even really know what it is. The first thing all we would see was that it's a small box, and maybe it has some writing on it. We have no attachment to it whatsoever, okay? It's unavoidable at the beginning, though, when you start trying to learn to meditate, that you're going to, anytime you try to observe anything, some of your own evaluations and ideas and reactions are going to come into play. It's only a natural thinking, because our normal habits of thinking, we don't use concentration or observation very much, and it almost assures that a lot of strange thoughts and ideas are going to come into play. If you've ever tried to concentrate on any one thing for a length of time, even 10 seconds, you'll find out how very difficult it is to concentrate your thought on anything. We're not used to controlling, there's no maintenance in our thought processes. We're not taught how to use our brain in this world. Some of us figure it out a little bit better and go to some classes for it, but for the most part, we're just like free thinking, random people with all sorts of thoughts just rambling around in our head all the time. And I challenge any of you, unless you're to stop right now and try to concentrate on anything for 5 seconds without having another thought enter. Of course, if you're a practiced meditative person, then all this is already known to you, and you can probably do that. But this is what we're after. We're going to try to develop some powers of concentration so that we can not only observe something very clearly, that we can form in our spirit a logical, brand new thought all about this object that we're meditating on, and we'll put some force into that. Okay? And we'll learn then to concentrate on that particular object for long periods of time. And then a lot of wonderful things happen then. Our force of spirit develops. Our abilities of concentration will increase. Okay? The amount of time that we spend on practicing the meditative exercise will depend, of course, on how good you get at it and how clearly you can actually see things. When a person's value judgments, evaluations, and other reactions to an object emerge, we have to get in the habit of just like dashing them out of our mind, telling them they're not important so that the pure observation can dominate our actions. Once we do that, then very slowly there's this feeling of inner freedom about the object of our meditation. I'll tell you a little story. When I was younger, when I was learning to, I didn't even call it meditation. I just had a natural habit of how I would kind of like dream when kids do. And I had the little thing that I always did when I wanted to get thoughts out of my mind so I could go off into my little spirit world or other dimension world where I wanted to go all the time. I developed a little game I would play. And you might want to make up something similar to this. And this was a game or kind of a plan of action I would always go through so I could focus my attentions and learn to concentrate just on one particular thing. And what I would do then, I would imagine all of my daily problems, my thoughts and everything. I would see myself standing at a bus stop. I was the only one there. And I would tell myself that pretty soon a bus is going to be here, and I'm going to load all of my problems, all of my thoughts, my material thoughts on this bus. And I'm going to send them on the bus, and the bus will be back in the morning. See, I would do this when I would go to sleep generally. And all these thoughts would be back in the morning, so I didn't have to worry about anything in my material world right now. It could be I would do this at sleep, or if I just wanted to, drift out for 10 minutes and go somewhere. So here would come the bus. I'd see the bus coming and my thoughts. I would put all of my thoughts and feelings. I'd see them march right on the bus with little legs on them, all my problems about, if it was a girlfriend or school or lunch or problem with the parents or whatever. I'd see it get right on the bus. And once it would get on the bus, I'd see it drive away. And I did this so many times, I had myself programmed that once the bus pulled away, I no longer had any connection to any of those thoughts. They would not come into my mind at all. Immediately then I would see myself walking into a theater. No one in the theater, just rows of seats there and a big blank screen. And I'd sit down in my seat right in the front row, right in the middle. This is my own theater. And the screen was my form of concentration. And when I was all calmed down, because there was no other thoughts in my mind now, they were all on the bus. And I got so good at it that my mind was almost blank at this point. I just sat in the chair. There was a big knob right in front of me. And when I was all ready, I would tell myself that I will now let go of my material self, and I am going to go into my spirit, and I'm going to observe whatever is on the screen. And I would see myself reach forward and turn the knob. And as I turned the knob, the screen, I would just wait. Whatever would come on the screen, I would just observe it. And for some reason, I seemed to know at an early age not to get involved in the screen, to just be an observer. I would never cause any images to come on the screen. And once they did come on the screen, because it will happen naturally, I would never get involved in what was going on in there. Occasionally I did. I was just a kid. I'd get into it sometimes. But for the most part, I was learning how wonderful it was to just watch the screen like a movie. Things would happen, ideas and visions that come on this screen. I had no idea where they would come from. And I didn't know what I was really doing. I didn't realize that I was really like getting into my own spirit and allowing ideas from the past and the future and things that are within my own spiritual self to come forward on this screen. But I did seem to have the presence of mind somehow to know, even back then, not to get involved and not to cause things to happen on the screen. And once they did come on the screen, not to put any of my own material self into it, just to be an observer and watch. It was like watching a movie for the first time you go see it. You don't know what's going to happen next. And I would get into that mode. That's how I related it to a movie theater. Because in a movie, when you go see a film at the movie the first time, you don't know what's going to happen from scene to scene. You just observe it. You just watch. Of course, in a movie, you get all involved, excited and so forth, and you see yourself as the hero or whatever after the bad guy. But that's the general idea, that we want to observe things as they happen and learn to get ourselves in that position where we can get rid of all of our material problems, emotions and attitudes and things that bother us. So you may want to use a bus also if you'd like. Of course, maybe you'd rather use a UFO and just have them fly off in a UFO. What happens is that once you practice this a little bit and you get in this habit of being able to feel this inner feeling of inner spiritual self coming along, this feeling you get when the material crap is all out of the way, well, there's a very familiar mental attitude that sets in, and you can call upon that easily. The more practice you get at it, you can call that feeling back. That place in your mind can come back very quickly, where it doesn't take you very long to get there. Pure observation, like what I'm talking about here, to purely observe and concentrate on something and to block out all other thoughts, obviously is not recommended for all life situations. This is the kind of exercise that you want to do on purpose at home when you're alone by yourself. It's certainly not something that you want to do in your day-to-day life. If you're out driving the car and you suddenly decide to meditate and concentrate on something, you're liable to go totally blank and run into a wall. If you're doing exercises or you're playing sports or something, you don't want to blank out just when the ball has been thrown to you. So it's not a practical thing to be doing during day-to-day words, deeds, actions sort of lifestyle. But the logic that you're going to learn from it can apply. Because as we talk more and more about this, we're going to learn a lot about ourselves, and the logic that we learn about ourselves and the steps we use to create a meditative exercise can be very useful, though, in daily life. The process of observing serves us in many conditions in daily life, and that's very important. The pure observation is recommended really just as an exercise, I say. And to begin with, it can be just as simple as what I call sports meditation. It can be a very just easy, relaxing thing, doing nothing more than casually observing your breath just to calm down and relax. Okay, it's very good for that. I once had a job as a computer programmer working for a major company, and I had for about a year or so, I was in a very high-stress job where there was an awful lot of work given to me that had to be done on a timely basis, and I had a lot of people under me that were waiting all the time for the results of my work. So I had a lot of stress, and there was more work than I could really get done, so I was always showing up a little early and pushing real hard. Consequently, I was so intent all the time on getting my work done that when it was time for lunch, I was so keyed up, I couldn't begin to hardly think about lunch. And once I finally did force myself to go get some food, I'd always bring it right back to my desk so I could go back to work. And then I'd find myself stuffing my face with a sandwich or whatever while I'm doing more work, trying to get it done over the lunch hour. Well, of course, this leads to a lot of problems. You don't chew your food at all. You don't even remember what you ate. You just kind of inhale it and swallow it, and you get stomach aches or whatever, but it's certainly not conducive to good eating habits. So what I developed was another little game, kind of like the bus deal, but I just saw myself, and I used the bus. I would see all my work problems, situations, and things that I had to get done, get on the bus. I would calm myself down, and I would use my screen. And on my screen, though, this time, I would always tell myself that the words relax, R-E-L-A-X, would come on the screen, one letter at a time, and they would go through a series of color changes, each letter. And it would take about 30 seconds for that entire word, relax, to go through the screen in different colors. And by the time it would get to the letter X at the end, I would be all calmed down. I would have forgotten all about my workload for the morning, and I could actually eat and enjoy my food. So it became handy then to use the logic of what I was doing, something practical right there. I have a few more things to explain to you about the psychology, I guess, or the logic of what meditation is, and then I'm going to walk you through a meditative exercise, explain exactly how to do it, and lead you through it so you can start getting on your own road to practicing these ideas. But I want to finish first for a little bit more here, explaining more about the concept of what meditation is, because it can be done improperly, and you can actually kind of harm yourself if you're not careful. Well, so far we've talked about the ability we need to observe things very clearly, right? Okay. Well, by observing things clearly, what we're doing is we're learning to concentrate on it and see it exactly for what it is. We need to develop a thoroughness of observation. This is very difficult and it takes a lot of work. But if you plan to have any kind of success at all with your meditation, you have to spend quite a bit of time at this level and invest a little in it, or things are just not going to develop. You have to develop the ability to clearly observe an object thoroughly and see it exactly for what it really is. Clear, absolute knowing and logic about what you are actually looking at. If it's a pack of cigarettes, or, if it's a problem in life, or if it's a car, a person, whatever it is, we need to develop the ability to clearly see things exactly as they are. This requires that we observe that object without any kind of prejudice or emotion involved. Remember the process we talked about of how we gather information with our senses, with our sight, touch, taste, smell, and hearing, and so forth? Well, that's what we're used to doing. We're used to always seeing things, and we perceive what they are and so forth with our senses, and after we've seen something once or twice, we gather information about it, and then we have a known kind of library on it. We have an inventory of thoughts about something, like smoking. People who are serious smokers, they could probably write down a whole page of ideas why it's good to smoke. All these pleasure things they get from it, and they develop more and more of them as they go along. They have to learn to turn that off, to shut that down. That's what we're going to do in meditation. So that if for somebody who does smoke, they could use this as a practice, take that practice of cigarettes, and begin to meditate and clearly see cigarettes for exactly what they are. Okay? Because if we allow all of our preconceived notions about something, our attached attitudes and emotions to an object, we're always going to fail in the meditative practice. We will never be able to develop our meditation on a thing if we do that. So our first practice then really is just to learn how to concentrate and clearly see something thoroughly. The pure observation of an object is merely the registration of that object, to see exactly where it starts and stops and exactly what it is. It's not easy, it's very difficult, but it's very important that you put the effort out to try it, to clearly see something and concentrate on it well, because once you do, you'll reach a small level of success. And once you reach that small level of success, you'll notice that you actually have some power, that you really do have a spirit, and that you start to get yourself somewhat in balance, where not your entire life is not actually controlled by your material self, and there's kind of a thrill involved there. And there's this feeling of personal power, the knowing that you can actually have some control over the physical world around you. It's obviously difficult because we're not used to clearly observing things. We rely all the time on our inventory of, preconceived notions and ideas about things, all of our judgments. It's really very rare when you start out meditating that you can actually concentrate on anything very long or see it very clearly. But that's what we're after. We have a habit, especially in our society, through advertising and everything else, we are taught, we are conditioned continually in TV and books and magazines and motion pictures and so forth to always have attitudes about things, because that's how they sell us products. And that's how they control us, even if it's an election. We just elected Bill Clinton president, and a lot of the election, as you can see, is through all the negative campaigning, is creating votes through fear and negativity and so forth. Well, that's a tried and true method. They know if you can rile people up and say things that cause them to attach anger and hostility to another candidate, that's how they'll see that individual. And when they go to the polls, they certainly won't vote for them because they've attached some of their bad feelings, their negative feelings to that person, and it's been triggered by this other candidate. So more and more people are catching on to that, though, and I see it's very good that a lot of people are standing up to the negative campaigning, and it didn't go well at all for Bush to do that this time. The next thing I want to talk about is what Billy calls the acquirement. And the acquirement, frankly, it's just to be able to acquire a pure observation of something. It's a word that he uses. See, if the material consciousness, which has control over the pure observation, is not strictly controlled by pure and clear attention, then when it passes the observation on to the spirit, it'll receive a distorted material view of the object, and your meditation has failed. You see, we're going to use our senses to originally perceive the object. Okay, let's say that pack of cigarettes again. So we're going to use our eyes, and maybe if there's a cigarette they're smoking, we'd also use our nose. But we're going to use our eyes to observe it. We might even pick the package up and touch it and feel it a little bit. We might take a cigarette out and put it to our lips and taste the tobacco or whatever. So we can use our senses now to actually discover everything about this cigarette package. If we don't make any effort to clearly observe it, what are we going to do? We already have preconceived feelings all about it, all the things that we like about smoking. And when we attempt then to pass on our observation through the subconscious over into the subconscious of the spirit about all of our logic and knowledge we have about this cigarette package, what's going to happen? We're going to send it all of our negative information about it, all these preconceived notions of how wonderful smoking is, and how great it is, and how pleasurable, and how we like it. Well, we don't gain anything, do we? So no meditative immersion is possible there. We gained nothing. Matter of fact, we kind of damaged ourselves because now we're beginning to train our spiritual self that it's good to smoke. So we really gained no ground there at all. So to acquire a pure observation is the task of sorting out the extraneous thoughts and unwanted thoughts and feelings so we do not pass of sorting out the extraneous thoughts and unwanted thoughts and feelings so we do not pass them over to the spirit as our observation. The goal is to observe an object thoroughly and leave a state of mind that Billy calls the remaining at the body in contemplation of the body. This means that nothing else is in existence in your entire thought realm, no ego or anything, no mixing of thoughts, except what we're supposed to be observing. When we get to the point where we want to pass on subconsciously our observations of this package of cigarettes, we want to pass over their strictly clear and keen observation of it. And again, our approach here would be much like someone who had never seen the package of cigarettes before. So what we would do is we would view that cigarette package and we would look at it like it's a totally unknown object. And we would pick it up and look at it, feel the material, notice the cardboard or paper or however it's wrapped. And very small and minutely we would look at each detail of the package. And as a practice you might spend 10 minutes observing everything about it, except that you just observe it. You don't make any judgments about it. You don't decide on if you like the plastic or the color is this, that, and the other. You just observe it, and you will see that things will come to you. The package will begin to almost speak out, and then you start forming a new thought about it that you pass on to the spirit. The next thing that Billy talks about is called the value. The value is the product of a thought process. That's what's handed over to the spirit, and he calls it as an instrument. And this thought process that we hand over to the spirit produces a strength, and it's based on newly gained knowledge and produces a corresponding effect in the spirit. Consequently, the new thought represents the value or a new programming. This serves as a guide for the spirit, so as the spiritual self begins to concentrate on this new thought and matures, it finds a new value within itself. So we don't want to feed the spirit a bunch of trash and rubbish, do we? You know, the purpose here is to get ourselves in balance, so we don't want to send it all the same junk that's in our material self to begin with. True wisdom only recognizes such matters which are carefully tested by attention and never gets confused, because wisdom only acknowledges absolute logic. That's what truth is. The object to be observed requires extremely careful preparation and cleansing. This object, our package of cigarettes, will begin to speak for itself. And don't interrupt that with your own ideas or judgments. Because as you stare and concentrate on this package of cigarettes, and at this point we're going to do nothing. We're not going to move, use our hands or anything. We're just going to look at it. And we're going to go totally blank as far as any material knowledge we have about that product whatsoever. The idea is that as we strictly observe it with our eyes and concentrate totally on the package of cigarettes, the package of cigarettes will begin to reveal itself. And you'll find that suddenly you'll have a knowing and a knowledge totally about every detail of that package, but it'll be much different than your normal material viewpoints on that package. You probably won't even see it as something to smoke. You'll have no connection to your lungs or to your mind or to pleasure or to eating or to your girlfriend or anything. You will develop a very clear, precise, clear observation of that package of cigarettes and see it just exactly as what it is, just simply a material object. And then after it is presented itself, it will speak up about itself through clear observation. That information is passed on to the spirit, and the spirit then has real, factual, absolute logic about a package of cigarettes, which is unattached with any of your material ideas and judgments about that. Every time you clearly observe something, now we're picking on a package of cigarettes, it could be more fascinating to observe an animal. Say you're a cat, fish, or a dog you may have, or even a person. Go to a park and study a person. Every time you do that, it's fascinating. I've done that many times. I'll go sit in a park and watch people. I get such a kick out of looking at people because when I observe them and just clearly observe them from strictly an observation viewpoint without interjecting any outside influences of my own, no value judgments, no emotions about it. I just look at them as human beings, as spirit objects, and see you get all these new insights. Every person is projecting these beautiful new ideas about themselves. You see the way they walk, the way they talk, the way they maybe play in the grass, the way they smile, the way they comb their hair and the clothes they wear. But you just observe these things without making any judgment about it. And you get these really neat insights into life. And suddenly you feel a real closeness and connection to that person, but you don't know them materially, but you're getting to know them spiritually. You start to make a connection subconsciously. There's a great connection. It's loving. It's the basis for what universal love is. And you have an understanding now with a person. You know this person spiritually, and you've never met them. And you have formed no material ideas or connection to them. You can then send those feelings on into your spirit because your spirit's open for business all the time. And you will feel yourself develop in power personally. Okay. In his book, Billy has an example. I'm using a cigarette package, and he uses a rose. He talks about how to take something as common as a rose and observe that. And notice right away that your first impression is what's called a sight impression. You already have preconceived ideas about a rose and what it is, right? And you'll notice right away that this current knowledge, this inventory of facts about a rose, jump to the forefront of your thoughts. Well, dash them out. Just push them out of the way and see it exactly for what it is. Go through the steps of observation. First, you only see a color. And after you observe the color, as you continue observing it, you'll notice that there is form to it. The rose will speak out to you. The rose will show its shape. The rose will show its petals. It will show each little intricate part of itself will suddenly become aware to you because you're observing it clearly and keenly. There will be an entire succession of observations, a very small detail that in very rapid succession will form a keen observation from all sides of this rose. And you develop a practice or an exercise of seeing things clearly. This exercise and this practice of that will become part of you. Once it becomes part of you, you've developed a new way of seeing things. You've developed a way of turning off the normal material things, the material ways that we normally check things out. And now we're developing a way that through a meditative exercise, a simple practice of mind control, to be able to observe something spiritually and see it with your spirit clearly and let your spirit feel all that new information. And it's amazing how strong it gets. It's amazing how your spirit reacts to the beauties in nature and into life and how it affects you. You are beginning to do what's called forming the spirit. Forming the spirit is the development of the spiritual power that's within you, using your spiritual self to interface with the world instead of strictly your material self. You know, most of the problems of the world would probably go away. We wouldn't have all this conscious evil and wickedness in our world if it wasn't for thoughtlessness, loss of self-control, making quick decisions, carelessness, and so forth. A single brief moment of reflection in most cases would prevent a catastrophe or a feeling of guilt or other problem or sorrow in life. Just being able to stop and go through the exercises of clearly observing things, of learning to pause just for a brief moment. People aren't used to doing this. They're usually, in a hurry and so forth. But an important thing to remember here is that if time is one, all is one. So meditation is becoming an exercise of how to think. Okay, we're about out of tape. I'll see you on the other side, okay? Okay, welcome back to side 2 of the meditation tape. And I was just rambling on here about a phrase that Billy uses, which is, if time is one, all is one. And here he's talking about being able to seize the moment, to view life at exactly what's going on right now. Not be dwelling on the past or thinking about the future when you're supposed to be paying attention to what's happening at the moment. Because the point he's making here is he wants you to learn when you are out in life to be able to pause just for a moment. Once you've learned to actually keenly observe things and see things for what they are, amazing what happens. And then if you can learn to pause just at the point when you're getting to react to something, well, a very amazing thing happens. When you can pause just for a flash second and kick into gear your abilities of clean observation to see things really the way that they are, a lot of amazing things happen. When you do that, you seem to grasp everything all at once. So through pure observation, we're going to learn to pause precisely at the moment, which allows us to grasp everything and see it clearly and detain the observation and just for an instant when the spirit itself is still kind of plastic and molding and not committed to a fixed idea. Because we're getting ready, like I say, the spirit is open for business all the time. It's listening to all of your thoughts. So if we begin to pause and so forth, and while we're actually observing something and see it clearly, then we have a chance to see things the way they really are. This slows down the pure observation, of course, but it gives you time to form the active behavior that the spirit is going to develop based on your new observations, your new knowledge. You can prevent hastiness of word and deed through the moment of pause. How many times have you done something a little too quickly and you had to repeat yourself real fast because you just suddenly, just as you said it, you knew it was wrong, so you say it again? I find myself when I'm speaking sometimes, I get going real fast and I'm thinking about 2 or 3 minutes ahead of where I'm going and I'm forming visions and ideas of what I want to talk about. And a couple of times I've just forgotten what I was saying at the moment. I get so caught up with what I'm going to talk about next, I just get totally lost. Well, or if you have a case where you've been to a party, or if you drink or whatever, and you've had occasion where you've said things you didn't really mean, and you woke up in the morning finding it necessary to call a friend and apologize or explain yourself or something. Well, drinking, for one thing, isn't good for you at all, but if you were to say things that you didn't mean even without the alcohol, a moment of pause could have prevented that. In a business meeting or working with, in your day-to-day environment, if we learn to pause and just for a second clearly observe what's going on, to seize that moment, freeze it in time just for a part second, and draw upon our spiritual self, draw upon the ability of our spirit to feed us wisdom, you can do that. And that's what meditation is going to help you do. You're going to learn where all the parts of yourself are, how to actually identify and feel and use your spiritual self. And it's really quite simple. Within a day or so, you'll be doing things and you'll be telling your friends all about it, and you'll be surprised how strong you actually really are. Okay. Once you've done that, though, once you slow down and pause and so forth, this causes the spirit to become a little more flexible and approachable, because you got a little time here, you got a part second. This causes it to grow in strength and awareness. It's got more time to observe. It's got more time to actually give you a feeling of wisdom that you can actually use to observe with, causing undesired and unwise reactions to become less of a habit. Okay? It gets easier all the time. You now have time to properly make a decision. Your decision will not be based on any preconceived religious or belief structure overtones. It'll no longer be based on what someone else said or what you thought about something. It's no longer based on any kind of belief structure or concept or idea, whatever. But it's entirely then, your observation is entirely based upon a true observation of that object, be it a person, an idea, a thought, or whatever it is. And then your spirit begins to grow because it's truthful. You're feeding your spirit wisdom. It knows when you've observed something correctly. Because don't take your subconscious and your spiritual subconscious for granted. It's awfully intelligent. In most cases, it's smarter than you are, which is kind of a strange thing because your material mind is so busy being intelligent, being cool, and doing what it thinks is right. It most of the time does not see things as clearly or have a clear enough understanding, as clear of an understanding of the world as your spiritual subconscious, which is a collection of all of your wisdom from previous lives. All that information's in there. It sees things clearly. It's not illogical like the material mind is. So that's what I mean by your spiritual self is generally more intelligent than your material self. You know, when you do something and you get a little hunch, a feeling that you should do something, that's the beginning of your spiritual subconscious feeding you information. And for those of you who are used to paying attention to hunches, the little voice that perks up just at that flash second when an idea pops into your head, for those of you who have learned to entertain that and allow that hunch to rush in for a second, you have found out, like I have and many others has, that almost all the time is the correct thing to do. That's great advice coming from yourself. It's not coming from any outside source. There's no mystical revelation going on here. That's just your spiritual self trying to get through your hard head. It's trying to get through all of your material self and give you some advice. Now let it come in. Your new powers of pure observation then see matters of the future approach, let them slip into the present, and without holding on to them, let them slip right into the past. The point is, don't spend any time dwelling on the past. Don't sit around saying, wasting your time and energy worrying about what happened, oh, gee, I didn't do this right, or I'm worried about that. It's a total waste of time. Get back to the philosophy that if time is one, all is one. Learn to live in the moment, observing the exact moment. If you concentrate on the past and your worries, then that's who you're going to be. And that's how you're going to react to things. If you concentrate on the present, on the exact present, then you always know that you're creating a new future. You can create new thoughts. You're not hampered by old worries and fears and ideas and so forth. You can then plan for the future using the continuous evolution of the spirit. You'll also find out something else which is amazing. How many of you really understand how much of the future your subconscious knows about? If you allow your spiritual subconscious to come forward, you actually tell it to do that. Tell it to come forward and let you know about what it's planning for your future. Your conscious mind then can get in connection to your subconscious. Introduce the two of them. Hello, conscious. This is my subconscious. Get together here and talk things over. You'll be amazed to find out that your material self spends a lot of time in the past dwelling over your problems, fears, and worries, while your spiritual subconscious is very busy in there mapping out the next few days. It's planning out a future. And your conscious mind, and most people, have no idea what's going on in there. Okay, so learn to be in the present. There's great freedom in there. And learn to, through your meditative exercises, which we're going to talk about, get into using your spiritual self and looking into that future. Now, this is one of the problems with religion. Religion doesn't want you so much to think about the present, but they continually are telling people all the time to go do whatever you want to do, and it's God's will, and everything is just everything is based upon the afterlife. But don't worry about this life. Everything's going to be in the kingdom of heaven later on. They don't want you taking responsibility for your own life. They don't want you using your spirit. They don't want you to discover how powerful of an individual you can be once you are using your own spirit and are connected to creation yourself. Okay? Daydreams are an interesting thing. When it comes to meditation, they're a real obstacle. They get in the way because they affect concentration. Because daydreams are, we manufacture those out of all of our little daily problems and material things. They're a lot of fun and they're useful in some areas, but if you find yourself daydreaming when you begin to meditate, dash it out. Stop them and get yourself concentrated back on what you're doing. Because it's the development of the exercise of meditation which leads to a forming of the spirit, which produces the power. The forming of the spirit is forming an idea clearly and strongly that the spirit itself attaches itself to, and you become strong then. When you purely observe yourself, you begin to see all of your thoughts. The strong points, the weak points, the indicators of who you are. Then you can do something about changing these thoughts within yourself. You're going to learn how to do that also. It'll just come to you. See, the pure observation supports the noble and the positive forces of the individual's inner being and brings them to full consciousness. Your self-reliance will be greatly strengthened once you clearly start observing yourself and learn to change your pre-programming, your material emotions and attitudes and feelings. You can change those through the use of your spiritual self. So the simple idea of powerful powerlessness is an effective factor in the formation of a well-balanced material conscious. See, a balance is an equal balance between material self and spiritual self, where we go through life, using our material self, which we obviously do to gather information and form logical patterns and so forth, but we should have to get in the habit of balancing that out with consulting and using our spiritual self all the time for wisdom and for growth. We talk just for a minute here about spirit liberation. It's a phrase that Billy uses in his book. And it's referring to actually liberating the spirit from illogical thinking. And that's his view of what most of us are doing all the time. That we go through our daily life in our material world, doing things, the way we were trained, observing the world the way we're shown to and the way we're practicing. And we live, especially if you live in a big area like L.A., in order to defend yourself, you develop a lot of habits, attitudes, and emotions about the area that you live. Women, unfortunately, have to protect themselves quite often from unusual characters making advancing to them. Women seldom will smile back in another car or whatever because they don't want you following some guy following them home. And it's just not a safe world, and that's quite unfortunate. But you can't blame them then for pulling into themselves and hiding that way. But it's an illogical world that we live in. Things aren't done for the right reasons. They're done for money, power, greed, control over another individual. In very few places do you find where the world's actually operating on the wisdom system, where people are living by the spiritual logic of the creation. You don't find that in too many places. So spirit liberation is actually liberating your spirit from having to live in illogical thinking. If you make a real effort to purely observe human beings, animals, plants, and different events and so forth, you're going to find a great change in your life. There will be a development of harmony within your life. You'll start walking around with a feeling of comfort and of freedom. You'll feel protected from the external environment and its impure logic. By acting towards your fellow man through pure observation, you'll now see him as a spirit full of love and hope traveling on his own path of evolution. Not that he's competing with you, interfering with you, and getting in the way of your life, which is materially how we generally think. We pass judgment right away on people when we see them. Women immediately react whether or not that they're interested. A man does the same thing. He sees a woman all too frequently just as a sex object or what he can get. I mean, not all people are like that, but most. And that happens all too often, unfortunately, in our society. We see animals sometimes as things to get out of the way, things to eat, things to kill, whatever. We're ruining our planet. We're ruining our oceans because of no respect. We don't observe it as a spiritual thing. We're damaging the planet because we have no respect for the planet whatsoever. We do not see that as part of creation. We don't see that as a spiritual thing. Meditation will teach us. It will, if you meditate properly, we could cure most of the problems of the world because through meditation you cannot observe things that way. When you meditate clearly and cleanly, you see things exactly as they are. You see an ocean and an animal and a human being and a plant and a tree exactly for what they are, spiritual things within creation. And then your attitude about them is totally different. And once you develop that habit, you start forming more power of the spirit. The power comes from the fact that your spirit then rises up in its force and its ability to interface with your life. You find yourself using your spiritual awareness of things more and more, your spiritual abilities to observe, and you draw off of your maximum wisdom available. Okay? The last thing I want to talk about as far as the philosophy here, and then we'll go through some meditative exercises, is what Billy calls the clarity of knowledge. Through the clarity of knowledge in meditation, the individual now enters the realm of teaching himself. This means that the meditative exercise can be introduced into the daily life so that you can use your new ability to see things clearly in conjunction with the daily process of actions of words and deeds. And we've talked about that already, how we can become a balanced individual where we don't see things as negative or positive. We see things from a more balanced viewpoint, a neutral viewpoint by virtue of our keen observation. We are beginning to balance out ourselves so we are living our life as a material person, but we're also using our spirit. You can begin to teach yourself new ways to react in the material world through these new knowledges you're learning about through your spirit. You'll keep the meditative exercise kind of always ready. It's always kind of on call and on hand, so you can call upon it anytime you want to facilitate yourself during the daily life. Remember the pause? If you want to have some fun the next few days, just teach yourself to pause. Like every hour on the hour, pause for 20 seconds and observe exactly what's going on around you. Just observe. When you observe, don't make any judgments or any opinions. Just observe things, Spock-like, see things like a microscope exactly as they are. Okay? Through extremely clear knowledge, brought on by pure observation, there's a slow breakdown in the delusion of ego. You'll see the world a lot clearer. You begin to create a new way of thinking which uses your wisdom. Final thought here, the meditation method has 3 basic steps to it. And the first steps is finding applications for yourself. The meditative exercises are primarily for yourself. One, to develop the knowledge and so forth of your spirit, to learn to use the force of your spirit, to learn through the meditative exercise how to observe things clearly. But those are all things about the self, right? They're all me, I. The second thing you need to do is spread out at a later date after you've accomplished those levels of understanding, and spread out and start applying these principles to other people. Observe other people and how they react, and learn to observe other things without your own influences, without your own ideas, to be an observer of the outside world, okay? And finally, you find applications where both are involved, where you see applications where you personally are interfacing with the outside world, and you observe that. The reason is that this 3-part rhythm is so important because all partialities, imperfections, dangers of exclusive introversion or extroversion of the consciousness will be avoided. So we want to be careful of turning our conscious thoughts inward or outward on purpose. By that I mean it's possible that you can create what's called euphoric meditation. And the 3-part meditative exercise is kind of like a checklist, and that helps you avoid that. Euphoric meditation is it's a process that you can fall into causing illusions, can be dangerous to yourself. For instance, if you engage in pure introversion, turning inward, purely inward, you will have what are called euphoric hallucinations. They appear. They build themselves up and become illusions, and then you begin to lose the sense of reality. You can no longer make a free decision then when that happens. Your introversion will be connected with desires and pleasures, and you create like a mania and you lose reality. This is what people do when they channel, unfortunately. See, refer back again to our little drawing of the material side and the spiritual side, and what I told you earlier. What channeling is when a person begins to meditate, and they allow their ego to become involved, and without even being aware of it, their psyche, which contains their feelings and thinkings and so forth, then produces an hallucination, and they're not even aware where this is coming from. Out of this, because of their ego, which can be subconscious desires to be liked, wanted, or whatever, the meditation never gets deep enough, immerses deep enough, and becomes clear enough where it gets into the spirit. It never becomes part of the spiritual self. The meditation strictly is called euphoric because it goes straight into your material side only, And your material side will then, your subconscious along with your psyche, will create an hallucination. You don't know where it's from. Because you're so anxious for something like this to happen, the individual goes along with it and immediately says, wow, this is terrific. You know, I'm in touch with something. Must be a higher self. Must have been a great king from Egypt. Surely it was probably me in a former life. And pretty soon we have someone channeling. Channeling is total fake. It is the development of the self. And it is a path you go on where you are steered improperly in meditation. The correct way to get in touch with other beings is, as we talked about earlier, is to use the meditation to properly become immersed in a meditative immersion, getting in touch with your spiritual self, and using spiritual telepathy to do that, the we form. Then there's no trance needed. There's no hallucination. There's no voices coming out claiming that it's the King Farouk or whatever. And then there's no danger of us, losing touch with our reality. I've seen many people who have learned to channel and do things have come to these realizations on their own, that it's a dangerous path we tread on when we start to meditate if we do not understand the proper principles of the mind and how the spirit works. That's why I went to some trouble of explaining this, because I'd feel very sad if some of you went out and began to meditate without understanding the mechanics really of how mind and spirit work, and you were misled and started creating your own illusions or delusions of yourself. True meditation is pure observation without desire. Desire is what gets into our material side and causes our meditation to become euphoric. Meditation that's guided by our own desires then creates these illusions. It is the purest means of true recognition and does not contain any matters which are based on wish fulfillments or hallucinations. That's what true meditation actually is. True meditation is founded on pure truth, pure knowledge, pure recognition, pure observation, and clear sight. Clearly seeing what it is and letting it speak to you without influence of your desires. All right, I think we're ready to discuss a couple of things. One, a meditative exercise on how we can begin to develop our meditative technique. And then we'll also discuss a little bit an actual meditative immersion technique that Billy uses and teaches to his own group members. For the use of for our meditative exercise, we're going to use a very common method used by many different forms of meditation, which is the idea of concentrating on our own respiration or our own breath. This is a very simple way to do it, and it's also a very good way to do it because the respiration is a part of the life form and is a very important factor. And by concentrating on your own breath, you immediately become aware of the transients of your own life. There's an immediate feeling of kind of calm and security and well-being when you do that. So I'm going to explain exactly how that works and how you can do it. In order to concentrate on your breathing, which is a very simple method of initial concentration, using the lotus method of sitting with your legs crossed is a very popular way of doing that. However, that's for people that are used to doing that. I know here in the Western world, most people aren't used to sitting in that position. It's very uncomfortable for them, so the exercise really wouldn't be possible. So if you need to, you might be able to just sit in a chair or get into a relaxed state somewhere. Any position where it's quiet. Get rid of any extraneous clothing, jewelry, hats, or whatever you may have on that may draw your attention to them or make noise. Okay? And what we'll do is we'll begin now. Let's say we're going to do this sitting in a chair, a very comfortable chair with your arms down on the sides of each chair. And we're now going to take 3 deep breaths. And when we take each breath, we do this very slowly. We pull the breath in, and then we hold it, and very slowly let it out. Let it out all the way so your lungs are completely exhausted of air. And then repeat that again. Do that 3 times. This will begin to relax the body right away. Simple breathing thing you can do any time of the day if you feel any kind of stress at all. Just stop and take 3 deep breaths and you'll immediately feel a little bit better. Okay, now what we're going to do though is we're going to concentrate on the breath as it goes in and out of our nasal passages, because it's doing that all of the time. This is part, like I say, of our life force, and it's a very good thing to concentrate on. So to begin with, after taking your 3 breaths, let's now begin to concentrate on the breath moving in and out of the nasal passages. As you start to do that, you'll notice right away that it's kind of a cooling sensation, that once you start paying attention to the breath going in and out, that suddenly you notice it's kind of cool, and that it actually flows in right along the sides of your nose, right in the middle, and that it moves up the side of your nose and disappears up into the top of your nose back into your body. Don't follow it any farther than that. We only want to observe the breath just as it flows in the beginning stages when it hits the nasal side of the nasal wall, the middle section when it rolls up the side of the nasal wall, and the end of the breath as it disappears back into the body. Okay, remember, do not follow it any farther than that. When you first start doing this, for most people, the first thing that will happen is that you'll find yourself immediately getting involved in your breath control, and your breath speeds up or your body jerks a little something. It's perfectly normal. It takes a little practice to get used to the idea of observing your breath. And by observing, I mean not taking part in it. We're just going to observe your breath going in and out of your nose, and we're going to literally concentrate just on that observation and not take any part of it. Now remember, this is just an exercise for practice. It'll take some time. You don't want to cheat, no point in that, and don't force it. It takes a while for this to start happening. After a while, what we're working on is to be able to concentrate just on our breath and to push out any other kinds of thoughts at all that may come into our mind and hold them out, and be able to concentrate on our breath, say, for maybe 10 minutes. In order to do that, you're going to find it more difficult than you think, because it's very hard to keep thoughts out. It's also very hard to actually develop the concentration observation of the breath. Remember what we talked about in observation. We're going to observe it and not get involved in it. We're an observer of the breath. So you can almost see yourself like inside of your nose just watching the breath roll in and out. There are 3 stages to your breath: the beginning, middle, and end. The beginning as the breath actually enters the nasal passage, the middle as it sweeps up the side of your nasal passage, and the end when it actually disappears off into your body. As you continue to observe, you will notice that there are 3 clear stages. You very clearly will begin to observe the beginning stage, then the middle stage, and then the ending stage. And after concentration becomes even better, you'll start to notice the beginning and end of each stage. You'll catch the breath just as it comes in, and you'll catch the ending of the beginning stage. And then you notice the beginning of the middle stage, where the air actually goes right up the side of the nasal passage. And then you'll observe the ending of this middle phase as the breath moves up the side of your nasal passage. And then you'll begin to notice the beginning of the final stage of your breath as it begins to move into your body. And then you'll notice the ending of that stage as the breath actually moves into the body. Continued concentration on this will begin to even these 3 stages out, where the 3 stages then will be about the same amount of time and duration, and will have about the same amount of observation attached to them. And this is what we're working on. We want to get to the point where the 3 stages of the breathing become even and get rid of all of the unrest of the body. You will no longer have awareness of the body. Some people start doing this and it'll come so easy to them that 10, 15, 20 minutes will slide right by and they don't really even notice it. But the most important thing is to be able to observe without getting involved, without controlling our breath, observe the stages of the breath going in and out, and observe, if you want to, just your feelings a little bit, how calm you feel. You'll notice that the first time you try it. It's a great way to relax if you're stressed, like on the freeway in traffic. Just for a second, just start noticing your breathing, and you'll notice how quickly you can actually calm down and become less stressful. When you get very good at this, your concentration will develop to the point where for several minutes no unwanted thoughts come in. You have no thoughts whatsoever. All you're doing is observing the breath. At that particular point, when you get deeper immersed into this exercise, you'll see that we have our eyes closed, by the way, if possible here, if you want to try this. It's easier that way. Don't do that on the freeway, though. What will happen is when you get deeper immersed in this, kind of a bright spot or a sohar of light will begin to appear in your eyes. This is like a light of enlightenment, and this is indicative of the fact that you are beginning to sense the spiritual plane. If other images appear like visions or ideas, then this is not a success. This is self-suggestion, and this is the beginning of euphoric meditation that we want to watch out for. So if other images, stories, daydreams start to appear, just dash those out. We don't want those. Those are unwanted things. This is not progress at all. If after a thorough exercise, a deep exercise is obtained, you should immediately engage in a clear sight observation to find out the full benefit of this. Which means that you would entertain the thought that has come to you. If a deep feeling of some kind comes out of that, you want to reflect on for that for a while and look for the real meaning of that, because things will start coming out of your spirit and appearing as you begin this exercise. But that's the first exercise. I would say that you would practice that every day, 2 or 3 times a day, maybe for 5 minutes each, and do that for a couple of weeks to the point where it gets very easy to concentrate, where you can immediately concentrate on your breathing with no problem, where the 3 stages of the breathing become very clear to you, and where hopefully some sort of deep concentration begins, where you begin to see this Sohar light which just naturally appears in your eyes. Okay? One thing that should be made clear at the close of this breathing exercise, this breathing observation exercise, something you should know about, that you can make progress at this anytime you want to. It's just necessary for you to remain alert, remain honest with yourself, and don't try to cheat. Block out any unwanted visions and so forth. You cannot come to any harm to this unless you allow these self-suggestive illusions and things that appear to get the better of you. Don't follow them. However, anyone who preserves his moral mental equilibrium and does this the way that you're instructed here by keeping your mind clear, there's absolutely no danger at all whatsoever in here. The first signs of success during meditative exercise is the occurrence of very vague and at first incoherent forms of dream images in the waking state without the meditation person concentrating upon such images or wishing to see them. So after you've done a breathing exercise and you get a deep thing, in the waking state in your conscious mind you begin to see some sort of incoherent forms or dream images. These images are first forms of beginning meditation immersion. They distinguish themselves unmistakably from a normal dream image by their very extreme clarity and distinctness. If the meditative exercise is handled properly, the images do not exhibit any power of suggestion and gradually begin to link up with logical forms. Though in the beginning, though, it's only very loosely, but in the end they generally reveal the whole course of an event. You see, these events are conditions generally of the past, present, or the future, whereby these are not coded in any sort of symbolism as in the case of a normal dream. Dreams are generally symbols of ideas and things that you're working out and aren't accurate. But these are very clear sight visions of a past, present, or future. The waking state dream images of the meditation are clear and very distinct. They always show events in their order of development, which is another key. This enables the meditating individual to recognize the events very clearly, but the task still remains to examine, by the way of new meditative occurrences, the period and their connections, what they're really all about. So you will experience, once you begin to practice your exercise and get deeper and deeper into it, once that's over, during your normal waking state material consciousness, you'll start to get dream images that are kind of incoherent, and you can't seem to connect them. But they will just keep coming stronger. This is your spirit beginning to show you things. You're beginning to get in touch with different knowledges of your spirit from the past, present, and the future. The investigation of these events released by your waking state dreams prove extremely difficult and laborious. If you have to have a good place to do this. If you're in the everyday world with billions of people, if you're in a high population area, it's almost impossible with all these billions of people and their trains of thoughts. So you need to find an isolated area, and generally a pyramid is required in order to do this, to isolate outside influences of thought. If you use a pyramid, it has to be of exact measurements and form. As a matter of fact, if you have access to the exact measurements and form of the Great Pyramid Giza, that's the ones to use. The pyramid should also include kind of a vibration in a very definite direction, where you point that to a certain area north, and you'll learn all about that in the pyramid book. If you begin to meditate and you achieve these very first successes on the breathing exercise and it gets deep, the appearance of the waking state dreams then indicate that it's time for you to learn the actual immersion techniques and the colors that go with it so you can develop even farther. Basically, this meditation exercise we've been talking about is a rule of relaxation. And it's a very standard way of doing things, but there are other ways to do it. Once you've done that, we're no longer going to pay any attention to the breath. We're now going to develop a different meditative immersion technique using color. And this can be done basically just lying down where you flatten yourself out, loosen up and relax the body very well. Close your eyes, loosen up and relax. Again, breathe deeply in and out 3 times, just like we did before. This time, however, we're going to start forming definite thoughts, definite objects of our meditation that we're going to use. The object of our meditation may be to stop smoking, for instance, and the secondary object may be to link to happier times or link to a future time when you don't smoke and see yourself very happy. So we have a definite object in mind that we want to accomplish through the meditation. In contrast to the breathing meditation exercise, another process, this meditative immersion process, is dealing with color. This way, the observation is no longer turned towards your breathing, but has to be now directed towards your eyes, the back of your eyes once they're closed, so you can concentrate on the colors as the colors appear. The concentration then comes in the form of practicing and carrying out this concentration on these colors. That means the knowledge about the existence of the colors is present, which I'll go over now. You're going to understand the colors. You're not going to force the colors to come in. They naturally will come in based on the depth of immersion of your meditation. The depth of the immersion of your meditation, of course, is dependent upon your ability to concentrate and see a single thing, or concentrate on an object or a thought. Okay, that's what we did in our breathing practice. That's what we practiced on. See, in this way you simply know that the colors exist, but you don't have to do anything to manufacture them or cause them actually to come into your attention. Okay, the standard colors of meditative immersion consist of the tones blue, green, yellow, and red. Blue will first come in when we start the immersion technique. The first thing that will come in is the color blue. This represents the color of the presence, the life, and of your own existence. It's a very natural thing. It will just naturally come to the back of your eyes. The next color that will come is green, and that means that you're getting deeper into the meditation. This represents the color of the beginning change from the conscious into your subconscious. You're shutting down your conscious self, you're getting into your subconscious, as well as the beginning of the change from the present, moving into the past or possibly into the future. The third color is yellow. This represents the color of the concluded change from the conscious to the unconscious. So when the color yellow appears, you know change from the conscious to the unconscious. So when the color yellow appears, you know it's kind of like an elevator. You know how deep you are into the consciousness. Into your meditative immersion. Okay. So when the color yellow comes along, you know that by now you have slipped from your conscious state into your subconscious state, and you've concluded the change from the present. You are now drifting. You're no longer concentrating on the moment. You're drifting either into the future or back into the past. The color red represents the color of penetration into the unconscious, or penetration into the past or the future. So it's a gradual transition through these colors. The colors come naturally, and by virtue of knowing what the colors represent, you then are aware of how deep you are into this immersion. And this, of course, takes quite a bit of practice. It may take months for you to actually cause all this to happen. It is necessary that you do this on a regular and timely basis. If you only do it sporadically, you cannot really hope to achieve hardly any successes whatsoever. So it's necessary, if you're going to practice doing this, do it daily, set aside an exact time to start doing it, and put so much effort into it every day so that you actually get some benefit out of it. So the colors blue, green, yellow, and red are responsible or indicative of the meditative immersion. Use the same colors also in returning. If the colors are employed in the sequence that we just talked about, blue, green, yellow, red, then when you come out of this, you'll also do the same thing in reverse. You would go red, yellow, green, blue. And you're setting yourself up and telling yourself these are what the colors represent, and that's what will happen. So our actual process of meditation immersion then is done like this. First of all, I would not use any music or anything distracting because we want to concentrate on what we're doing. This isn't a relaxation technique at this point. We're beginning to actually immerse ourselves into spirit and to start doing things with our spirit. So get in an absolutely quiet place. Hopefully, if you even had a pyramid or bought one, you could do that and lay down flat with your body loosened up and totally relaxed with your arms at your side. Close your eyes, loosen up and relax. Breathe deeply in and out 3 times, very deep breaths, and let the breath totally all the way out so your body relaxes. Then you begin to concentrate your thoughts and remembering your primary goal of determination, what you're going to do when you go into this. Keep your 2 goals in mind. You have a primary goal and a secondary goal. Okay? Once you've got the thoughts, remind yourself of what your thoughts are going to be, your purpose for meditation, the object of what your meditation is about. Then just drop that from your thoughts. You no longer concentrate on that. You then begin to just concentrate with your eyes, watching the back of your eyelids, and just allow yourself to drift away. By that I mean exclude all unwanted thoughts and feelings and so forth, and concentrate just totally on the color in front of your eyes. Within a very short time, once all unwanted thoughts are gone and you are completely relaxed, a blue color will slowly come into place. If the blue color does appear, concentrate then on your secondary goal, determination, and let it deeply penetrate into yourself. Our secondary goal then was to see or look into the future and see ourselves as a happy person not smoking. Okay? When that blue color comes along, we're going to concentrate on it 3 times. It'll kind of pulsate. It'll get very strong once and blue, and then it'll come back and it'll get strong again. Let that happen 3 times with this blue color as it comes in. Okay? Once that happens, if the method of immersion, if your meditative immersion continues, the green color will slowly come in. And if the color blue has appeared, then a 3-fold concentration on the color green will follow right after that. Okay? After that, there's also this inward concentration will take place again, where once again you will feel and get images about your secondary goal. These images will start coming to you. If the color green has appeared 3 times, if it'll actually go through these 3 phases of deep green coming in, then a 3-fold concentration on the color yellow is brought about automatically. It automatically comes into play. You don't cause it to happen. You just observe the yellow coming in, and your vision then goes totally yellow 3 times very strongly. If the color yellow has appeared 3 times, the next thing is the concentration on the color red will come about at some point when you get good enough at it. If this color appears, you have drifted even deeper and deeper, and that's as deep as you can go when the color red comes in. With practice over a period of years, a number of things are obtained. You will learn a symbol language that will come to you. Your spirit then will be able to develop very strongly, where telekinetic powers will come about, where you can move things, levitation, telepathy gets very strong, spiritual telepathy and primary telepathy. You'll be able then through these methods to find the symbols and keys to the symbol language and have access to the Akashic records like we talked about before. But most importantly, you can use this as a balancing factor in your life to keep yourself balanced between the material and spiritual self. You will also have then first-hand real truth about life. You will no longer have any fear of the death cycle whatsoever, because you will then have absolute certainty of the spiritual self that you are, knowing that you will move forward. Knowledge of creation then becomes yours. Power of creation then becomes yours. After a period of time, the color red will gradually become like a veil of mist. And this is where the waking state images begin to manifest themselves. They're always in accordance, though, in the forms with a goal determination, because you've done some pre-programming. So these images, these waking state images that will come to you, will be, responses or information about whatever the goal was that you went in with. In contrast to sleeping state images, again, the waking state images remain extremely constant. It means they don't grow hazy, they don't fall into oblivion like sleeping state images, like dreams do. Because of their extreme clarity and appearance, they remain very powerful, they're very vivid, and they can, at a later time, after the meditative immersion, after you've come out of it, they can be processed further by the material conscious mind in connection with the unconscious, because your spiritual unconscious will send impulse information to your material conscious mind in connection with the images that you have seen. And then you can draw conclusions from that, and information will come to you. When you are ready to come out of the meditative immersion, the return is just in reverse of how you got in. If the colors blue, green, yellow, and red are used as a meditative immersion technique, then they will also serve as a reverse sequence to come out. And then you would go through the same process to return, seeing red again 3 times, then yellow, then green, and then blue as you come out. A simple thought impulse will be sufficient to initiate the return movement of the colors for the return into the realm of the material conscious mind. Consequently, there's never any danger of remaining in this concentrative meditative immersion. You're not lost off any place. It's always very simple to direct yourself, and in some cases, though, time may fly by. You may stay in a meditative immersion longer than you think. It's not uncommon for people to come out and be surprised that they've, been meditating for an hour or two. So it's common, especially at Billy's house, that they have a schedule, and they always have someone watch. They wait outside the pyramid when a person's in meditation so that they don't stay in too long. Well, this is a basic explanation, then, of the concept of meditation. And I went to a lot of trouble, hopefully, to try to explain a little bit about it psychologically, so you understand what the mind is actually doing, and so that you can learn to meditate clearly without creating any hallucinations or adding on to our already big egos that we have. And you've got an exercise that you can practice, and you've got an immersion technique that you can use. There are many immersion techniques in the world. This is a very simple, straightforward one that does not require that you attach yourself to any belief structure or philosophy, so I suggest it's a good place for you to start. Of course, on your own you will learn many things, and many different things that go on within your own spirit. The book, The Meditation, is not available out there, so if you have any other questions on it, you could probably write to me or whatever, and possibly in the future I may be able to get the book even on the market, so good luck with your meditating. See you on the next tape.